This conference will now be recorded.
And convey greetings from our Minister, Mrs. Nikolina Belnets. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop opens new perspectives of EUSAIR interpillar cooperation, but also cooperation within macro-regional strategies, EU strategy for the Adriatic Ionian, Danube, Alpine and Baltic regions. This cooperation is even more important as the world is faced with the deepest crisis ever, the COVID-19 pandemic. Tourism is among the sectors to suffer the most. Compared to 2019, international tourist arrivals declined 65% in the first half of 2020 over the same period of last year. Further on, international tourism receipts will be between 910 billion to 1.1 trillion US dollar less, and job losses between 100 to 120 million. So we see tourism resilience is being challenged once more. And tourism does play an important role in the member countries of the macro regions, where travel and tourism total contribution to gross domestic product ranges between 4.7 to 21%, where travel and tourism total contribution to employment ranges between 5 to 22%. Given the fact that crises are frequent guests in tourism, all macro-regional strategies should be prepared on managing crises. Transnational and cross-border cooperation can provide the necessary framework to fight against the pandemics, both in terms of minimizing, controlling the outbreak, and in terms of restarting the economy. Nevertheless, crises always give possibility for new vision, growing better, stronger, towards a more economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable tourism models. Priorities that our EU strategies deal with: sustainable tourism, culture, people-to-people cooperation, can provide answers to current global challenges. In that sense, we are honored to welcome today interventions from representatives of the macro-regional strategies on their experiences and suggestions on how to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. By addressing global challenges, by working all together, and we are perceiving the world as it was, as it is, and as it could or will be. Challenged by the crisis, we can grow better and stronger. I would like to thank you all the colleagues, for all the efforts to come to work together through all these years of our cooperation. In that sense, I wish you successful work today and constructive and successful cooperation with concrete results in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mirela. And now let's turn to our national coordinators. You know that each strategy has two national coordinators. One is political and the other is actually in control of the funds. And as I was kindly asked by Mislav from the Ministry of Regional Development and EU funds to be first, Nedeljko, I'm sorry, because Mislav has another meeting. So Mislav, Ministry of Regional Development, EU funds, national coordinator, please address the participants.
Thank you very much, Blanca. I hope that you all hear me. Good morning, everybody. It is really a pleasure to be here today with you. And I would like to also welcome you all on behalf of Ministry of Regional Development and EU funds, who has, let's say, two heads, including me, in the two strategy. One is national coordinator for EU funds in Adriatic Ionian strategy. The second one is acting presidency of the Danube strategy for 1 month ahead. Why is this important? Because we, as a presidency, I would now refer to our presidency of the Danube strategy. We see that the cooperation between the strategy and, of course, sectorial cooperation is very important, because none of us is a lone island in the Europe, and we can learn from each other a lot. Good practices which shows that works in some area, in some strategy, can be easily translated and transfer to another area and be applicable in order, to achieve higher goal and in order to improve the condition and situation in our strategy. We, as a presidency of the Danube strategy, initiated, because we saw that this is very important, we initiated one network that could serve as the basis for the future cooperation between all 4 strategies. First, we have a meeting. We met as a presidency of the strategies, and together with our colleagues from Interact, who are having some networks between the thematic coordinators within the strategy, this can be a very good basis to improve the cooperation and to serve as a future platform for the cooperation between the strategies and between the regions. Regarding today's workshops, in which we have pillars and the 2 different thematic coordinators who are working together and organize these workshops, we very welcome this idea and initiative, because we also find very important this cross-pillar and cross-thematic cooperation, of course, in order to tackle all the challenges that we have very recently. We have 2 days ago financial dialogue in Croatia on EUSAIR, and we have a meeting with our managing authorities. You know that we are also in the middle of process of the embedding, not only in the Adriatic strategy, but in the Danube strategy. But now I'm focusing on Adriatic Ionian strategies. We are in the middle of the embedding process. We discuss with our managing authorities, and we would like to find solutions and financing for our ideas, for your ideas that will of course rise from this cooperation and from your work. That's why we need, of course, and we encourage you to continue your work, and of course to continue your cooperation, because only jointly and mutually we can do something that can be benefit for all. Thank you very much. This is all for me.
Thank you, Mislav. And let's go now to our political national coordinator from Ministry of Foreign and EU Affairs. It's Mr. Nedeljko Špilek. Nedeljko.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Blanka. It is my special honor to greet you today on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my regret that we are meeting virtually once again. I truly hope that we will meet physically as soon as possible and have a constructive conversation in our wounded Zagreb or any part of our country. As you know, Croatia is a member of 2 EU macro-regional strategies, Adriatic Ionian and the Danube. In both strategies, Croatia participates with the entire territory, so we expect and strive for each part of that territory to see the benefits of involvement in the development and application of project through strategies. In order for progress to be clear, visible and constant, we firmly believe in the importance of cross-sectoral cooperation and of course cooperation between strategies, because it opens up opportunities to exchange positive experience, to learn and connect projects of regional importance. In this context, it is important to mention efficient management as the foundation of each segment of functioning. That is why we are proud to initiate a new text of the document on the governance structure of the EUSDR, modeled on EUSAIR, which goes hand in hand with new action plan. We believe that the first step to any success is to clearly define the mode of actions and goals, and certainly compliance. This is why today's topic of transport, tourism, and culture is very significant, because we must clearly point out that there is no tourism without traffic and mobility, and there is no content without culture. Considering that the topic today also touches on cycling tourism, I would like to mention that we experience cycling as one of the generators of the development of tourist destination of entire macro region, including Croatia. It is certainly a fast-growing form of tourism of special interest, which offers opportunities and potential for more intensive development of supporting infrastructure and network of bicycle routes in Croatia, which the intention of more intensive connection of Croatian regions and our EU macro regions, which is an ideal basis for cooperation between strategies. In addition, we believe that we need to focus in particular on sustainable tourism and sustainable transport, especially through the development goals of post-carbon Europe, and to act committedly in line with the Green Deal in all our activities. Further activities within EUSDR and EUSAIR will depend on our ability to integrate key strategic projects into national programs for the next financial period, so-called embedding, but also to work closely with potential partners to help us detect and coordinate priority projects for implementation. In the end, I wish it's successful workshop that will certainly generate additional solution in order to connect all the above factors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nedeljko. And let's now go to the coordinators of priority areas or pillars in our two macro-regional strategy. I believe, Pierluigi, you are ready to address the participants, namely Pierluigi Coppola is my colleague, one of the coordinators of the Pillar 2 subgroup on transport. So Pierluigi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Blanca, and thank you to the Croatian presidency for having invited me to this very, very interesting and useful workshop. I really believe that the cross-pillar, and in this case also cross-strategies event, are really important to improve our capacity of developing innovative, integrated, and sustainable solution for improving the connectivity, for improving tourists, for fostering the growth of the Adriatic Ionian region, of all Europe in general. So thank you again. I'm here intervening as co-coordinator of EUSAIR Pillar 2 Transport Subgroup on behalf also of my colleague Mirjana Jovanovic from Serbia and Jasminka Kirkova from North Macedonia, who recently joined also the EUSAIR strategy, as you said, Blanca, but also the coordination, the co-coordination of Pillar 2. Actually, Pillar 2 aims at improving connectivity within the region, and our in terms of transport and in terms of energy network. And in particular, my group, that is the transportation group, has identified in its action plan two specific priority action related to the maritime dimension of the connectivity in the region, so the maritime transport connection, and to the intermodal connection. So today in this workshop, we are very interested in particular for what cycling could mean or could represent in terms of improving connection, but also improving tourism, of course, and the economy in the region. The way in which we have been working in the activities of our pillar is, as you probably know, that of identifying projects of macro-regional relevance, the so-called EUSAIR labeling activity, that actually goes through three main steps, the identification of relevant projects for the region, monitoring the implementation, starting from the preparation phase to the actual realization of the project, and trying to involve the stakeholders and the financial institution for attracting investment and to deliver to the market. For what concerns, we have identified about 50 projects classified in soft, major, and infrastructural projects. Light infrastructure like cycling routes, but also hard infrastructure like railways and highways, ports, and so on. In particular, for tourism, we have identified two projects. One that is very well known to many of you, that is the EUSAIR tour, that is a cross-pillar transport and tourism, so TSG joined together by TSG2 and TSG4 in EUSAIR. That is a project to actually enhance the interaction, enhance the synergy that may come from the identification of integrated solution from transport and tourism. Actually, the project aims at interconnecting the regional and the national cycling route, but also aims at intermodality, that is interconnecting the cycling with also other mode of transport. Of course, by means of this cycling route, our aim is that of enhancing the cultural and in particular the natural heritage of the region, and develop, as said, sustainable integrated transport and tourism solution. The second project, let's call it, is that we have identified. It's indeed a flagship project for the ongoing embedding process in view of the next EU programming period. Actually, we have identified as our flagship, among our flagship, the Adriatic-Ionian cycle route. These are cycling routes running on the one end along the coast of the entire Adriatic and Ionian basin, from Italy, crossing almost all the countries of EUSAIR up to Greece. And this is the coastal route that you can see also in the picture that is now projected. On the other hand, there are also, this cycling route includes also inland or main cycling collection to the interland areas, and this is our inland networks. So the aim here is the aims are many. In particular, there is the need, from what we have preliminary understand, of common standards. So this related legislation, a common standard for safety and also for designing. This is an issue also within Italy, because several regions have several, or are proceeding according to several standards, several sign systems. So there is a need to identify common standards for cycling routes, and there is a need to coordinate projects at national and regional level, and also there's a need of aligning funding, EU and other financial institutions, to develop this important infrastructure. About that, you will listen at a presentation in the next session, including national intervention. In particular, this would regard the intervention undergoing in Italy, so on one of the coasts of the network. So this is my last slide. Thanks for your attention, and really look forward to hearing at the and participating in the works of this useful workshop today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierluigi. It was a very informative presentation. I'm afraid I don't have such an informative presentation as a coordinator of Pillar 4. Why? Because I believe the content of today's workshop will actually show only a part of what sustainable tourism is, and we are trying to connect, as you remember when we talked on 14th of September during the Mediterranean week, that we all should work together. We share the common geographical space. Cycling and cultural routes are excellent tools to connect us all. So this is all from me, and I would really like to invite our two colleagues from the Danube strategy, because as also Pierluigi stressed, it is across, not only cross-pillar in EUSAIR cooperation, but it is also a cross-strategy cooperation. So I would like to invite Irina Kozma, one of the coordinators of Priority Area 3, Tourism, Culture and People-to-People contacts from the Danube strategy. Irina, can you join us?
Thank you, Blanca. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We don't see you, but we hear you.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, everybody. We want to, because it's also my colleague Nicola from Bulgaria, we want to say also welcome on behalf of Ministry of Public Works and Regional Development of Romania, who coordinate together with our colleagues from Ministry of Tourism from Bulgaria. We coordinate the priority area 3 of EUSDR, which is in charge with the culture, tourism and people-to-people contacts. And we would like also to express our special thanks for our colleagues from Croatia who have this presidency of EUSDR for invite us to join and have a contribution to these important events for all this EUSAIR and EUSDR macro-regional strategy. I'm here to intervening all the time. You present very nice these events. So we are very interested in how cycling and cultural routes can contribute to connect our macro regions and also to identify the most important project and to identify also the good idea and good practice and multiply in our macro regional strategy. So dear colleague and Blanca, thank you once again for this important collaboration to organize this event, and we hope that our collaboration between us and between the two macro regional strategy we continue, and also we expanded to all the 4 macro regional strategy. Thank you once again, and sorry for don't have camera at this moment. Thank you. Wish you a very nice and productive and interesting presentation. Thank you once again, Blanca.
Irina, for joining us. We remember what you look like, but we would have liked to see you. Anyway,
I will come with camera. Sorry, I will come with camera during the intervention. I am on the phone because I am in the other meeting, and I thought special for you, and I will coming with camera. Promise. Sorry once again, Blanca. Thank you.
It's good to have you with us. And now your colleague from Bulgaria, our colleague Nicola Manevski. Nicola.
Thank you, Blanca. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank to our colleagues from all macro regional strategies for the excellent cooperation. It's an order for us as a representative of PA3 of Danube strategy to be part of this event. The cycle tourism can be considered as form as sustainable tourism because it contributes to the reduction of pollution and the traffic also. this kind of tourism seems to be an interesting cover in the context how to make one destination more attractive and starting to be seen as a way, as a vehicle to discover or to rediscover the nature, also the culture and the heritage of the places. In this context, the attraction for nature and landscapes of the visitors area is closely tied to enjoyment of the culture and heritage, using the domain of movement focused of ecological concern. So the European Cyclists Federation has certified 17 long distance cycle roads, and the Council of Europe has certified 38 cultural roads, and this is an excellent combination between cycle and cultural tourism. And as we will see the examples of this during the afternoon session of the workshop. I would like to wish a successful and useful workshop, and thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. I think we are just ending on time. I have to stress that it was during our autumn meeting last year with PA3 that we decided to add culture routes to our already, planned workshop on cycling. But since cycling was the starting point, this is how we shall continue. As you see, we have moderators for each of the thematic sessions. And with us is Ms. Lydia Mischin, who is an expert on cycling, a very known expert in Croatia on cycling, taking part in so many projects involving cycling, knowing people from the cycling world. So as from now on, Lydia will be the key person talking to you, inviting you to share your presentations. Lydia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Blanca. Thank you, everybody. Hello, everybody. My colleagues here around me and the ones I don't know, but I can see. I'm Lydia. I hope you have settled comfortably in your premises, offices, homes, wherever you are, with lots of goodwill and interest for today's online workshop from Zagreb. As Blanca said, my name is Lydia Mischin, and I'm working for Croatian National Tourist Board, EU project department, currently for 3.5 years working on MedCycle Tour project, developing Eurovelo 8 cycling route from Istria to Dubrovnik and from Spain to Cyprus, all the way on the Mediterranean region of Europe. And I'm very happy actually to be here with you, and I'm privileged to be with you here today as a moderator on this online workshop held in Zagreb. In actually this modern building we have here in Zagreb, the National and University Library, and the workshop, as we already said, organized by the Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Republic of Croatia. I looked at the calendar when we are meeting. We are actually meeting on the 2nd of October, United Nations International Day of Non-Violence, and the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi, which is itself a very symbolic date, isn't it? Therefore, let's act with kindness, because kindness matters, especially now in these COVID-19 pandemic times, when we work, travel, socialize in really special terms and protocols. Kindness and patience now really matter. But what's even more relevant and important for our today's workshop, topics tourism and transport, cycling tourism and cultural routes, is the fact we are meeting only 2 days after the European Week of Sports, which happened from 23rd to 30th September, through which numerous sports and recreational activities dedicated to all age groups were held throughout Europe in order to build better and healthier lifestyles with the #BeActive message or motto. And even better, we meet only 2 weeks after the European Mobility Week, which was happening from 16 to 22nd September, themed this year as Zero Emission Mobility for All, highlighting actually the importance of accessibility to zero emission transport, non-motorized traffic, and means of transport, promoting an inclusive framework involving everyone. So one could easily conclude for the beginning of this motivating Friday morning, an online workshop, the second half of September and the beginning of autumn is dedicated to raising awareness of the fact how important it is to behave responsibly and sustainably towards both planet Earth and ourselves. Stay healthy and safe. The Agenda 2030 and European Green Deal will be very important and more than current topics to wrap up this online workshop today, but later on in the afternoon. So as we don't have much time for the introduction and it's only 10 minutes for me, morning session has 2 parts. As Blanca already said, I will be leading you through this morning session. Morning session has 2 parts with the coffee break. As we said in the agenda, physical and virtual, from 10:40 to 11. It's about 20 minutes. Please, we have quite a dynamic tempo of presenting one after another. So please be so kind and stick to the time given for your presentation. Secondly, we will conclude this morning session dedicated mainly to cycling tourism with the tourism and cycle expert from Zagreb, Professor Zoran Klarić from Institute of Tourism, Zagreb, sitting next to me. It will be around 1 p.m., hopefully, if we stick to the agenda. And so, if you all agree, let's start with the 3 first presentation and 3 speakers, for each of them 20 minutes. I kindly invite today's keynote speaker, Ed Lancaster, Senior Policy Officer in ECF, to start the workshop with his presentation, Introduction to Cycling Tourism. Ed is, as I already said, the Senior Policy Officer at the European Cyclist Federation, where he has worked for the past 9 years. And he is day-to-day managing Eurovelo network and also dealing with cycling tourism and multimodality. So Ed, the floor is yours, and welcome to our online Zagreb workshop.
Thank you very much, Lydia. You can hear me and see me? It's all working fine? Good. Thank you very much. And thank you to the organisers for putting this together, particularly Blanca and Lydia. I know it's not easy putting together events at this time. It's a very challenging time for all kinds of reasons. So I'm very impressed with the programme they've put together, and I'm personally looking forward to hearing the presentations throughout the day. I'm also disappointed that I can't be in Zagreb, as the lighting, you might be able to tell from the lighting, it's a cold, grey, wet day in Brussels, the kind of days you expect in Brussels. So a trip to Zagreb would have been very nice, but hopefully we'll be able to do that soon. So I'm going to share my slides. Let's see if that works. Can you see them okay?
Yes, yes.
I'm just going to put it on slideshow. Is that there? Hopefully that's showing up now on the screen. So obviously it's a very full agenda and lots of interesting presentations we've got ahead of us. So I don't want to go into too much detail on any one topic because I don't want to tread on the toes of the people that come after me. But I thought it'd be nice to give a bit of an introduction, set the scene, and provide a bit of a context for the presentations that come. So I'll start by introducing my organisation, the European Cyclist Federation, and the work that we do on cycling generally, not going into too much detail, but just to give you an overview. Then talk about how cycle tourism has changed, particularly the last 5 years, but increasingly the last 6 months we've seen a big change. And then I'll end by looking at cycle route networks, in particular the European network, which we coordinate here in Brussels, the Eurovelo network. I'll try and touch on, as we go through, the impact of the COVID pandemic, because that has had an influence, as you can imagine, on cycling and cycling tourism, as it has done on all kinds of areas in our lives. So briefly, just to say a little bit about who we are, the European Cyclist Federation are the umbrella body representing all the national and regional cycling organisations, traditionally in Europe, but as you can see from the map, we've got membership from beyond that now, and they want to hear about the expertise we have here in Europe on this topic. So we have 76 member groups in over 46 different countries, and it's estimated we represent through them over 500,000 individual cyclists. So we have a big voice representing the cyclists in Europe and beyond. Our aim is to get more people cycling more often, and we're based here in Brussels mainly because a lot of our work is advocacy. We're trying to influence the European institutions to get better policies for cycling. And to give you a concrete example of that, just yesterday we heard that the trialogues, the process of negotiating between the 3 European institutions, came to an end on a file related to rail passenger rights. And this is something that was of interest for us, and we've been following over the last few years because it includes an article on bicycle carriage. So as of when this regulation comes into force, all new and refurbished trains in Europe will have to be equipped with dedicated spaces for bicycles. So that was something we were very happy with, and is just an example of the type of advocacy work we do here. We also run various networks, including networks for cities and regions that are interested in cycling, and also for scientists that are working on academic papers. We get off, as you can imagine, we get involved in various projects related to cycling, EU projects, and we try and share best practices and know-how and knowledge across our members and across the countries. And we do that through various ways, through our manuals, guides, websites, but also through organising some events. So our biggest event is the Velo City Conference. This has 1,000 delegates, over 1,000 delegates normally. Next year is going to be in Lisbon, the beginning of June, the first week of June. But then it's coming a bit closer to your part of the world the following year, because we'll be coming to Ljubljana. So we'll keep you updated on that. So what do we work on? What are the topics we work on? Well, we try to look at cycling not just as one particular aspect in terms of just focusing on infrastructure. We try to look at cycling as a system, and this is a nice little diagram we took from an old German national cycling plan, but I think it demonstrates quite clearly all the different aspects that need to be considered. We shouldn't just focus on one particular point, whether it's infrastructure, the connection to industries, the bike shops, repair shops, having good cycle parking, links to technology, so having cycling included in journey planners. Monitoring is so important for cycling, making sure that you have good data on how many people are cycling and where and why. As I say, links to public transport, road safety, making sure people feel safe and comfortable when they're cycling around. And of course, cycling tourism, which is one of the main topics of today's presentation. So these all need to be considered when we're trying to increase levels of cycling. Just to pick up, as I say, as I go through, I'd like to point out a few things related to what the COVID-19 pandemic's had. Obviously, it's influenced our lives in all kinds of different ways. But what we have actually seen in terms of cycling is the numbers have gone up. It's probably not a surprise to many of you listening in that the numbers of people cycling have been increasing. And we've seen that a lot of governments have been investing in cycling, at least in what are called temporary measures, COVID cycling measures. And at the beginning of the summer, we started to collect data on what measures have been introduced across Europe. And these include things like car-free sections of people removing cars from parts of the network, pop-up cycle lanes and tracks, filtered permeability where you filter out certain types of vehicles on some roads, speed reduction measures. So we've developed on our website, if you go to ecf.com, this dashboard, it gives an overview of all the different types of measures that have been implemented across Europe that we're aware of. I did have a quick look this morning from the Adriatic Ionian region. There are not so many being recorded. Maybe that's just because we haven't received that information. But what we've seen so far is over €1 billion have been allocated for cycling promotion based since the COVID-19 pandemic started. Over 2,000 kilometers of cycling measures have been announced, of which over 1,000 have already been implemented. And of course, what we're pushing for at the moment is to turn these temporary measures into permanent measures and to try and ensure that the people that have started taking up cycling as part of their daily lives, whether for mobility or for tourism reasons or for recreation, they continue to do so and are encouraged to do so by improving infrastructure across Europe. So that's a sort of a general introduction to what we as ECF are working on at the moment, some of the big topics we're working on in terms of cycling generally. Of course, we want to focus today on the tourism side of things. So I'm now going to switch to cycle tourism, and hopefully those of you joining today are already convinced, but maybe there are some of you joining who still consider that this is the view of what a cycle tourist is, someone that packs all their belongings on the back of their bike and disappears for several months, taking their tent with them and not contributing to local economies. Of course, these people still do exist, and they're important sort of trailblazers for us. They often develop new routes and new ideas. But what I want to say is the last 5 years or so, cycle tourism has very much moved into the mainstream. So we've seen lots of new developments over the last 5 years, which have completely revolutionized the number of people that are cycling, the types of people that are cycling, and really widen that target market. So whether that be the introduction of things like the e-bike has allowed older people to start cycling, or for mixed groups, you don't all necessarily have to be the same level of experience of cycling now with e-bikes. Family groups now can go cycling with things, improved trailers. Of course, sports cycling is a growing sector, and people going away to participate in events, whether it's triathlons or marathons, that's a growing sector of the market. I think there are very few large cities in Europe now which don't have some kind of city bike tour taking place in their city centres. So we've seen a whole revolution in terms of the number of people that are participating in cycling. I know I'm followed later this morning by Frank Hoffman from ADFC, and I'm sure he's going to give you some nice figures about the sector there in Germany. But just to highlight, 5.4 million cycle tourists participated in cycle trips in 2019, so taking part in a minimum of 3 nights. So that's 8% of the adult population in Germany. So this is a large number of people now taking part in cycling tourism. So it is a big sector. And I always think you reach the mainstream when major commercial advertising starts incorporating cycle tourism. So this was something I saw in a few department stores a few years back. So I think we can well and truly say cycle tourism is now a mainstream part of the tourism sector. And to link it again, as I say, to the impact of this year, the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, the tourism sector has been badly hit, and it's been referred to a few times there in the introduction. But cycle tourism, conversely, has seen the figures we're getting back seems to suggest the numbers have gone up. And of course, it makes sense in terms of that cycle tourism does fit a lot of the types of holidays that we can do under these current restrictions. So you're socially distanced, you can go away from main centres where lots of people congregate. You could take your tent, and you don't necessarily have to go into accommodation, but you can go into accommodation. It's quite flexible in that sense. You're in charge of your program. You can cycle as far or as little as you want. So we think it's fairly obvious why cycle tourism has seemed to have developed so much this summer. Just to give you an idea of some of these figures, so our website, our cycle tourism website, eurovelo.com, has seen 1 week in July, we saw a 110% increase in the number of visitors compared to the previous year. Some figures from France in terms of the counters they have on the routes there. Some of the counters on Eurovelo routes saw a 31% increase in the number of cycle tourism trips. And also from the Netherlands, there you can download these GPX tracks. They saw a 74% increase to the GPX tracks. Of course, that partly can be attributed to more people getting familiar with that technology, but nevertheless, it shows that more and more people are interested in cycle tourism, particularly at this present time. And we don't know how long the conditions will go on for. But we hope, of course, we hope that we have a solution, a vaccine soon. But nevertheless, people may be convinced from their experiences this summer to take more cyclotourism trips in the future. I'm just checking my phone, sorry, just check I'm on time. I think I'm still doing okay. So, I mean, I think we've already heard from the speakers this morning about the environmental and social benefits of cycling tourism. I hope they're relatively self-explanatory. Perhaps what's not so familiar is the economic benefits. The European Parliament commissioned a study. It was back in 2012. It was before Croatia joined the EU, so it didn't include the Croatian figures. But nevertheless, it, at that time, estimated there to be 2.3 billion cyclotourism trips every year in Europe, of which 20 million included overnight stays, and that these contributed to 44 billion euros of revenue to the European economy every year, which at that time put us on a similar level with the European cruise ship industry. It'd be interesting to see, of course, these updated figures for both our sectors to see what the impact of this year has been. When I present the figures, I'm aware that 44 billion does sound a huge amount. Sometimes it's quite hard to understand what that does mean. So I have a smaller scale example, which I think is quite a nice one from the Republic of Ireland, the Great Western Greenway. This was a former railway line, which is, I think it's about 50 kilometers long. It was turned into a cycle path in 2011. It costs 6 million euros for them to do that conversion, but it's been very successful. Certainly in the initial years, it saw increase from 145,000 visitors to over 200,000 visitors, created 38 new jobs in the area, helped to secure a further 56. In the years since it was first introduced, they've expanded it now to include a gourmet trail that includes restaurants and cafes, an adventure sports trail that links to it, and also an artist's trail as well that connects with it. And so the value to the local economy is 7.2 million euros every year and rising. So from a relatively small initial investment there, the local community is really benefiting a lot. And I think it demonstrates the figures we saw on the European level can be achieved also, of course, are being achieved on a local level too. Of course, to realize these investments, we have to look at what's needed in order to achieve that. And I think some of the speakers that are going to follow me today are going to go into this perhaps in a bit more detail in terms of exactly what cycle tourists are looking for. But just to give you a little bit of a taster, I think obviously the infrastructure is important. It doesn't, I mean, to stress that it doesn't necessarily have to be segregated cycle paths in all scenarios. If you have public roads where the speeds of traffic and the volumes of traffic are relatively low, then it is possible to sign cycle routes on public roads. That's not a problem. Signposting is very important, even in a world of GPX tracks and people following their sat nav. Signposting is still very important and is relatively cheap to implement. Links to public transport, I already mentioned how we're trying to lobby on the European level to make this easier. But I think more and more people are wanting to ensure their holidays are sustainable, and that includes how they get to their holiday. So even if they cycle it once they get to their destination, they want to also travel there sustainably, and that may include taking their bike on the train to get there. So having good connections with public transport are important. It's having cycle-friendly services, so whether it's the hotels, accommodation providers, the campsites, or also restaurants, cafes, museums, making sure they have facilities for cyclists, somewhere to lock their bike, maybe a small repair kit, information about the local cycle routes and networks. I think going that a little bit extra will help make your destination appeal to more and more cycle tourists. And then the final thing here is about promotion and marketing. So you could have the best infrastructure in the world, the best connections of public transport, but if you don't tell people about it, then of course they're not going to come. So having good promotion and marketing is important too, which of course I'm sure you're all familiar. What role can EU funds play? Of course, I think some of the people listening into this webinar are probably going to know this topic much better than I do, but just to highlight that EU funds can play a role in all kinds of different ways here. I've got some examples of different projects that were funded from EU funding. So on the left, starting on the left-hand side, sort of promotional campaigns to try and raise awareness about the benefits of cycling or cycling tourism, cycling trips. Pilot studies, so some EU projects give funding for, and in this case, a municipality to buy some cargo bikes to try them out. Infrastructure, cycling infrastructure, including big things like this bridge here from Wales and the UK. Cycling can be included in 10T projects, so cycling measures can be included as part of billion euros transport infrastructure projects. And again, this is an area where we're trying to ensure that cycling is included even more in the future in the 10T network. And then sorry, I'm going to have to move my pop-up screens covering the, yes, and then again, promotion and marketing. I think Lydia is going to be presenting the Med8 project that included a lot of measures related to websites and manuals and guides to try and encourage more people to take up cycling. So EU funds can play a role in terms of developing your cycling tourism products in all kinds of ways. What I would stress is that now is a key time to try and influence this process, because as you may be aware, we're just about to start a new EU financing period. So the current 7-year period ends this year and a new one starts as of next year. And so managing authorities across Europe at the moment are agreeing their priorities for the next upcoming 7 years. So you need to find out, if you don't already, who's putting together those priorities in documents called operational programs, and to try and make sure that if you have an idea for a cycling project, that it's included in there, because it will make applying for EU funds a lot more easier if your project's already mentioned in those operational programs. So now is a key moment to act in order to influence the spending of EU funding for the next 7 years. I'm going to now move to the third and final section of my presentation, which is on cycle route networks, and in particular introduce Eurovelo, the European Cycle Route Network. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times already in the opening presentations, so hopefully many of you are familiar with this already. So Eurovelo is the European Cycle Route Network. It's a network of 17 long-distance routes that cross and connect the whole continent. It has over 90,000 kilometers in over 42 different countries. Each route has a particular theme. So we have the Atlantic coast route, for example. The Mediterranean route is Eurovelo 8. Several of these are related to cultural routes, and I know the presentations later this afternoon linking to the cultural routes. Eurovelo 13, for example, the Iron Curtain Trail, was included in the Council of Europe's cultural routes last year. We have parts of some of our other routes that are also in the Council of Europe's cultural routes. For example, Eurovelo 3 is the Pilgrims route, and it includes Santiago de Compostela, of course, and the St. Olaf's Way in Norway, as well as various other pilgrims routes. Eurovelo 5 is the Via Romea Francigena, again, another Council of Europe cultural route. So each route has a particular theme. Of course, maybe you're looking at this map and you're thinking back to that image I showed earlier of the guy with his bike and loaded up with luggage and a tent on the back, and thinking these routes are for people doing long distance trips. Of course, we do get people cycling the entire Eurovelo routes. Our longest ones are over 10,000 kilometers. So not so many people have the time to do that. So far more common is that people will cycle sections of these routes, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or breaking it down to a weekend. But of course, these routes actually go through local areas and cities when you break it down. And so they can be used for day-to-day mobility as well. So there are benefits for the local community. And we see some parts of the network, the usage is more for local people about the community than for cycle tourists. But the network as itself can be used for all kinds of users. That's the point of it. And of course, it's to stress that cycling really is a European level transport mode. It dates back, the early 90s was when the network was first put together, and you see on the bottom right hand side there a slide from the launch event back in 1997. So it's been around for a while, but of course in general we've seen a lot of development of cycling the last decade or so. So the routes and the infrastructure has come on a lot in the last 10 years. And I want to stress that it doesn't stand alone. Wherever possible, we base the routes on existing national or regional cycling routes. So the Eurovelo network forms the backbone of much larger and denser national, regional, and local cycle networks. So it's not a standalone project. It's part of a much bigger network that crosses the whole continent. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, because it's not all at the same level of development at the moment, and perhaps that's not a surprise to you when you see it's 90,000 kilometers. I'm conscious of the time there. I think I've got 4 minutes left, so I'll be relatively quick. Yeah, the levels of development do vary from country to country. This is Eurovelo 4's Central Europe route. And you can see at the bottom there, the key there, we have different types of level of development. Starting on the right-hand side, you'll see routes at the planning stage. So these are routes at the moment, which is more an aspiration than anything at this stage. But gradually you see the level of development increases until we see routes that include the Eurovelo signing. We have an example from Croatia in the top right-hand corner of a Eurovelo 8 sign. You'll see the 8 with the little stars around it. And then we have some routes that we have what we call certified. So just to say a little bit about that, we've developed something called the European Certification Standard, which is a tool to assess the quality of cycle routes. It's a tool primarily to be used for route developers, so the public authorities or people, route operators, to identify where there are things that need to be improved. It's quite a detailed tool, so it includes route surveyors going out and stopping every kilometre and assessing the quality of the route. But by the end of that process, you'll get an overview of where improvements need to be made. And then you can do an action planning exercise to identify what investments need to be made to bring that route up to a certain level. And it looks not just at infrastructure, it's also looking at the service, the supporting services, and also the promotion and marketing. As I say, it's not just the infrastructure. And of course, if the route meets a certain level, then it can be certified. And you can see the little logo we have, we can give, and at that point, then it can become a marketing tool, and you can use it to show that the route is ready for all kinds of different cycle tourists. Just on the organisation, so I said ECF coordinates the Eurovelo network on the European level, but we have a network of national coordination centres and coordinators across Europe. You'll see in the Adriatic region, we are missing a few countries. So if anyone's listening to this and would be interested in getting involved in the coordination side of things, please let me know. We have a very good example in Croatia, and they're doing a very good job in bringing together the different stakeholders to develop the network there, as we'll be hearing about later from Lydia. So just to end very quickly, I think I've got 1 minute. Lydia is going to be presenting a project, an EU Interreg project we had that focused on the Mediterranean route, Eurovelo 8. We had partners from across the region, including Croatia. One of the end results of that project was a charter for sustainable and responsible cycling tourism in the Med area. I very quickly wanted to run through this because I think the points in the charter, I think, summarise hopefully what I've been presenting this morning quite well and provide a good scene setting for what will come later. So the charter sets out the benefits of cyclotourism of it being truly environmentally sustainable, means both transport and tourism. That cycling tourism can contribute to the economic sustainability of destinations, and that local communities and wider society benefit from the development of dedicated cycling infrastructure, contributing to social sustainability too. In order to develop cycle tourism, the charter sets out the objectives to build, sign and develop European, national, regional, local cycle routes, to develop more dedicated services, to improve and promote the image of cycling and cycling tourism, and to position the Mediterranean region as a cycling tourism destination. And that all relevant stakeholders should come together and collaborate to realise the activities listed above, and to establish or support the national Eurovelo coordination centres where they exist. Adequate financial allocate, it should be, it's the wrong word, allocate financial resources to be realise the objectives listed above. And then finally, the charter lists some types of the actions that should be implemented. So exchanging know-how, expertise, best practices and experiences, such as events as today, is a great example of that. Raising awareness and advocating for financial resources for developing cycling tourism at all levels of government. Implementing those measures that are our responsibility, and that applies to the people signing the charter, of course, and continue to collaborate on the international level across the Med area to develop sustainable and responsible cycling tourism. And I think, as I say, I think these things are very applicable to what we'll be discussing today. Lydia may touch on it as well in her presentation. And yeah, I'd just like to say thanks again to the organisers for this opportunity. And I'm more than happy to have any questions either now or If you want to send me emails, then please do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ed. Blanca just told me you can send the questions and we can answer through chat box. Of course, that's normal with this online workshop. So please do so if you have any questions, and we will try to answer them through this today morning session or afternoon session. Thank you, Ed, for the keynote presentation. Your presentations are always very informative and inspirational, which is good because it's the first one to really get us to know the cycling tourism better. Actually, today I would like to thank to all, besides Ed now as a keynote speaker, to all tourism experts and professionals who work in the tourism and cycling tourism, because hopefully we will deliver today a lot of concrete experience, knowledge, good practices, and good ideas to the colleagues in civil servants, institutions, or to all people working in these institutions, to make actually them better understand how to work on sustainable and responsible tourism development, how to include cycling tourism and investments in cycling infrastructure with the financing from EU funds into their everyday work, and some spatial urban planning programs, and everything what's actually needed as a quality base for the cycling tourism. So thank you, Ed. Now, for now, this project with the Great Western Railway Republic of Ireland example, bringing a lot of euros to local community, is exactly what cycling tourism and this sustainable tourism is doing to the local community. So we are looking forward to develop it as much as we can. Now we will move from Brussels to Hungary, and I would like to greet Miklos Ferenci, our next speaker. Miklos is from 2013 working solely on cycling issues, and between 2016 and 2019 he was handling the cycling coordination department in the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. And from 2020, he is working at Center for Development of Active and Ecotourism on cycling tourism. And Miklos is also National Eurovelo Coordinator for Hungary. So Miklos will present National Eurovelo Coordination Center in Hungary. Greetings to you, Miklos, from Zagreb, and welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you. Unfortunately, we cannot meet personally. I'm also at home at the moment, so we are struggling with the COVID restrictions. And I share my screen. Or at least I try.
Please stick to your time, as Ed did.
Yes.
We're very dynamic today morning. I know you always do.
Yeah, can you see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. Is it allowed for me to share my screen? Because I tried, but it's not working.
The technicians tell us it is going to happen soon, very soon.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. It's Michele Giovenali from Marche region. I am the, let's say, the technical reference. Now you are being allowed as presenter, so you should start sharing your screen now. I hope that you can click on the button screen, which is on the bottom of your screen, in the center bottom of your screen.
I do that, I do that, but it's not working for some reason.
Okay, then if you want, I can send you my email address, then you can send me your presentation and I will share my screen on your behalf, if you agree.
Yeah, I sent to Blanca my presentation.
I have it, but it's very big and I cannot send it. The only thing, let's try to share it, but I'm not quite sure whether it will work. Okay. Okay, share screen, share. Okay, it's on the screen, then you will have to tell me when to move the slides.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
So just the content of my presentation, I will shortly introduce my organization, and then I would like to highlight why cycling is sustainable in my view, and then give you short examples what is needed for a successful cycling tourism, according to my experiment. So what is the key for the success for different cycling regions in Europe and in the world? And then at the end, I try to draw also conclusions based on that. Next slide, please.
It's a bit problematic, your presentation. It's not allowing me to. Okay, let's try like this. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can go to the next slide. Okay, my organization is relatively new. It was established the last year. It's a governmental agency for cycling and other active tourism modes. Mostly we coordinating different kinds of projects. And we also develop new products for tourists, for the people. We also do branding and communication and promotion in Hungary, but also internationally. And we also found different kinds of projects. You can go to the next slide. Just a few examples of our activities. On the left picture, you can see that it's a ceremony of giving more than 200 e-bikes for the 10 national parks in Hungary. And it's a very good initiative, I think, because we were able to extend the services of the national parks with those high quality e-bikes. So we see that the target group of the national parks is larger than before. They're very popular, and with these e-bikes they can organize different kind of tours for people, for older people, for younger people, or for people who are not very experienced in cycling. In the middle you can see a booklet. It's for Őrség region in the western part of the Hungary, so that's part of our communication and promotion strategy. And on the right you can see a conference which was organized last year before the COVID, of course. We try to organize online conferences on different themes in active tourism as well. Okay, thank you. Next slide. So cycling tourism in numbers, Ed already mentioned some numbers, but based on a study conducted by the European Parliament in 2012 in Europe, it is estimated to have almost 2.3 billion cycle trips, including daily trips and overnight trips, which is a huge number, and I think now it's even higher. And the estimated value of the cycling tourism market is over 44 billion euros in a year. which is also very, very significant. And Ed mentioned the Eurovelo network, which is coordinated by the ECF. And then we have more than 90 kilometers of very high quality routes available for the people to ride across Europe. Only the Eurovelo routes generated 60 million trips in Europe in a year, and it resulted 7 billion euros of income for the local, mainly local businesses around or along the Eurovelo routes. I would like to mention that the e-bikes, which are a very important part of cycling tourism at the moment, only in 2019, 3 million e-bikes were sold in Europe, which is more than is almost 20% of the whole bike sales. In some countries, more e-bikes were sold last year than normal bikes. And I think e-bikes mean a very good opportunity for many people to hop on a bike, to cycle more, also for commuting, but also for cycling tourism. The numbers are growing every year, year by year, especially during the COVID restrictions. I can say that in Hungary we also have very high numbers, as Ed mentioned. It was the same everywhere in Europe. So many people purchased a bike and they went outside all around the country. And it was very positive aspect, maybe the only positive aspect of the COVID. Next slide, please. So why cycling is sustainable? Of course, it has almost zero emission. You can make very easily door-to-door trips, so you don't have to use any other kind of transportation. And even if you use the transportation, you can use and cycling tourists tend to use environmentally friendly transport modes like train or buses. It's also part of the story that the travel distances are shorter, which is also help to reduce the environmental impact. Cycling tourists, they don't really bring too much stuff with them, so they spend all the money during the trip. They buy the food, they buy passes, they need guidance, sometimes they need service. So they spend quite a lot of money compared to other transport modes. And it's very important to mention that based on a study conducted in Hungary, that around 80% of the income of cycling tourism remain for the local micro and small businesses. So it really support the local enterprises. And also have to mention that the infrastructure itself has quite a low impact on the environment. Even if you build a new cycling path, it's compared to other transport modes, the impact is very low. Next slide, please. And I'll go to show you some examples, good examples of cycling regions. First, I would like to mention Switzerland because they have the national railway company with a very dense and high quality railway network. So if you want to ride in Switzerland, it's very easy to hop on a train, and you can even use the other services of the company like car sharing and bike rental. So you can buy the tickets, you can even book different offers, you can even book guided tours and accommodation. It's only on the website of the railway company. So it's really a mobility service provider. It's not only a railway company. And with these measures, the environmental impact of cycling tourism is very, very low. Next slide, please. Switzerland is also a very good example from another aspect. They have an integrated active mobility platform. It includes hiking, cycling, mountain biking, skating, canoeing, mountaineering, and also winter sports. So they have one website, one application, and they have their own scheme, their own image, and it appears on printed maps, on printed guidelines, but also you see the same image on the signposts in the nature. So it's very easy to follow, very easy to recognize, and it's a very, very good and integrated platform. You can you can plan your trip, you can book accommodation in one website. Next slide, please. Just shortly mention the Euro 13. We're going to have a presentation from Mr. Kramer in the afternoon. I think it's a very, very good example how to combine cycling with culture and history. I have to mention that it's not interesting because of the historic sites and museums, but also the route reach quite a lot of natural sites and protected areas and beautiful landscapes. Next slide, please. The next example is from British Columbia, Canada, Whistler. It's a summer and winter mountain resort. The mountain itself is around 2,000 meters high, so it's not extra high. But they have a very, very high quality bike park with lift access. They have 70 trails in 5 different levels. So you can go with your family, with your kids, with your wife, and everyone will find his or her trail based on the experiment. They also have a shop, workshop, bike rental, and bike school. But I have to say that quite a lot of places are there, for example, in Canada or in the US, with the same offers. But what makes Whistler special, and go to the next slide, please. They started to organize a competition from 2004. It's called Crankworks, which become, I think, the most famous mountain bike competition in the world. You can see that it's mostly for downhill bikes, so they make incredible tricks and huge jumps, and it's very, very popular. Now it's 10 days long, so it's a festival basically. They have a lot of visitors, they have a lot of athletes competing, and now it became a world tour with 3 locations. So the Crankworks Festival is also organized in Innsbruck, Germany, and also in Rotorua in New Zealand. So it became a brand, a world brand. Next slide, please. The next example is from Italy, the Lake Garda, the Garda Trentino region, which is a multi-sport holiday region with very high quality services like high quality accommodation and great food. Cycling culture is very strong in Italy, I believe. They ride road bikes and mountain bikes, and this region offers very good routes for for cyclists, for hiking, for climbing, for via ferrata. But since they have the lake and it has a special weather, so the wind is all the time is quite strong. So it's great for sailing, kite surfing, or surfing. So it offers really a lot of things to do in that region. But what makes it special for cycling tourists? And you can go to the next slide. They also started to organize an event, a festival in Lake Garda. They started more than 20 years ago, and now it's the biggest bike festival in Europe. It's not about racing, it's more about the expo, the test rides. They have also competitions like mountain bike marathon, but they have competitions for the kids, as you can see in the picture. And they also organize guided tours, and of course every night there is a party around Lake Garda. So just by organizing this festival, almost everyone in the cycling era knows that Garda Trentino is a perfect region for cycling, and people tend to go there, of course, as I did myself. Okay, next slide, please. The Great Western Greenway was mentioned by Ed. He mentioned the economic impact, and I would mention the very, very low environmental impact of the Greenway because they don't use tarmac for the bike paths. Instead of that, they use gravel, which is also perfect if you build it with high quality. Maybe the maintenance cost of the gravel cycling path is a bit higher, but still I think it's more sustainable and it's really nice to ride in it. And I have to say that it's really a low investment by the county, Mayo County, and also the state with very, very high return. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
I'm moving it, but it's very slow. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I have to mention Croatia, which is, I think, an involving destination for cyclists because of the mild winter climate, good quality roads, and it's very ideal for training. And a lot of cyclists also from Hungary, but from other locations go to Croatia to cycle in the low season, and it's very, very good for the local accommodation providers because they have much more guests. I know a very good example that Balamar, it's a hotel chain, established a bike-friendly accommodations. And another good example how to promote Croatia for cyclists is the Four Islands mountain bike race, which is very famous now. It's a very good initiative. And on the right on the screen, you can see that there's a pro cycling team went to Croatia to do the trainings in 2017. And they had very, very high impact through the social media. So everyone after they went there, they wanted to go to Croatia. So the social media and promotion is very, very important. Next, please. I almost finished. Just an example from Hungary. We have Lake Tisza. It's an artificial lake, a protected area, very popular for cyclists. We have a cycling path around the route, but there was one part which was missing, and you can go to the next slide. You can see with the green circle which part was missing, and this part is along a high traffic road. So we invested quite high money. It was around 100 million euros to build the 5 bridges and the new bike path along this very busy road. So basically we closed the circle around the lake, And you can see the effect on the next slide, because we also have countings and we have automatic counters around the lake. So on the right, you can see the numbers that we have now. We have 5.5 times more cyclists than 5 years ago. So you can see that even a high investment in cycling can be very, very beneficial. It's also beneficial for the local enterprises, I have to mention. And the last slide, please. Okay, just conclusions, what you need. Of course, you need the infrastructure that's very basic. You need a nice environment that people enjoy. It has to be green, I think. You need attractions and culture. You need high quality services. We're going to have a presentation in the afternoon about that as well. And you need other activities than cycling, because you have to understand that people maybe will not cycle the whole week, but it's enough if they cycle only 1 or 2 weeks during their holiday. And you need something special, which was mentioned in my presentation. So every successful region, they have something specialty to offer for the people. And you have to take care of the balance, because growing numbers are very good. But if you have too much tourists, your region will be not attractive. So be careful and support the slow tourism and support cycling and sustainable tourism. And thank you very much, and really sorry for the technical problem. And I will stay in the conference as much as I can during the day. And you can send me questions, or you can send me questions in the chat as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miklos. Blanka wanted to say something. Blanka.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for including Switzerland, because we wanted to have people from the Alpine strategy, but they cancelled at the very last moment. So this is a very good thing that you introduced them into our session.
But I wanted also to thank you, Miklos, for a very interesting and comprehensive presentation, giving us really a good insight in regions of the world, which was actually your presentation aiming to do, and increase of both supply and demand. And it's really amazing. One can see how these regions are growing in cycling tourism, with all the subcategories and diverse forms of development in all its subcategories, as I said. And it's also very impressive to see how e-bikes and new technologies are conquering the bicycle industry markets, with these 3 million e-bikes sold in 2019. So thank you once again. We are glad you mentioned also Croatia as a good example. Now and thank you for being in time. So now we should proceed with the next presentation, traveling from Hungary to Germany. And I would like to welcome Mr. Frank Hoffmann from Germany. Mr. Hoffmann is a tourism manager with extensive experience and management skills. He worked for several tourism and travel companies like TUI, Der Touristik, Unister Urlaub Tours, and some e-commerce tourist businesses. Since 1986, he is Allgemeine Deutsche Fahrradclub member, and he was active in their board, tourism committee, since 1990, and participated in several first-time projects like Allgemeine Deutsche Fahrradclub Routenkarte, Discover Germany by Bike project, Bet and Bike project, which is really amazing what Allgemeine Deutsche Fahrradclub has. So the floor is yours, Mr. Frank Hoffmann, with his presentation, Necessary Services and Infrastructure. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning to all. I hope the technique, you can hear and can see me, and the technique is working, hopefully.
The technique is perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure to give my input from Germany. You just introduced myself. I'm working since more than 35 years in ADFC. So from our side, ADFC is the biggest cycling club all over the world. We have more than 200,000 active members, And so it's part of a user perspective what I can give you today. And additionally, it's a part of giving you some insights of what we are doing, developing Germany and in parts of Europe too, concerning cycle tourism. I do that since 1985 with a lot of experience, and it's a long, really long story. At all, I really want to give you, I hope I can give you today just the ideas of, well, giving more investments and, well, giving more courage to those things really. Okay, so what I'm going to show you a little bit, what is the ADFC doing? We are a cycling club. This is our main thing. So we are doing since 1979 all the things at Lancaster just introduced to you what a cycling club is doing. So we are just hopefully going to motivate more people to go on by bike all the day, or even in tourism. We think tourism is very important, or what you do in leisure, because this is hopefully the first step just starting your career concerning bicycle. So we are doing that, and we are creating a network in Germany, and this is important because we are in the midst of Europe, a lot of experience about that, but what is a very big motivation concerning this, we are doing this in a professional way. We are focusing on really national research and big facts. It's all about figures at the end. We are creating national and international meetings. Last year, I was talking in Canada to the Destination Bike Conference, to them all. And since a lot of years, we are creating a lot of services around what cycle tourism is going on. So we are certifying quality routes for that, looking that we are creating a lot of things in cycle tourism, but not everything is quality. So this is really something. In Germany, we have 275 long distance cycleways, which means they are more than 150 kilometers long. This is 75,000 kilometers of long distance cycleways. But not all of them are certified, and that not all of them are good quality. And I think this is the same all over Europe, actually, what we've seen and at Lancaster just shown to everybody. We have a very, very detailed process to certify a route, just to help regional management to get better quality all over the route, which is really a lot of steps to do. We have certified tour guides, which is really important. More than 4,000 people are trained by ADFC, because there's a lot of knowledge to know how to guide groups really on a cycle, to do this for cycle tourism. We are a tour operator too. We have a lot of experience concerning that. I think it's important to certify these kind of professional things more and more. And we are working a lot of other services like Bed and Bike, which is the certified cycle-friendly accommodation corporation, which is a kind of marketing campaign in Germany, in midst of Europe, because we are working with Denmark, Switzerland, Austria, and some other Luxembourg, some other countries. With this kind of campaign, we are talking about 5,800 cycle-friendly accommodation hosts. Which can be a camping site or can be a 5-star hotel. So there's a lot of possibility concerning the target group, which we have to know. Looking at the figures, we are doing really a national and international data research for that since a lot of years. More than 20 years, we are going to have a national questionnaire and a big research concerning that. So we are talking about a long time rise concerning cycle tourism in the midst of Europe. Actually, about 5.5 million Germans are going on a cycle holiday, which means this is not a short trip or day trip. This means in average 7 days. Yeah, this can be 2 weeks or 3 weeks at the end. And these are 5.5 million Germans are doing each year. This, well, we are just having each year new records concerning these figures, so this is really, really important. And at Lancaster has shown a lot of motivations why this has happened. We can talk about this, but this is not the thing about to do today. We are just looking to different target groups concerning cycle tourism. This can be a kind of sports. Miklos has shown a lot of examples concerning this. So this could be sports, but for the major part of the German cycle tourism, this is not sports. It's about discovering a region. It's mainstream cycle tourism. It's mainstream tourism too. 10% of the inbound tourism in Germany is cycle tourism. So we are talking about a 12 billion euro turnover each year through this. 12% of the German inbound tourism is about cycle tourism by now. This is really growing year by year now. So we know about what we are talking. So looking at the target groups, this means we are looking at point-to-point cyclists. Yeah, they are cycling the Danube, or they are cycling along a river or a coast, or along some other regional, interesting regions. We are looking about those guys who are having for 1 week a fixed hotel, and they are going from day to day for new trips. This is even a cycling holiday. And we have a lot of target groups doing this through their leisure time, or even in between the holidays. So they do a normal, let me say a normal holiday, but they are doing cycling trips every second day. So these are even cycle tourism as a look at. This is important to know concerning the target groups, and we have to focus on this very, very much. I can do a lot of presentations because we do a lot of research about that. Who is that guy? Who is a cycling tourist? Well, normally they are doing 50 to 70 kilometers per day. The tour is comprising about 4 to 6 stages. It's an average of 9 days holidays. And well, you have to go to your destination, so it means you have 7 cycling days in average. This is maybe the more point. Looking at their motivation, they are calm riding. They want to have nice breaks. They like the culture. They want to look at wine and eating. They look for quality. Yeah. They look for interesting nature, culture, heritage, and they are very, very much interested in the local culture and nature. But looking at the infrastructure, it's all about quality, what is really important. So looking at that, we are just developing quality cycle routes and have to look, okay, what is really should be in that. So we are looking for comfortable navigable surfaces, which is important. We are looking for signposting, which should be, despite of all the digital development which we have, is really important. We're looking for the routing. Is it interesting? Is it going to several points there? We're looking for traffic safety. Yes, this is very important. You're not doing this if you're not going safe. We're looking for tourist infrastructure. You cannot ride through regions where you don't have any infrastructure. This is not possible for a mainstream tourism. We're looking at transport, public transport links, because going by bike means even just, okay, we need a good transport link to go there, to go back, or to have some possibilities there. And we are looking for good marketing. This is all this kind of interesting process. It needs some of the routes for 1 or 2 years to get those through those process of quality cycle routes, which is really important. So signposting could be a lot of investing. At the end, it's a cheap thing, but you have to do it in a high quality level. This is really important to have this. A good signposting, lots of different European countries are doing that, but should really content all these things we can see on the picture. So where we to go, how many kilometers we go to there. We have some thematic routes just to give an impression where to go, or where to what is something special we have to see there. And it's very important to use a consistent signature system with everything we can see here, because well, people will always have to trust on these kind of things. Very important is to have service stations for maintenance and all the touristic things which we need, which shows even the deep interest or even everything that is going on in the region to attract more concerning cycle tourism. Inviting rest areas, see some examples here. We can give you hundreds of pictures about this and some other infrastructure which could be done in a regional way, which could be integrated in the nature and even in everything what you need there. But this is something which will be most welcome if you can offer those kind of things. Parking is always a thing. If you have a good restaurant, if you have an interesting area, you need to park your bicycle. You have to look where is your luggage, and this is everything important. We have to do this in a safe manner, everything. So even supply sites for cyclists, there could be some things from regional intensive way to integrate concerning culture. You can integrate agriculture things. You can integrate the guys who are living inside there. So this is something special which you can do. It's all about putting nature and culture on stage, doing a professional cycle tourism. So putting your landscape in the limelight is very important to do and could be a big chance to use your regional interesting sites, everything about. All the guys just talking about the e-bike trend, which is very important. So 30% of all new cyclists buy our e-bikes. So this is an important thing where tourists will use much more. So 30% now, which means we need a kind of e-bike infrastructure. This is not a big thing, but just think about it. There should be available charging stations. There should be a signposting concerning that. We need to provide for groups, if we want to have this with tour operator. We want to have some multiple charging stations. So this is important just to think. They should be easy accessible and well signposted just to find everything. This could be combined with hotels. This could be combined with local shops. This is not a big thing, but if you're looking at this from a user perspective, you will see it's very important thing. So take a look at the bicycle-friendly hosts. Very important thing for bicyclists to have that. We have put in this brand all over midst of Europe. Bed and Bike is shown. You can see on the website Bed and Bike in the midst of Europe. It's international by now, and we set some criteria for Bed and Bike. So it's very important to accept guests for only one night. Yeah, some hosts are looking for, oh yes, I want to have you on the holiday for 1 week. No, if you're going through a landscape, just it's very important to accept guests only for 1 night. A lockable room, very important concerning the bicycle, because if the bicycle will be stolen, this is the end of your trip, the end of your holiday. So this is a very important thing and should be managed. An extra room for drying clothes and equipment, a healthy breakfast, some information about the regional offering for cycling tourists, very important. We have a lot of our 5,800 hosts with Bed and Bike who can tell you everything about the region concerning cycle tourism. This is very important. Even to provide maybe a basic repair kit or to have connection to the next bicycle repairer, which can manage any problem which you can have. At the end, looking at Germany, we have the 5,800 cycle-friendly hosts there. We increased that from 216 since 1995, so it's a long story. Nowadays, it's even in Belgium, Denmark, Luxembourg, Switzerland, and Austria. So we are managing that from Berlin with 9 professional regional managers, and we have more than 120 inspectors who are looking for the quality of those kind of hosts, and to give hints who are kind of consultant guys for cycle tourism in their region, and even especially for the hosts who pay for that. Yeah, they have to pay for that because it's a marketing campaign. So overall, I don't want to spread out my time and to stick on the timetable, just to have a short conclusion. I can tell you a little bit more about the cycle tourism, but looking at maybe success factors and to give you a checklist, what are the key characteristics of a successful cycle route? So overall, go back. What we need for a successful cycle route, looking at a classical touristic product, and I'm coming from a big tour operator, so I know what product management is. We need a central coordination and somebody who is responsible as a route operator. He sees at his product and he takes care for everything. So a professional product management, and at the same time he's doing the intensive communication internally to bring everybody together along the route. So having a route like part of EuroVelo 8 mainly means that you are talking to about more than 100 or 150 people who are responsible for their part of the route. Bringing them all together, and we know tourism is always working with bringing people together and talk about, means a lot of work, so a lot of communication is needed. Then a central marketing with really appropriate budget is necessary. You cannot manage a route with a professional product manager without a budget concerning a central marketing, which it contains a good website, a good content material which you have to produce. So appropriate budget is a must for years. So a central contact and information office is the third point, which is an absolutely must. So where are people going to get information? Because we know cycle tourists are really keen to get a lot of information through the website, through maps, through all of information points. Just offering information is a very, very important thing, because a lot of people do not know how to organize. And we have, especially every year, a few thousand people who try it for the first time, so they are not inside of all this. They are not part of the 5.5 million by now, so it's a growing thing, and we have to offer very good information. The reliable quality and the sustainable quality management is even part of getting in a good cycle tourism. It really is part of a central coordination, but having a reliable quality and sustainable quality management is not okay. We are investing. This is something which could be done from European money often. We are investing in infrastructure and everything, but then keeping your quality on a good level and having a sustainable quality management means we have to have budgets, regional, we can have to put money in and to have somebody who is responsible to do the work. So at all, it's about quality, quality, quality. Tourism infrastructure and a dense network along a cycle network and route is very, very important to come over and to have a professional product management overall. So, and overall, an experienced thematic orientation, that's what Ed and even Miklos are talking about, is very important. So it's really a part of putting your theme, which can be a regional thing, which can be everything around to put on stage. So it's very, very important. So overall, there could be a recipe for success. We have to address middle class cycle tourism. There are a lot of target groups there, but as Ed Lancaster said, we are talking about mainstream tourism. So it's an absolutely must to have a marketable product which can be communicated through all over in more languages to do that. We need a new route operator. We have to have some ideas about dramatization to put this product on stage. We have a dense network of services to have. We need reliable quality. That's the thing we have for interesting cycle tourism. We need communication overall, and well, we have to look on trends like e-bike and some other trends which are going on. And then I'm sure cycle tourism will be on stage for the next years, much more and more. So thanks for your attention. I hope we can give you in this short time a lot of interesting first information. We can help you at any stage of development. Stay healthy and keep calm, and well, go on cycling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman. It's always really inspiring for us from the European countries to hear about Allgemeine Deutsche Fahrt Club successful story. And we are always impressed about national questionnaire, annual research and statistics, and we are all using it.
Yeah.
I use it as long as I know for myself in cycling tourism. It's really relevant and important for all of us working on cycling tourism in European countries. It's always good to hear, because we are always pushed with these new technologies. GPS navigation and digital orientation, it's all enough. And but you said it should be signposting in spite of it all, and this digital and GPS navigation. And we have to do it in Croatia, these infrastructural things as well. So thank you very much for this really comprehensive and more than excellent presentation. Blanca told me, as we are 7 minutes plus in time, to shorten the break from 20 to 15 minutes. So we should be back at 11:05, 5 minutes past 11. So please enjoy your coffee break, virtually or physically, and take a break, and see you soon. Thank you very much.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, Blanca. So we are now on this part, the second part, with the introduction to national intervention session, and also national interventions, good practices, challenges regarding the infrastructure, development of cycling routes, involvement of local communities, etc. Now we have a shorter time, 10 minutes per presenter, speaker. So up to 10 minutes. So please, again, be so kind and stick to your time. We will inform you shortly, interrupt you when you are close to the ending of your session. And first speaker is Mr. Massimiliano Angelotti from Italy. And with his presentation, Coastal Route Infrastructure Status in Italy, Mr. Angelotti, civil servant and Autonomous Region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, Central Directorate for Infrastructure and Territory, coordinator of the European Program Unit. And that's enough for the beginning. Mr. Angelotti, if you are with us, the floor is yours. And
yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Later session. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mishkin. I'm very pleased here to introduce what has been prepared with the contribution of all Italian regions for giving you a picture of what is going on at the national level in supporting the cycle. So, first of all, sorry. Yes. First slide is related to the already mentioned Adriatic Ionian cycle route, which was presented by the TSG to Mr. Coppola at the beginning of this session, this morning seminar workshop. And as it was said, it is a project labeled in the EUSAIR framework as flagship project, and here is the coastal side of it. Why I'm beginning my presentation with this picture? Because the Italian national cycle network, which includes 10 cycle routes, already funded by 362 million euros, according to a national law, and you can see here the 10 cycle routes, the 10 tourist cycle routes. 5 out of 10 cycle routes part of this national network actually are part of the Adriatic Ionian cycle route, partially or entirely. And you can see here the 5 national cycle routes tourist cycle route I will be talking about in the following slides. First of all, going north to south, you can have a picture of the first three cycle routes included along the coastline, which are the Trieste-Vignano Venice cycle route, part of the Venice-Turin cycle route, and the Adriatic cycle route as well. Going south, the Apulian Aqueduct cycle route, the Magna-Greek cycle routes, in both sections, the one including Calabria and Basilicata area, and the other one related to Sicily. And I will be showing you in the following slides the details of these cycle routes and with some data, with some features about their status and their estimated costs. And some pictures of them as well. Here is the first one, the Trieste-Vignano Venice cycle route, which goes from east to westbound, and it is part of the already mentioned Mediterranean cycle route. This is the total length of the cycle route. It's 331 kilometers. The design level is currently a feasibility study, and the regions generally involved in this coastal route are Friuli-Venezia Giulia region, the region which I work for, and Veneto region. There are some pictures of this cycle route, and those who are familiar with Trieste can recognize the Castle of Miramare on the right hand side of this. The second cycle route, which is included partially in the Adriatic-Ionian cycle route, is the Venice-Turin cycle route, the so-called Vento cycle route. It's a very long cycle route connecting Venice to Turin. Only the first part of it is a coastal line, so it belongs to the Adriatic Basin. Here is the data related to this cycle route. As I said, it's quite long. It's more than 700 kilometers. And only the section from Venice to Rosolina are part of the Adriatic cycle route. Here also the design level is technical and economic project. And the involved region, EUSAIR involved region, is actually only Veneto. Let's move to the Adriatic cycle route. The bigger section, I would say, it runs along the Adriatic coast of more than one region and runs parallel from Rosolina to Gargano. Here are the regions involved. 6 regions involved, which runs from Veneto region, Emilia-Romagna region, Marche region, Abruzzo region, Molise region, and Apulia region, with quite a large number of municipalities and provinces at the same time. What is the status? Marche region, which is the leader, the coordinator of this Adriatic Tourist Cycle project, has launched the tender for the technical economic project on behalf of the other mentioned regions. And, with the contracting company is underway, it's close to be signed. And the design phase is expected to be completed by December this year. This picture shows you also some details related to this Adriatic cycle route in terms of costs. The estimated costs are based on some parameters, and of course the final cost of this very long cycle route will be defined once the feasibility project will be made available. But it's interesting to see the length and what is already in progress and what is expected to be done on this page. Here again, some very nice pictures, and which are representing some sections of this very interesting cycle route. It has, of course, the Adriatic Basin, the Adriatic Sea as its most relevant and it shows also the status quo of some interesting sections like bridges.
Mr. Angelo, could you just keep
close to the mic because you keep losing some of your words.
Okay, sorry. The last part of the cycle route, the last two sections, the cycle routes, those national cycle routes I was mentioned before. One is the Apulian Aqueduct cycle route, which actually starts in Campania, the region which has Naples as capital, and it ends at Santa Maria di Leuca in Apulia region. And with a section which is represented here, which connects also the city of Bari. The total length of this cycle route is more than 500 kilometers, and the section related to the coastal side, its length is 180 kilometers. Here also the design level is a technical and economic feasibility study, and the region involved for the section here represented is Apulia region. Here again, some pictures which shows also the beautiful landscapes and cultural and natural heritage which you can find running and cycling across the Apulia region as well, along this cycle route, coastal cycle route. The last part is represented by Magna Great cycle route, which goes from Laguna di Pachino, Sicily, to the three regions involved. As you can see here, Basilicata, Calabria, and Sicily. Here again, some features related to the total length, which is quite remarkable, more than 1,100 kilometers. Part of the Adriatic cycle routes is actually composed by more than 700 kilometers. And the design assignment is in progress currently, and the region, the EUSAIR region involved are Basilicata, Calabria, and Sicily. Here again, some pictures that we mentioned the regions, which shows again the very interesting points of interest, cultural interest, which are crossed by this line. Finally, I would like to point out that the Italian National Cycle Network is meeting some following features, the following requirements, I would say. First of all, and which is to be considered quite important, is the intermodality. So the integration with other transport modes, in particular railway system is extremely, as shown by the previous speakers, is extremely of interest for the cyclist when cycling this particular cycle routes. Data connection, of course, with other cycle routes, and I'm referring especially to the inland, hinterland cycle routes. Of course, the boosting, the improvement, the link with all the artistic heritage, natural heritage, agricultural heritage, food and wine, and popular tradition as well. And what is, of course, extremely interest for the economy of this area are the tourist accommodations. So eco-friendly tourist accommodation improvement is one of the characteristics requirement of this national cycle network. And of course, the generation of jobs is indeed of extremely interest. I would just conclude my presentation, just pointed out that we will be hopefully cycling along this Adriatic-Ionian cycle route very soon, and I think that it will be of huge interest and of huge impact on the economies of this area, and it would improve at the same time the people's health and well-being. That is all from my side. Here you can see listed all the colleagues who actually worked on this presentation for the various techniques. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will be following you as the moderator with my presentation, also coastal route. So we will be moving from one side to another. So let me try and share my screen. Do you see it? Yeah. F5. Slideshow, da. Ne vidim gdje. Aha, ovo. Ovo je. Thank you very much. You can see me. So the presentation is once again greetings to everyone. My presentation will cover Mediterranean cycle route in Croatia, developed through a project which we actually developed in the last 3.5 years. The project just finished at the end of August, and now we are doing the closing of the documentation for this really huge project for Croatia, as we, for the first time, developed Eurovelo 8 route in Croatia from Istria to Dubrovnik. Main objective of MedCycle Tour project was to actually influence regional and national policies in favor of sustainable and responsible tourism, providing and sharing transnational solutions in coastal area across the Mediterranean. We had also some specific objectives, and quite important were those where we were trying to influence the increase of efficiency and cost effectiveness of investments in cycling infrastructure, which is lacking here in Croatia. Also to encourage active mobility in our local communities along the route, and cycling for local people and cycling infrastructure for local mobility, and also to do the, I would say, very concrete recommendations for policies on both national and regional level, and of course a local level, and finally to promote more dedicated sustainable tourism and cycling. As we all know, Eurovelo 8 and the Mediterranean region has a huge potential, because we know the Mediterranean is one of the most attractive regions of the world. 30% of international tourist arrivals and 23% of total world revenue from international tourist arrivals are gathered here. The climate is, of course, good for year-round cycling, and cycling tourism is, especially now in this epidemiological sense with this COVID-19 pandemic, safer for guests and destinations, because it's an outdoor activity with, for sure, keeping physical distance, spatial dispersion in the areas, and very good for these special things we have now. The most important, now I will focus on some most important deliverables of the project, was the most important for us in Croatia, but for all the partners from 8 countries who were involved in the project, was actually the action plan for the development of cycle route, which covers the period from 2018 to 2030. All of the national and regional action plans which were developed through 2017 and 2018 were gathered in a transnational action plan, which was developed by European Cyclist Federation, of course, with the support of other project partners. Action plan for development was very important as it was developed by the main Croatian project partner, Croatian National Tourist Board, in cooperation with an external expert, and adopted in 2018. It covers strategies and 248 concrete activities for the development of really comprehensive Eurovelo 8 route in Croatia, as it is a very long one, and as you can see, covering 1,116 kilometers of 20 sections of the main route, and 357 kilometers of 8 alternative route sections, which are very important because they cover 7 counties from Istria to Dubrovnik, and they are also introducing the Lika region, which is hinterland and which is very attractive and should be included in the Mediterranean route, as part of Lika region belongs actually to this Mediterranean part of the route, and also rural Dalmatian hinterland villages, very famous and good for authenticity of the traditional buildings, and also islands of the Adriatic Sea like Cres, Krk, Rab, Pag, Ugljan, and Pašman, Korčula, Pelješac Peninsula, which at the beginning of the presentation Ed already mentioned. The action plans were prepared in accordance with the methodology and criteria of the European Cyclist Federation document and manual, which is called European European certification standard. A network which was also mentioned by the Mr. Hoffman from ADFC developed really a relevant network of stakeholders for cycling tourism and sustainable development of all 7 Croatian counties, with really a huge number of local communities, towns and municipalities on Eurovelo 8, with whom we worked and will continue to work on development of this product. Well, it is 102 local communities, so you can imagine how many communication it is still in front of us to keep it well maintained as it is now when we started working on it. We also gathered some very crucial fieldwork experience, and we got very important response to specific challenging fieldwork situations, like most important infrastructure, signage, permits, a better public transport connectivity, bikes on trains and boats, better ferry connections between islands, raising awareness and discussions with key decision makers, etc., etc. This is one of the photos from this wonderful region of Lika, which we introduced with these cultural and natural marvels, and we are happy to inform you that it was chosen by the ECF team for the cover page of the new Eurovelo overview map. We are very proud about it. It's Lika region from Croatian Eurovelo 8. Pilot signposting was also very important for Croatia. We actually developed a pilot signage in 2 counties, in Zadar County and Šibenik, Knin County, total of 113 kilometers. It was very demanding, with lots of cooperation with competent national bodies, regional, local government units, and especially road authorities. And signalization was also made in accordance with ECF corporate design manuals on Eurovelo 8 route, which was developed through this project. This is also one of capitalization activities with these counties, Zadar and Šibenik, Knin. We worked together, and from their budget, they actually supported some additional signage. So altogether, besides that, what I mentioned, 113, altogether we have total 160 kilometers for the beginning covered by the pilot signage in Croatia. And this is what the signs look like. We also developed the cycle tourism Eurovelo, national Eurovelo 8 website, eurovelo8.hr. So cycle and discover and explore and experience Croatia. Also, we were happy to realize actually 2 study tours, one for the foreign journalists in June 2019, before these COVID times, and one for the actually tour operators, also from different European countries, which happened in September 2019. We were also very, very happy in this capitalization of activities to do the professional photos of 42 sites along the route in 7 counties. And this is the result. And what Ed mentioned already from ECF, important activities to encourage actually the successful cycling tourism in future were to develop the brochure for decision makers, or to increase the efficiency and impact of cycling tourism, and concrete policy recommendations. This is what we are doing now, e-signage of Charter for Sustainable and Responsible Cycling Tourism, which Ed covered with some most important benefits, objectives, and activities. And of course, the most important will be to sign this long-term management agreement for the future development of the cycle route, starting from the 1st January 2021 to 2023. And finally, transnational promotional brochure of Eurovelo 8 really gives you idea how to travel on this wonderful route, starting in Cadiz, in Andalusia, in Spain, all the way to Cyprus. It's a really long and demanding route, 7,500 kilometers of cycling through really beautiful, famous destinations, wild nature, and hidden beaches. And what we said in the brochure is Journey in Time, with 23 UNESCO sites, It journey through culture for sure, with these old medieval cities all around the Med region and other cities. Journeys enjoying good Mediterranean culinary specialties and many wines and olive trees growing regions. Also journey through natural marvels, and journey that unite 11 countries and almost as many languages. So it's very interesting, where bikes become velos or bicicletas or koleso in Slovenia or bicikl in Croatia. We learn a little bit about our languages, and the best way to travel on this journey is definitely by bike. Welcome to Eurovelo 8 Mediterranean route in Croatia, and bicycle is actually is slow enough and fast enough to enjoy this wonderful landscape with all your senses. This is all from me, and you can look at our website. Thank you very much.
So, okay, because Lydia is also moderator, I have to thank her on behalf of the organizers, and especially from us, from Croatia. Perhaps we didn't all know what we have and what we can use by cycling. Thank you, Lydia, and please go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Blanca. So now we are continuing with Mrs. Cristina Lisandroiu from Romania. Her presentation is very interesting for us in Croatia, as we developed also cycle route in Croatia, Eurovelo 8. So Danube Cycling Plan project, a new opportunity for Romanian cycling. Cristina Lisandroiu is actually 18 years of experience for the tourism field. She's an economist and environmental management representative, internal auditor for tourism research projects, strategies, master plans, working in elaboration of market studies and marketing studies and business plans. So the floor is yours, Mrs. Lisandroiu, and you may.
Hello, good morning. First of all, I want to ask if you share my screen. Did you see my presentation from my computer?
It's on. Yeah, it is on. It is on.
Yes. Okay. Hello from Romania. My name is Cristina Alexandroiu, and I represent the National Institute for Research and Development in Tourism, Romania. I want to thank especially coordinator of the Priority X3, which from Romania side is coordinated by the Ministry of Public Works Development and Administration, together with Task Force Group in charge of sustainable tourism, for giving the opportunity to present our activity, and also to present our European project that our institute is implementing now. And now, my presentation will focus on the current situation in Romania regarding cycling and the new opportunity that Romania has it with the project Danube Cycle Plan. INCDT is a public governed by public law under the coordination of Ministry of Education and Research. The INCDT's mission in the field of tourism research is to create the basis for development. Sorry?
We don't see your presentation anymore. What happened?
I don't know. Just I share the share. Now do you?
Yes, now we see that again.
Thank you. Sorry. So the INCDT mission in the field of tourism research is to create the basis for development of Romania tourism, to improve the competitiveness of this sector, but also to implement the national strategies in the field of scientific research and the innovation. As you see, the main research our activity is research development in social and humanistic science, studies and research concerning domestic and external markets, prognosis and strategies, the monitoring tourism research, technical scientific science, synthesis and documentary materials. Romania has a high potential for cycling in Danube area. The roads are mostly in good condition. There are numerous natural reserves and protected areas, varied attraction for tourism and opportunities for alternative activities. From one year to another, we see more and more people using bicycle to go to work or just for leisure. Our country has included on the European map of cycling route Eurovelo 6 and Eurovelo 13. But currently, the development of cycling routes in Romania is limited by the fact that it is not possible to install signs for cyclists on public roads. At national level, there is a draft government decision on the establishment of the National Network of Cycling Trails, which has been waiting for many years to be approved. Solving the legislative vacuum in the file will allow capitalizing on the significant potential that Romania has in cycling tourism. But even if the route already can be used, the signposting is 100 absent. For over 20 years, the Romanian authorities failed to approve the legislation for signposting the cycle routes. In other countries from Europe, the cycling routes are already signalized, signposted, and they have a well-developed infrastructure. While in Romania, everything is always under development. For almost 20 years, the cycling organizations from Romania are struggling to convince some Romanian authorities to approve the legislation for cycling routes in order to start making them. There should be a legal basis for signposting the cycle routes in order to develop the bicycle tourism in a unitary way and not sporadically, as it is in the current situation. Also, because the cycling activity is not regulated, the central authorities responsible for tourism didn't have the possibility to promote cycling. So, in the absence of signposted routes, the development of cycling tourism in our country is very slow in terms with number of cyclists, quantity and quality of the infrastructure, marketing and promotional. That's why, for Romania, development of cycling tourism at national level, and in particular in Danube area, it is very necessary at the moment. The conditions for cycling in Danube region differ a lot. Some countries already have a significant share of its population cycling, whereas the other countries, the importance of cycling for transport, health, environment, and the economy is barely recognized so far. Cycling is often treated as a side topic in transport policies, as well as for most official professional education, where future planners don't get sufficient training on cycling. Cycling infrastructure development, especially at transnational level, lacks coordinated planning, funding, and implementation. INCDT is involved as partner in a transnational project entitled Danube Cycle Plans and gets support from Ministry of Public Works, Development and Administration and Ministry of Economy, Energy and Business Environment, General Department of Tourism as associated strategic partners. The project is addressing these challenges by setting action to strengthen the three main pillars of cycling promotion. Support the provision of adequate cycling infrastructure by defining the Danube cycle route network, identifying missing links, developing action plans, and addressing possible funding schemes, including recommendations for new funding options. Facilitate development of cycling policies at national and transnational level, supported by national cycling plans based on a common transnational approach. Increase the awarenesses of relevant stakeholders for the needs of cyclists and increase their capacity to promote cycling in the whole Danube region by implementing a mentoring system, trainings and other learning activities. For INCDT, participation in this project represents another opportunity to contribute to the creation of a unitary cycling route in Romania, a country that has a good potential for cycling, beautiful landscape, a great variety of attraction for tourists, but who suffers in terms of specific infrastructure for cycling, because this is an unregulated domain in our country. Also, for INCDT, the participation in this project will be a great opportunity to reopen this topic to the central and local public authorities who have the power to decide. Thanks. This is all what I have to tell you and to share with you.
Thank you very much. To remind everybody, questions and answers, if you have some, please use chat box. We will be happy to receive them and to chat with you. So now we will proceed with the presentation of from Croatia. It is going to be RestartCycle route in Croatia. Može mi neko pomoći samo? Ovo opet share. Mr. Zoran Klarić from Croatia. Zoran Klarić has a PhD in geography, 35 years working experience in tourism and higher education, most of it in the Institute for Tourism Zagreb. And 80 various scientific works were published in his career, and he worked on more than 100 studies, mostly covering the geographic aspects of tourism and tourism planning. He worked as consultant for UNEP and UNWTO in many foreign countries, and currently he's working as senior research fellow at the Institute of Tourism in Zagreb and lecturer at Fern University of Applied Science. So, Zoran, I will let you have my place, and you may continue. Here, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you, Lydia. I was chosen as a presenter in the last moment because some presentations were missing. So in fact, Lydia did most of it. But since I was very much involved in planning of tourism routes in Croatia, I hope I can give you a very nice introduction to it. First of all, well, that was part of my work in the coordination team in Croatia. It was promotion and let's say presentation of all 4 Eurovelo routes in Croatia and GPS tracks. As you can see, Drava route is in fact mostly on Eurovelo 13, and one small part also includes Eurovelo 6, and we call them, as you can see, the Danube route and Drava route because they are following those rivers in Croatia. When we speak about the Drava route in Croatia, I have to mention something that happened very recently, and it's very nice. Eurovelo accepted the fact that Iron Curtain Trail is a route that partially follows the rivers in different countries. So we have a special case between Croatia and Hungary that we have routes on both sides of the river. So you can follow the Eurovelo trails in Croatia or in Hungary, regardless of your wishes. It is interesting to see to both countries. You can see some basic numbers about the Drava route in Croatia. So what is very important, that is mostly going very, very close to Drava River as one of the last rivers in Europe, which is still in a national state. So we have in this area a huge UNESCO protected World Biosphere Reserve, called very often as Amazon of Europe. I will not speak about numbers. I would just like to present this route. So many of you will like to go there and use your bike and see many attractions. So when you enter Croatia, one of the first places that you will see, it's the town of Varaždin. In Varaždin County, it's a town of Baroque, famous for Baroque festivals, musics, many churches, monastery, and also the area with very huge cycling tradition. So when we speak about this part of Europe, let's say the usage of bicycles is not on very, very high level, but the exception is area near the Drava River, especially in Varaždin and neighboring Koprivnica county. The next county that you can see, it's Međimurje. It's the northernmost Croatian county. It's famous for the 2 rivers going by. That's the name of the area. Drava and Mura River. Both rivers are part of this huge Mura-Drava Biosphere Reserve. And among the many very nice attractions are bridges over the Mura River, fields, poppy fields, and some interesting location. For example, a famous philosopher and scientist Rudolf Steiner was born here in Međimurje County. On the edge between Međimurje and Koprivnica County, there is estuary between Mura and Drava River. In Legrad, one of the, let's say, key points of the whole World Biosphere Reserve, with Great Pažut Zoological Reserve. And this is the area that, thanks to Eurovelo 13 and bicycles, is becoming more and more popular throughout the country, and many tourists going in this area, either in Hungary, Slovenia, Austria, are going to this spot. Koprivnica, Križevci County, has a name about the two towns. Koprivnica is a capital of the county, and we call it also the capital of cycling because it's the town with the highest usage of bicycles in the whole of Croatia. So you can see bicycles everywhere. They even have a monument dedicated to cycling, as you can see on one of the main squares, and a very special open-air bicycle museum. So it's maybe one of the most distant places from the Drava River, but it's very, very worthwhile to see. And people will say, if you go, let's say, to cycling in the north of Croatia and not visit Koprivnica, it's like to go to Paris and not see the Eiffel Tower. One of the attractions of this area, it's very, very green. Small villages in, let's say, a condition like many centuries before, with traditional wooden corn storage barns, was very specific for this area. Nice works of naive artists. So this Koprivnica area and Podravina is well known for naive painting. It was once very popular, now a little bit less, but still many people go there to see it. And additional attractions like Molve Church and idyllic lakes and rural landscapes. If we go further to the east, the scenery becomes more flat, but it doesn't mean that there are not many attractions. So there is one very interesting suspension bridge over Drava River only for pedestrians and cyclists, and one very special resting area built from gravel from Drava River. So something really unique, and this area is very well famous even in the whole European level for fishing. So if you go there, you will see fishermen on all hidden areas near the river and the neighboring swamps. The capital of the county, Virovitica, has very nice castles from the nobles in the past, a very specific and special new museum dedicated to forests, because this is the city of wood industry. One of those manors is converted into a very nice hotel. And in the neighboring area, those special, as I mentioned, resting areas in Budakovac, Kapinci, and else. So there are a lot of things to see. Finally, on this Drava part of the Eurovelo 13 of Drava route, we are going to Osijek-Baranja County, where we have a very beautiful town of Osijek. It's the second largest city in the continental Croatia, and the area near the Drava is also very green, with a lot of castles built in 19th and 18th century, like the one in Donji Miholjac that was on the slide before, and the other ones are in Valpovo, Belišće. So there are nice things to see also in this country. Then we are coming to Baranja region. That's the region which is shared between Hungary and Croatia, and is famous for very good culinary issues, wine, cattle, and some very special festivals. And it's called the center of Danube region because it's central part of the Danube River and conjunction of three countries, Hungary, Croatia, and Serbia. And that's also the place where EuroVelo 13 meets EuroVelo 6. You can see attractions in Baranja, like Eugen Savoy, a small church, or one of the biggest monuments to Red Army in Europe, which is still in good condition. Many are not so much. And the highlight is, of course, the town of Osijek with famous Tvrđa, which will probably become a part of UNESCO heritage, we hope. And Osijek is the city of bicycles and also with very nice suspension bridge dedicated only to pedestrians and cyclists. Here are some more attractions in this country: the Danube River and the Ajmaš on the conjunction with Drava, the river to Danube. And nearby is Kopački Rit Nature Park. And finally, we are coming to the last part of our route in Croatia, which is going now on EuroVelo 6, so the part of this Atlantic Black Sea route, where we have our biggest port on the Danube, Vukovar, that was destroyed in the Homeland War, but is more famous now to Vučedol, one of the oldest cultural heritage cultural spots in the whole Europe, and a nice castle like Els Castle that you can see. So 10 minutes is over, so I'm finished with the presentation. Oh, sorry, there is one more. So welcome to Drava Cycle Route and EuroVelo 13 in Croatia. Thank you very much. Oops. Yeah. Yes.
Wow. Thank you, Zoran. And it was nice to see the Croatian continental part and two EuroVelo routes in continental part. Now we are moving to our neighboring country, Italy, again. And we will hear a little bit more about cycling and discovering. So cycling is definitely a great way to discovering landscapes off the beaten tracks. So I'm inviting Mrs. Alessandra Fogar. She works as a product manager of the cultural department in DMO, the Destination Management Organization Promo Turismo for Destination Friuli Venezia Giulia. She is managing, organizing and planning initiatives aimed at promoting and developing the tangible and intangible assets of the Italian region of Friuli Venezia Giulia from a tourism enhancing perspective. So Mrs. Fogar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, even if virtually. Can you see my slides?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, just a moment. Now?
Not yet.
Because I have opened. Okay, I have some problem, I think. Just a moment, excuse me. Do you see now them?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I don't want to use all my slides because they are quite long, and in 10 minutes I think it's too much. But I will summarize you all the contents of the slides, and the slides, of course, are at your disposal. As you already told, I am in charge of the culture department inside the Promo Turismo FVG. Maybe not everybody knows what Promo Turismo FVG is. It is the destination management organization of the region Friuli Venezia Giulia, which pursues its objectives, planning and organizing the offer through specific tourism products. And one of these products is, of course, bike tourism. I'm not in charge of bike tourism, but of a cultural product, but I work with my colleague, which now couldn't be here, to build the product. Friuli Venezia Giulia, as yours, is a bike-friendly region. We have an important cycle path network, which you can see here in the slides. So just a moment, I have some problems here.
Everything is fine. It's now full screen slideshow. We can see it.
Okay, perfect. So
now it's back on a smaller scale. So if you can.
Okay, I go through my speech, so I won't lose any time. So the number of cyclists on this cycle path we have in the region, whose flagship is undoubtedly the Alpe Adria Radweg cycle path.
Can you please put on slideshow so that we can see your slides? Now it's very.
Yes, I have some technical problem with my.
No, just put slideshow. Yeah, okay. It could be like this.
Can you see now?
Excellent. Now we have it. Good. You just move your slides now.
Is it okay?
You have 8 minutes left.
Yes, because I see my slides going on, but I don't know if you see them.
We see them.
Okay, as I told you, the most important path we have is the Alpe Adria Radweg cycle path, which links the town Salzburg in Austria to Gradum, which is a seaside resort on the Adriatic Sea. The number of cyclists, as I told, on these and other cycle paths of the region are increasing every year. Here you can see all the routes we have, so I don't stop on these. I go directly to the product we have built on these paths. And our first action as DMO was to create a network of services dedicated to cyclists. There has been a selection of 40 accommodation facilities that offer services designed specifically to meet the cyclist needs, such as storage areas, workshops, lunch boxes, or flexible breakfast time. Also, on the wide range of public transport allows cyclists to travel with their bikes on board trains, buses, and boats. But moreover, we have checked all the services already active in the region to build a specific offer also for those tourists who would like to spend a cycling holiday by renting a bike directly on site. And we also create this network. In the region, there are then many services created by private initiative, and one of these, for example, is Boat and Bike, a project designed for for cyclists who want to discover the Friuli inland area and combine the pleasure of a boat trip with the fun of a bike excursion or to discover small fishermen villages, for example. There are then also some agencies that promote offers in which bike excursions are combined with the discovery of historical sites, archaeological sites, villages, and cities, and have integrated all these proposals with the tasting at local companies. All these services and initiatives are integrated in the tourist offer promoted in our website, and we also promote all these initiatives during dedicated press tours or educational tours dedicated to specialized tour operators or travel agencies. Another action to sustain and improve cycling tourist experience was to create guided itineraries in the territories crossed by the cycle path, with the purpose to join the bike experience with the cultural offer. Just a few examples, Palmanova and Aquileia, you can see here. These are two World Heritage sites. Both are crossed by the Alpe Adria Radweg, and here in this site we have organized a calendar of guided tours and also an audio guide service to give the opportunity to cyclists to stop and live also a cultural experience. As already told, all these actions are promoted through our website and through specific marketing actions involving press and tour operators. One more thing I want to tell you is about an experience of the last year. So before the pandemic, we closed an important agreement with the Italian railways, and those tourists that traveled by train with their bikes to spend some holidays in our region could buy the destination tourist card, the FVG card, which is our tourist card, at a special price. So they had the opportunity to see all the cultural highlights of the region while spending less. Here you see other examples of guided tours organized with, in the cities of art, for example, which are at complete disposal, of course, also of the cyclists. I thank you for your attention. I will close here my speech, and I will stay at your disposal for any question in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pogar. You are in time, 7 minutes, so thank you for sticking to your time. We will proceed with another neighboring country to Italy and Croatia, which is Slovenia, with an interesting presentation, Sustainable Destinations, Single Trail Park Jamnica. And the presenter will be Ane Štrucel. He was bike racing for 3 years in Slovenian Cup as a junior racer, and did his first mountain biking license, which was OTC Trail Leader Award from Great Britain, followed next year by other OTC awards. Outdoor activities are his lifestyle, and he works in Creatur company, bike nomad organization in Slovenia, dealing with development and projects of cycling and marketing activities. So, Mr. Štrucel, the floor is yours, and welcome to the workshop.
So, hello to everyone. Thanks for having me. Do you see the slideshow?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I usually talk slow, but write fast. But today I don't have a lot of time, so I'll try to talk as I write usually. So I would like to present the story of our company. So this is actually a family business, which we run since 1995. So how did it all start? A little bit of history. My father, Dixie, decided in 1995 to open a first mountain bike hotel in Slovenia, which at the end now we know that it was one of the first actually around the world. Then, of course, just having a bike hotel is not enough, so we had to develop the whole mountain bike tourism in Koroška region, which was really undeveloped touristic region in general. So how to do that? We started, we acquired the license for a tourism agency, Bike Nomad, which is a brand we brand ourselves under. Then we started opening or working on new products, which is like underground biking, which became famous around the world. So also in 2005, because there was nothing similar in Slovenia, we did a first course for MTB guides in Slovenia. We asked OTC from England to come and start this. But actually, a real story started for us in 2008 when the family decided to buy a farm Koroš. Now, if you imagine, we were city people, and then suddenly we bought the fully operating farm. So the farm had animals, they had fields, they had all the machinery, things like that. And to all of this stuff, we wanted to add trail building, guiding, mountain bike tourism development, which at the end gave us a question how to do it. So there's actually no time for doing everything. So we did a slightly different how to say, approach. So there was a challenge how to adapt to the offer to our clients' needs. So we figured out that the best is we transform the farm into a kind of small eco hotel. So we developed it with 10 rooms. It's a family-run hotel, so it's a how to say, a small hotel. We kept organic farming to keep at least part of it as the self-sufficiency for us and our guests. And we, of course, specialized offer for mountain bikers because this is where we come from. And we also started developing single trail park Jamnica, so a park where there are trails specialized for mountain bikers. We also formed a partnership with small mountain bike specialized agencies all across the world. The next challenge was how to change farm into a meaty center. So suddenly a new beast came up in Jamnica, and they wanted to change the way of living to all the neighbors. So how to do that? We presented to our neighbors who we are, what's our work, and what our plans are for the future. So we wanted to make a single trail park Jamnica with 40 kilometers trails around 10 farms with a target group of mountain bikers. So first thing we had to do also is discover why they would want us have there, and we started thinking so they could get some goodies, they could have fun with us, we could offer jobs for them, work which we don't have time to. Internet connection was really bad, so we had to do something on it and to give them also something they could have. And also part of tourism income. So we always ask them for anything we do, we always ask them for opinion first, that we see how they think, and then of course asking for permission. And we knew that if we try to change their way of life, it's not gonna be good, so we need to respect it and try to work with it. So this is how it began. Nowadays, we can say we managed to do that. So we have 25 kilometers of single trails across more than 10 farms. Also, more than 50 kilometers of trails are on guided tours. We also made different levels, skill levels. So it can be for beginners, which you can see on the map, blue lines, red lines for intermediate, and also further on, I will present why. Also black trails, which are for the experts. So we also offered to our neighbors, although they didn't want to at the beginning, we said to them, we need to give them some reimbursement for the trail usage. So we decided to start paying them the money on like 10 cents per flowing meter of the trail that is on their land. At the beginning, they were like saying, no, not necessary, but we decided to, because we knew if more and more people started to come, they need to know what they have out of them, not just having full crowds in their forests. Also, we set clear rules, and we also set no bike shuttle, which is now really, how to say, in many destinations become famous to help you shuttle up the hill and then ride down. But this causes a lot of problems because there is a lot of traffic on the roads, then people start seeing you and then start having problems with that. Okay, the next one, Eco Hotel Korosh also had to have a food supply. So we decided 40% to do our own produce, of course, everything organic wise, but we couldn't produce all. So actually now we are buying food from 7 neighboring farms, and which is the most important, almost all of these farms, they have on their land, the trails are going. So this way we included all the farms that they also see something is they have out of it. The next thing was the farm we bought was really old machinery. Everything was breaking down and everything. And instead of investing into the machinery, we invested in tourism, and we outsourced our work to give our work and chance to get some money out of it to our neighboring farms. So here you can see there are actually 8 farms working with us, working on our fields, helping us plow the fields, clean the snow, all the things that otherwise we could do alone if we would buy the machinery. But this way we couldn't cooperate nicely and have good relationships. So the next thing was how to grow. Together we are big. So the whole region has 3 big things. There is single trail park Jamnica, there is flow trail on Petzen, which is on Austrian side, and there is underground biking, which is famous in 15 kilometers for us. So we decided to start promoting us together under the, how to say, under Geopark Karawanke, top 3 destinations, to have an integrated product of a mountain bike destination. Bike-based Jamnica that we have, we use as a dispersed hotel. So our hotel is small, but we have more demand. And instead of building it bigger, we started selling our neighboring farms, which have apartments, rooms, and stuff like that. So we actually send people there to cooperate with them. Also, we built a bike map with local restaurants. So we don't provide food at our hotel because that we can, how to say, integrate others to get something from our clients as well. Okay, also we have a camper stop, but we don't allow camping to, so how to say, camping with tents. Why? because the camp is established at our neighboring farm. Also, there is a new product we made, Black Hole Trail, which really became a hit. And like if you know the reach on the Facebook and stuff, with the video we made for promotion, it reached more than 1,200,000 views without any, how to say, so it was all organic feed. So also our direct income from our mountain bike customers have more than 15 tourism farms, restaurants and bars, small transfer companies. So we didn't buy buses, but we use local transfer company. We also don't have our own bike shop, but we use the local one. So we really integrate the whole community. Also important thing is the best rides, the best guides, the best places. We are really small and therefore we are working on really high quality. That's why we also joined EUMTBing. So our mountain bike guides are EUMTBing standardized, which is the European guides license. So we do everything on the highest quality. Also, we did a Bike Nomad World with global partners. So what we do with high quality guides across the whole Europe and across the whole world, we cooperate together and send each other the guests. So we send it to the next company and they send it back to us. So tourist mountain bikers, maybe some numbers. We have them from all around the world. So in last 12 years, there were people from 49 different countries here. They usually stay from 3 to 7 days. And the most important thing is they are returning. And also here you can see some numbers. These are overnights in our hotel. So 2009, when we started, we had 1,076 people's overnights here. And last year we achieved 3,513 overnights. So the trend is growing. Okay, COVID this year put it a little bit down, but the numbers are still okay. Further on, we achieved something which really put us on the map. So in all these 25 years, we got a lot of connections. We grew the whole region. So actually in 2018, together with the mountain bike zone, Bike Park Petzen, we managed to bring Enduro World Series to recognize our region and actually host a race here. Why this was so important? Enduro market is one of the, but this is not motorbike enduro, this is mountain bike enduro, not to mistake it, is the biggest growing market in mountain bike industry. Why is it so good? Is because the trails that are ridden on this World Series race are actually the trails that others can ride. In downhill, the tracks are so hard, like I'm mountain biking for 27 years, but nowadays I don't think I can ride all. Also cross country, it's one loop, which is just riding around and then going there to visit this loop. It's not so interesting. But here on Enduro World Series, there are stages, there are the nicest trails you can find around the world. So then, yes,
okay.
This is the last slide.
Okay, great.
So we hosted 400 races from 38 countries, and the marketing effect was there were 46 journalists, 100 articles, 180 articles written, and visitors on the Enduro World Series page was 2.7 million. So it was a huge marketing effect. We hosted then in 2019 EWS European Continental, and this year we should have hosted EWS again, so Enduro World Series, but unfortunately the series decided to shorten down and cancel it for this year due to COVID-19 situation. So hopefully this will come in the next years. But therefore here I can say that Jamnica nowadays has become one of the elite mountain bike destination, known all across the world, side by side the biggest, Whistler, Finale, Ligure, Madeira, and such destinations that exist around the world. So by that, I would like to thank you for listening, and of course, welcome to Jamnica anytime to see these views that you have on the picture. So actually the farm you see is the farm from where we operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strutzel, for this really inspirational presentation, and congratulations to you and your family for sharing this good practice story, spreading and being really successful widely throughout the world and being connected really with so many parties. And congratulations on this brave and clever decision to move from urban to rural tourism and to change the perspective of your life. We lack such examples in Croatia. Maybe we will invite you some time again to share it with us again. Thank you so much.
No problem. You're welcome. Okay.
So I'm reminding everybody, if you have questions, and we will answer, use the chat box, please. And we will proceed to another neighboring country, to Croatia, but south of Croatia, it's Montenegro. And we will give floor to Mr. Nebojša Crnogorac with his presentation, Cycle Tourism in Montenegro, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Mr. Crnogorac has another perspective because he is a doctor, so medicine background with Finnish University of Belgrade, specialist in the general surgery, former work director of the Clinic of Oncology and Radiology, and an assistant at the Faculty of Medicine in Podgorica, but now he's active in the NGO Biciclo Me since 2016 and actively promoting city cycling. He runs a blog in BCMS language about cycling routes and trail through Montenegro in English. And what's very important, he is a coordinator for cycling tourism in Cycling Association of Montenegro since this year. So congratulations, and Mr. Crnogorac, welcome. The floor is yours.
Do you see me?
Yes, we see you and your presentation.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. It is beautiful workshop. I'm very satisfied that I'm here. This is one picture of our Cool Cyclist Lodge at River Zeta, Valley Zeta. Something small about me. I'm crab hunter, breast cancer surgeon who like pedals all over the world, and I enjoy the Zeta Valley the most. I'm coordinator for cycling tourism in Cycling Association of Montenegro, as you said. In Montenegro, we take care on bicycles for years, and one that arrived 121 years ago is still in use because the brother of King Nicola, Shako, has son that studied in Paris, and he brought that bike, and that bike is still in use. This you can see Anna Petrovic Njegoš. She is president of Perun Cycling Club in Nikšić, Montenegro, and she's champion in mountain biking women in Montenegro. She's excellent woman. We can speak about analysis of European tourism. It is, you said almost everything. It is millions of cyclists all over Europe. Cycling, a very big business. We know what they want, and we believe that it may be next tourism attraction for Montenegro, cyclotourism in next period, because in you can see our master plan for tourism till 2020. You have never one word of cyclotourism here. Just in 1 month, very moderate about my mountain biking, and it is not good. We believe that in next period we will develop and make like all other countries. I can say that.
Mr. Crnogorac, something is wrong with your microphone or the connection. We can't hear you.
I don't know. I don't know.
Could you come closer to the microphone, maybe?
Maybe is it better?
Yes, it's better now.
Maybe because can I repeat or?
No. Just if you can stick to the microphone. Yeah, thank you.
Because we have a beautiful country that is almost either for cycling and tourism in general. We have we can say that we can divide it in 3 parts: south, central, and north part of Montenegro. Adriatic Sea with coast about 140 kilometers with Boka Kotorska is beautiful. Skadar Lake in the region with ring around lake, about 180 kilometers with Škodra too. We can see that on that route. We have beautiful part Njeguši, Cetinje, Čevo, Nikšić. Durmito ring is something that is fantastic. Valley of River Zeta, you will see later a little about that. And on north you have Bijelo Polje, Berane, Pljevlja, Plav Rože, that is very interesting for cycling tourism. But it is important to make here some agreement maybe with you and Eurovelo, because we spoke about culture, and Montenegro and near Podgorica, Duklja, old Duklja, was Roman for 2,000 years ago, and there were two roads that connect Dubrovnik and Shkodra in Albania. And we should, because we ask how to organize a route through Montenegro and Eurovelo 8, and we propose this because we have two beautiful roads. One is south, near coast and near sea coast, and other is Trebinje, Nikšić, Podgorica, and out Božaj, out of
Mr. The line is has disappeared, or we can't hear you any longer.
I don't know. Huh?
Now it's something is happening probably with the connection.
I don't know. It is. I hope it is okay, but maybe
you may continue. Sorry for. I just wanted to let you know we couldn't hear you. Yeah, but
you can hear. I spoke about two roads in perspective.
Just go on.
What? Is it okay? Sorry.
Just continue.
Just continue. Okay. In perspective, we have two big motor roads, Adriatic Ionian and Bar Boljare, and many roads we have small roads cycling. And Dubrovnik Shkodra is part of Eurovelo 8, should be developed, as I told you, as old Roman has in their history. And if we speak about problem in Montenegro cycling, it is of course a lot of that, but we can in SWOT analysis to see strength, such a beautiful nature, relative preserved eco-environment, great network of local roads, personal safety, great variety of extremely interesting environment, and extensive number of historical and cultural monuments that need to be presented to guests. But there are a lot of weakness, very few roads that only for cyclists, and small number of cycling paths and lanes, and lack of adequate accommodation facilities dedicated to cyclists, inability to transport bicycles, or some monuments are not adequately presented in this moment. Brochures and sign for cyclists, it is very important too. But there are a lot of opportunities for that, because we should make status of Montenegro as new cyclotourist destination, especially in this moment of Corona pandemic, because cycling tourism is a good option. We should present Montenegro as part of Eurovelo 8, and we need to use maybe and to have to European funds in these phases of accession to the European Union. There are some threats, of course, because it is not easy to start in this moment, especially with this pandemic. We have a lot of car on the street. We have no route only for cyclists. That is a great problem. And there are a lot for developing about public and private interests in this moment. What to do in this moment to make some action plan, define stakeholders, a national coordination body and coordinator to define routes, access to financial funds that can help developing infrastructure, and everything is very interesting. One example of our activities is the school cyclist, our brand for cycling. Together we want to cooperate with Eurovelo, and this is Federation Montenegro of cycling. where is this is our brochure for cycling that we have idea be Lord of Montenegrin cycling tours, cycling rings. It means, for example, in this route near Valley, near Danilogran and Podgorica, very close to Podgorica, you have bridges all time. You have beautiful some suspension, but you have a monastery Ostrog, you have a city you have some old fortress for 10th century. It is Gradina Martinichka. It is beautiful to see in any case. And for the end, I want to invite you to Montenegro, but maybe this association could be interesting. In this classic Casablanca scene, Major Strasser asked Rick about his nationality. He said, "I'm drunkard." And Captain Renault, the most beautiful person in that movie, said that makes Rick a citizen of the world. And can I ask you, or if someone asks you about your nationality, is it okay to say I'm a cyclist? It makes you a citizen of the world. And it is very interesting, and I hope that all cyclists are sisters and brothers and welcome to Montenegro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crnogorac. We appreciate your presentation. It was very interesting. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you from time to time, but we wish you all the best with future coordination of cycling tourism in your cycling association of Montenegro. And I wanted to inform you that, because you were mentioning a few times Eurovelo 8, that on the meeting, project meeting held in Croatia in April 2019, last year, actually Montenegro, through the representatives from the Ministry of Culture, joined the team for development of Eurovelo 8 cycling route along in the Med region, as well as municipality of Izmir in Turkey. So both of them joined us on our meeting, project meeting held in Croatia and Zadar. So just for your information and for information of other participants of this workshop. And now, thank you very much. And now we are moving to the neighboring country of Albania. Mr. Crnogorac was few times mentioning Shkodra. So I would like to present Mrs. and invite to join us Mrs. Eltiana Shkreli from Albania with the presentation Shkodra Cycling City, an opportunity for sustainable tourism development in Albania. Mrs. Shkreli she graduated at Polytechnic University of Tirana, Faculty of Civil Engineering as architect. She was an executive director of GO2, local national organization supporting projects in urban planning, issues and tourism, and part-time lecturer at Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism and Faculty of Social Science. She has been author of and co-author of different studies with the wide impact as sustainable urban mobility of Shkodra, which is very interesting for us from the cyclist and cycling development perspective. So, Mrs. Shkreli, the floor is yours, and thank you for joining us. I hope you hear me. Mrs. Shkreli? We can see the presentation, but we don't hear the speaker from Albania.
And now, please.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
And now we can hear you. We see the presentation, but we didn't see you and we didn't hear you. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you for inviting us. Ladies and gentlemen, the best compliment for this workshop, because it's very interesting. I wait in this field since 8 years, and as the lady mentioned, 8 years ago we turned back a group of young people from Shkodra that lived the city for 18 years. We turned back to bring a new approach from our experience in Tirana and even abroad. From a project that it's done from
Excuse me. Hello. Could you just put the slideshow so we can see the slides better to make them larger on the screen?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Just a second. You see it, please?
Yeah, it's much better now. It's perfect now. And you have 9 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we turned back because at that time, municipality from a project financed by Flemish fund in Belgium, they did BiPAT methodology to measure the percentage of cycling in the city. It's a little bit problem with the, just a second. Lady, please, perhaps it's better to be open the screen from your side. I don't know why I have problem from moving. I know now it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems to be okay. We see it perfect.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And as you see, the north of Albania, the city of Shkodra, it's a cross-border area, very rich in natural heritage because there is the biggest lake in the Balkan region. There are 3 rivers and the biggest watershed of Drini River that comes from Kosovo and Macedonia, and even the Adriatic Sea. Very, very nice. It's even the Albanian Alps that those 5 last year, it's done a high promotion all over Europe especially, but even all over the world. So it's a top destination in Albania in this moment, and it is only 2-3 hours away from the city. So the area is rich in natural heritage, but what's the most important, it's even a very big treasure concerning intangible cultural heritage. And this is because the city is flat and there are more than 300 sunny days, so it's a very, very suitable for cycling. And from these measurements that we did in 2011, we perceived and concluded that the city has 29%, the city, not the region, but even the region is rich in this asset. But the city, it was 29% cyclist and 44% pedestrian. It means that more than 70% is sustainable mobility in the city. So it's active, it's healthy, and it's costless by economic point of view. And if we did ranking through the best cyclist city in Europe in 2011, and as you see, we are ranked among the best city in Europe. It's very relevant to mention that this high percentage, it's only intangible cultural heritage, so it's tradition. Because in the city after 90s, because this is, as I mentioned, this has been, let's say, a tradition from the isolation of totalitarianism period for 50 years in Albania. All the Albanian cities almost lost, increasing the number of cars, and except Shkodra that preserved this way of lifestyle. And it is a tradition because there are more than 100 years this lifestyle of movement. And as you see even in the photo, we have one of the biggest phototheks, not only in the Balkan region, but even more. It's Phototheka Marubi in Shkodra that has more than 800,000 negatives. And in many negatives, you can see documented the cycling way of movement from the population, from the community here. These photos, it's from 1897. It's Phototheka Marubi documented. And the next one is the first cycling race done in Shkodra in 1920. Then when we turned back 8 years ago, we started to work from bottom-up approach, especially with community, and to raise awareness to them not to use bike, because the bike is their lifestyle, but to raise awareness for this treasure they have. It means this tradition that it's such precious, and that many countries in Europe now are investing million euro for campaign. Meanwhile, here we are aware, the community. Our problem are policymaker, because we need to raise awareness to policymaker to take policies in advantage to cyclists, like a very healthy and very precious way of lifestyle. As you see, even in the photos, this is the lifestyle. So people are friendly. There are generation. From the biped methodology, we concluded that it's 50% the gender. So it means 50% are women and 50% men. And you see, even other is a very special case concerning share space. When we presented it even in many European conferences and workshops, this has been, let's say, a utopic case, because here we don't have segregation concerning cyclists and cars or pedestrians. They can access the street freely. Even I can emphasize that the driver respect a lot the cyclist and pedestrian, and the number of accidents, it's very, very low in the streets of the city. Mostly there are in interurban areas, the accidents, but not in the city. And then we continue to work as NGO, because we established an NGO. And then we started to be part and member of many international networks. We even are member from European Cyclist Federation, in YELTS projects, in Presto. We translated Presto manual in Albanian and to deliver to all municipalities, especially, and Albanian institution. Then we presented in Velocity Vienna, and even in the other conferences done all over Europe as well. We categorized as a champion city as associate member Shkodra, because the percentage is categorizing as the best champion cyclist city in Southeast Europe. And as I mentioned, it's very relevant to mention that it's only tradition. It's not from the investment or funds done by local or central government. Local central government are almost zero concerning funds and even policies that they have implemented. Then we did member in a partnership of Eurovilla 8. It has been a project for 2 years, 2014-2016. That, as my colleagues mentioned, it started from Cadiz till Cyprus. And it was Eurovilla 8, the Mediterranean corridor along the coast. And then we have proposed 4 packages from the part of Albania. The first one, it has been cross-border. As my colleague from Montenegro mentioned, it has been the trip around the Shkodër Lake. As basically it has been a focus since a long time, but not yet implemented. Still, it's a dream, it's an objective, but not done realistic. So this was the reason why we emphasized to propose as a package. The second one was still in the north, in the field part. We didn't penetrate in the Albanian Alps. We were along the coast, as we mentioned. And then the third, it was in the center of Albania, in Daiti Mountain. And the fourth, it was in the south, in Riviera, that then goes in...
the end of the presentation.
It's almost finished. It's almost finished. Then we have done more in detail and we have tested. We have prepared in 4 languages, in English, German, Italian, and even French. And 1 week ago, we had, let's say, a Balkan region tour that is implemented by the Western Balkan Fund. It's called Balcaravana. It was a project to start from Belgrade and to be finished in Shkodra, including Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, and Albania. But it was cancelled to be along this way due to the pandemic situation. So we decided to do separately each part in each country. And Shkodra started the first. It's done during the European Mobility Week for 4 days from 19 till 2020. And here in the image, you can see the Albanian group that has done this, let's say, this campaign to start. And those are some
please
projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Compliments from us with this impressive work in Shkodra. I wasn't aware about the percentage of the sustainable traffic with 72% biking and walking, and this sharing space on the streets with no segregation, and especially with this respect of cyclists from the drivers of motor vehicles. It's really great to hear that. So we are looking forward to hear more from you and read the presentation afterwards. And thank you very much for your participation. And now we will continue with another presentation from Slovenia, which will be from Mrs. Maša Klavora. The name of the presentation is Walk of Peace, Biking, Hiking and Cultural Cross-Border Trail along the heritage from World War I, and as the example of involvement of local communities as well. And Mrs. Klavora is the director of Walk of Peace Foundation, Vice Mayor of Tolmin Municipality, active in different local education, cultural tourism, NGOs and public organizations, and Professor of Faculty of Sport at the University of Ljubljana. So, Masha, if I may say so, welcome, and we are glad to have you here. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello.
First, I would like to check if our technician works, because it is also for the first time for us to do that kind of presentation in this new online situation. Do you hear me?
We can hear you. You have to stick close to the microphone, as close as you can, so we can hear you better, and we don't see the presentation yet.
You don't see it yet.
With us.
Now you don't see presentation. Do I hear you well? No.
Yes, hear you well, but yet we don't see the presentation.
Stop sharing.
It's the share screen button.
Yeah, I thought I did it right. Screen, yeah. Schenka, okay. Easy. It is, do you see it now?
Not yet, not yet.
It is written that screen sharing is now paused. Do you...
click on it, because if it's paused, then it's paused. So click on it, maybe it will be unpaused.
Share. Cool. Okay, what about now?
Yes, now we can hear. See.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So it was nice to hear some of my previous colleagues. So it looks like that we all have a similar idea how to connect different European countries in cultural biking or hiking routes. Our Walk of Peace trail is also a combination of connecting First World War heritage, especially between Slovenia and Italy, but it is also very interesting also biking tour and hiking. So our mission is to do trails on the spots which were once divided because of the First World War frontline, and together with Italian colleagues, especially from Friuli Venezia Giulia region and also from Veneto, we are now developing 530 kilometers cross-border trail connected and presented also in the nature under common brand Walk of Peace. And this trail also connects First World War heritage like war cemeteries, charnel houses, museums, outdoor museums where you can see trenches, caverns, churches, chapels, and it is also an idea for further European cooperation from west part of Europe, where was West Front in the First World War, till east, till area of Russia, Ukraine, where also was going on big fronts in the First World War. So our mission is quite big, and we are aware that we have to valorize and renovate First World War heritage, do study research activities, education activities, development sustainable tourism, and especially product of cultural tourism and sports tourism. And very important is that we all who were once included in First World War now do common remembering events and activities, and also communication and marketing. Our idea is that all nations who were once divided in the First World War now do common development story, also important for the territory. As already said a little bit, our target groups are really very diverse. Hikers and bikers are probably the most important, also the biggest target groups. But very important are also relatives of soldiers who died and are buried in different war cemeteries or charnel houses. Important are also experts and enthusiasts in war, especially First World War topic. Of course, also school groups and families and daily visitors. Because of our very spread mission, we cooperate with different institutions. First with local municipalities from Italian and Slovenian sides are included around 30 different municipalities, because we want that municipalities are then responsible for preservation and presentation of First World War heritage, as also trail which are suitable for hikers, bikers, and for daily tourists. Very important are tourism destinations on national, local, and regional level. A lot of NGOs are working on this topic, especially how to preserve First World War heritage. Then, because of importance of knowing what was going on, our very important partners are research centers, academy, and museums. As on another side, because we want to do quality, sustainable tourism providers, and the institutes who are responsible for heritage protection. If my focus now is going to this tourism part, as I said, also in the First World War, soldiers used bikes to do some movements, but now we want that this area is also connected and used for bikers and hikers. It's very diverse landscape from Julian Alps down to valleys of Socha and other rivers to the karst area and to Adriatic Sea. On the picture you can see Austro-Hungarian Memorial Church Javorca, which also has European Heritage label, and a lot of bikers and other go through and stop, do pictures, because we use for biking trails many mulattiera done by the soldiers in the First World War. All our First World War heritage are presented under the same design, graphic design, with info boards and information system on the road, so that you don't need to use only GPX system, but also info boards and other information system on the trail. On this Walk of Peace trail, hikers, bikers, daily visitors can also visit some museums. One of these is in Italian part of Karst region. Also interesting because use some innovative technology where visitors can, through these glasses, see what was going on in the First World War, how soldiers' life was look like. Then also that kind of caverns are very presented all around the trail. Di Puglia, one of the biggest heritage in Italy. Very important are training programs. We have tourism guides, and we do many education for them, because we are aware that we have different target groups. That is why it's important that we also have very well equipped guides. We also cooperate with different travel agency, because we are foundation. We cannot sell multi-days program. That is why we do cooperation with travel agencies on hiking tours or on biking. We develop together with Kobarid Museum Slovenia Unique Experience, supported also by Slovenian Tourism Board Destination. So how to also include more unique experience or authentic experience in the outdoor museums, where you can walk through trenches, caverns with tourism guide, but also how to include guides who also wear uniform of soldier, and that they present how soldiers' life look like. Our idea, we also do a lot of study tours with different journalists, tourism providers. We were also presented in Lonely Planet. Our idea is to spread this Walk of Peace from Slovenian, Italian cross-border territory to all other front lines in the First World War. We do this with support of different European Interreg projects. We just finished one Interreg project on the Nube program, and now we are developing one strategic project between Italy and Slovenia.
Masha, you have only 1 minute left.
Yeah, I only 2 last slides. As already said, our aims for the future is to become transnational European story, Walk of Peace. Also to put Walk of Peace on cultural roots of Council of Europe, to put heritage on UNESCO. Heritage, First World War heritage in Slovenia, France and Belgium is on UNESCO tentative list. And the last information, Walk of Peace idea is now listed as top 6 Interreg project in this year, when also Interreg program celebrate 30 years. Here is our short promotional film, and now we are on the 2nd place. We are now preparing class performance about the Walk of Peace and hope to see all of you on 14th of October, where will be this Project Slam Interreg competition also finished.
Thank you very much from all of us from Zagreb, and really, as you said, board, and we agree with you, borders and limitations are only in our head. In tourism, especially in cycle tourism, really there should be no limits, as cyclists move rather fast through the space comparing to hikers. And really, from your photos, we saw how many beautiful places there are still in front of us to see. So thank you very much and all the best, and thank you for the invitation for the 14th of October.
Thank you.
And now I will give the word to Blanca.
Thank you, everybody from our 2 pillars of EUSAIR and our colleagues from the Danube strategy, priority area 3. And now we have a special guest from the Baltic strategy, which means this is a 3 strategy event. And I will now give the floor to Lydia again.
Thank you very much. So now we are going to Poland. We will move to get to know Eurovelo 10 better, the route Eurovelo 10, opportunities and challenges in creating a cross-border tourism product. And I'm happy to invite Mr. Łukasz Magrian from Poland. Mr. Magrian is the general manager in the Pomorskie Tourist Board, responsible for the preparation, implementation and settlement of EU projects and cooperation with local business partners in the creation and promotion of tourism products from the Pomorskie region. He was a project manager in EU project, working on development of Baltic Sea cycle route, which is Eurovelo 10, and he is also coordinating information spots, points on this Eurovelo 10. So warm welcome to Mr. Magrian. Are you with us?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Lydia. Like I was introduced, my name is Łukasz Magrian. I'm representing Pomorskie Tourist Board, the tourist organization from the northern part of Poland. I would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share with you our experiences in developing and popularizing cycle tourism in cross-border cooperation. I think many thoughts are similar to those which previous speakers said, but I think it's going to be interesting for you also to look at this topic from our perspective. I will try to share my screen now. If you can just let me know if you can see it.
Not yet.
Now it's okay, I think.
Now it's okay.
So maybe a few words at the beginning about the Eurovelo 10. Like you can see on this map, it is called Baltic Sea Cycle Route, and it's over 8,000 kilometers long. It is a circuit route surrounding the Baltic Sea and running through 9 countries: Denmark, Germany, Estonia, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Russian Federation, and Sweden. There are 5 capitals located directly on the route. That is Copenhagen in Denmark, Helsinki, Riga, Stockholm, and Tallinn. We have over 50 cities with a big historical value and potential, and also over 30 UNESCO objects which are on the UNESCO list. The seaside location makes for an accessible route which can be explored by both skilled and beginning cyclists. Also, different tourist attraction which can be found along the route. It makes this route interesting for different type of tourists, because we have seniors, we have families with children, Baltic Sea cycle route runs also through about 20 bigger islands and peninsulas. And there are also some loops on those islands. One of the example is Bornholm, very popular place in Denmark. You can find lots of cyclists over there during the high season. You have to know that we have also different level of route development when we talk about the whole Eurovelo 10. For example, in my region, we have over 260 kilometers of the EV10, and in whole Poland is 550. And we are still developing this part of the route. We are investing in cycle paths and dedicated roads, but also we try to invest in small infrastructure and site posting. And hopefully by the end of 2022, beginning 23, the whole part of the Eurovelo 10 in Poland will be rideable and will be ready to do the whole part, the whole section in Poland. Now I would like to tell you a few words about the project which were mentioned. From 2017 till 2019, we carried out a EU project co-financed by the Interreg South Baltic program. It was called Biking South Baltic, and during this project, together with our 6 main partners and 5 associated partners, we were working towards creating, developing, commercializing and promoting cycle tourism on the Eurovelo 10. We always try to work with the best. That is why one of the partners was also European Cyclist Federation, but also we cooperate with Danish Cycle Tourism, the most important organization in Denmark. When we talk about this activity, we cooperate with Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, so the regional tourist board in Germany. The main goals of the project included exchanging knowledge about creating infrastructure, managing, commercializing and promoting the route, but also important fact was to create cross-border cooperation and to create cycle tourism product. Here you can see some main activities in the project. Survey and analysis. We install electronic counters, so we could check which sections are the most popular, when exactly, and it was very helpful to plan some marketing activities and some dedicated campaigns to different targeted groups. So that was the one aspect, but we also organized some kind of cyclist survey, which helped us better understand their opinion about the route and also their preferences. Second thing, database preparation. It is available for individual tourists who can get more information from the website, for example, before the trip. But also we share this data with our tourist partners, commercial partners, for example, with tour operators who can use our photos, maps, or specific information about the route, and they create some packages. They promote this through their businesses as well. Very important part of the project was to create the document called Baltic Sea Cycle Route Development Strategy 2020-2030. This document provides a kind of guideline for different organizations which are responsible for different parts of the route. As you can see, 9 countries, over 25 regions. So the information in this document is a guideline for these institutions in terms of marketing activities, infrastructure development, and future cooperation. Talking about cooperation, of course, we need to cooperate between the different stakeholders, but for us, it was also very important to cooperate with business partners, because we can always say how beautiful route it is and how perfect landscapes they are, but At the end, there will be a question where I can buy it, where I can find some services, where I can stay. That is why we close cooperate with hoteliers, with restaurants, with tour operators, but also we cooperate close and we create some kind of connection between tourist information centers in different countries. The idea is that the visitor who asks about the route in my city could get very detailed and relevant information, not only about the Polish part of the route, but also about the German, Lithuanian, or other sections. So that's also one of the aspects of the project. Of course, marketing and promotion, we promote this route as a one product together with our partners. We create the website, we prepare some promotional materials, we attend tourist fairs, and always we present one common brand called Eurovelo 10. And important aspect of the project was also create some small infrastructure. I mentioned about the counters. You can see also over there some photos from the route. So it was also the part of the project. Generally, the whole project it was.
Yeah. You have 2 minutes left. Just
yes,
to.
Okay. So generally, the project was the idea to what was great to share the ideas between the partners and to talk what we can do in the future. The project showed us the trees and what to look out for, as well as the opportunities, how to improve this product and how to profit from it in the future. I think we need to talk. We were talking about long-term cooperation, but of course, it is important to extend this cooperation, and it cannot be dependent only on EU funds and to be limited to the project. We must talk and look for the opportunities and for the cooperation in context of current activities and our regular budget. Different stages of route development, like the person from ADFC said, quality, quality, quality. We know that first of all, we need to create a good product with a good quality, and then we can promote it together and show as a nice tourist product. We see that it's hard to create a cross-border product when we talk about cycle tourists, because if I would like to create an offer from Gdańsk to Copenhagen, for example, it takes 2-3 weeks, and people are looking for some shorter trips. So we need to find the solution. We try to create some products, offers between 2 countries or 2-3 regions. So that is why we try to do that. I mentioned about the cooperation with tourism industry. Of course, unforeseen difficulties. When we were finishing the project at the end of the last year, no one of us expected such a big crisis in tourism industry and beyond. So, but sometimes we see that unforeseen difficulties can bring also some new opportunities. And like Winston Churchill said, never let a good crisis go to waste. We see that during the pandemic in Poland, but of course it's most probably the whole Europe, cycling is considered as a safe means of transportation, and it allows for distancing and seems to be attractive form of spending time. So we see a big potential in that. In Poland, sales of bicycles is booming right now. So I think that situation which we have at the moment can help us to promote more and more tourist trips. That's from my side. Thank you for that time, and I'm staying with you. So if you have any questions, just ask on the chat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magrian. It was really nice to hear the presentation about Eurovelo 10. It's always challenging to develop such a huge routes like this one is also, you mentioned, more than 8,000 kilometers with 30 UNESCO sites. but you had for sure good possibilities for transfer of good practices and knowledge from Denmark, Germany, and Sweden, both to Poland and Lithuania. So as we had also on Eurovelo 8 from other developed countries of the Western Europe. So thank you very much. We are now at the end of this morning session. We are already yeah, we are in time. We are in time. Thank you, everybody, for really being dynamic and very concrete in your presentation and holding the time that was given to each of the speakers. We really appreciate that, and we are looking forward to the afternoon session. And we decided here to have these conclusions of the morning session after the lunch, which they will be given to us by Professor Zoran Klaric from the Institute of Tourism in Zagreb. And we wish you pleasant lunch and tasty lunch, virtually or physically, and we'll be together at 10 minutes past 2, so 5 minutes earlier than we planned to be. And have a nice lunch and see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
This conference will now be recorded.
Zoran Klaric, a professor from the Institute of Tourism Zagreb, to give us the conclusions of the morning session. Zoran, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hope you can see me. Well, I have a duty to listen carefully all the presentations, what's about it, and then trying to find some conclusions. So I will just very shortly go through those presentations so you can feel what was about for those who haven't listened to all of this carefully. So the meeting was opened by coordinator Mrs. Blanka Velošević and followed by welcoming speech by the representatives of Croatian ministries and coordinators Pierluigi Coppola, Irina Kozma, and Nikola Manerski. The official part of the workshop was opened by Mrs. Lydia Miščin, expert associate for MedCycle tool, who briefly introduced the speakers and their presentations. The first was Mr. Ed Lancaster, Eurovelo senior policy officer, who presented the keynote speech introducing to cycling tourism with some introduction to ECF and description of networks with special accent on COVID-19 measures, what is very important in these days. The next presentation was held by Mr. Miklos Berenci from Eurovelo Coordination Center in Hungary, who spoke about the sustainability of cycling tourism and growing numbers, and mentioned many good examples in the world, such as national routes in Switzerland, crank works competition, Whistler, bike festival, Lago di Garda, etc. The last presentation before the break was by Mr. Frank Hoffman, board member of ADFC, Allgemeiner Deutscher Fahrradclub, who presented the experience of AFDC from developing cycle tourism services and infrastructure since 19th in Germany, with some very interesting data about the quality standards, cycling tourist expectations, and importance of high quality signposting. After the break, the workshop continued with national intervention sessions showing good examples from various countries. The first was by Mr. Massimiliano Angelotti from Italy, who spoke about the infrastructure of the status of Adrian cycle tour on the Adriatic coast of Italy. And then it was Mrs. Lydia Miščin, the same experience on the Croatian side of the Adriatic with Eurovelo 8. And she pointed out the importance of this section as a tool to influence regional and national policies in Croatia in favor on sustainable and responsible tourism. The next was Mrs. Cristina Alexandru from Romania, who presented Danube Cycling Plan project as new opportunity for Romanian cycling, and spoke about cycling potential of Romania at the Eurovelo 6 Atlantic Black Sea near Danube River. As a link to this was my short presentation covering parts of Eurovelo 6 and Eurovelo 13 in Croatia along the Drava River, very beautiful area protected as the UNESCO World Biosphere Reserve. In the last part, there were Mrs. Alexandra Fogar from Promoturismo Italy, and in her presentations, Cycling and Discovering, she presented efforts to promote her region, Friuli, Venezia, Giulia, as excellent area for cycling. And then there was very interesting case of Jamnica Trail Park in Slovenia by Mr. Ane Struci as a good example of a local initiative who was so successful that this small area became one of the top world destinations for MTB bikes. Then we have two presentations from countries which are, let's say, in beginning phase of cycling tourism. First from Montenegro by Mr. Nebojša Crnogorac, who pointed out that cyclotourism is still not seen as important tourism product, although good possibilities for that in Montenegro. And then was the neighboring country, Albania, when Mrs. Eltjana Škreli from Škodra presented the example of her town, who, in spite of the fact that it is located in Albania, become one of the best cyclist-friendly cities in Europe, so in the same status as many cities in Romania, in the Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, etc. The last of the national presentation was Mrs. Klavara, Maša Klavara from town of Tolmin, who presented a very interesting project, Walk of Peace, biking, hiking and cultural cross-border trail along the world first heritage, and it as a good example of involvement of local community. So that is very nice because it shows the possibilities of combining hiking tourism, biking tourism, cultural tourism, because they are all, let's say, about the same experience. The last was a kind of link to national presentation was one intervention from other EU macro strategies. That was Mr. Lukasz Magrian from Poland, who spoke about their experiences about Eurovelo 10 opportunities and challenges in creating a cross-border tourism product. So I was a little bit fast in order to find some time for the conclusions in the end. So it was a little bit difficult to find the conclusions in such a short time, because with some presentations we haven't seen before their presentation, but during the lunch break that was a good time, so we have some conclusions, and you will have some time if you want to make some comments, and it will be all sent to you later. So first conclusion from, I think there are 7 altogether, yes, is that cycling tourism is developing strongly across whole Europe, especially when it comes to building attractive biking paths and using new technologies such as GPS applications and e-bikes. So that's main difference, because such many biking paths were not built in previous years, and those technological elements play more and more important roles today. Second conclusion was that coronavirus pandemic has in fact a positive influence on cycling tourism, because it encouraged its development, because the benefits of using bicycles over the use of motor vehicles came to the fore, both in terms of mobility and in terms of environmental protection. Third conclusion is that cycling tourism is also spreading in the countries in the South and East Europe, but the differences compared to the North and West of Europe are still very large. It's especially in the case of cycling infrastructure and biking culture in general, regarding the position of cyclists in overall traffic structure in those countries. So, as a fourth conclusion, in spite of significant positive trends in many less developed countries, there is still a lack of understanding for cyclists in some of those countries, which requires stronger support for the development of cycling on the European level. The next conclusion, particularly popular regions for cycling tourism are border areas. So cycling tourism has very positive effect on cooperation between countries and thus on the unity of Europe and understanding between the various European nations. Two more local initiatives play an important role in the development of cycling tourism, which is why cycling tourism appears as an engine for the development, especially in remote and undeveloped rural areas. And the last conclusions, I think it's very important to say at the end that cyclotourism has very positive effect on the sustainability of tourism in general, and also on the preservation of natural and cultural heritage. It is also a link to the following discussion, development of cultural routes, because cycling tourism is highly compatible with the development of other environmentally friendly forms of tourism, such as hiking, wine, and cultural tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zoran. Thank you very much. Thanks for the closing remarks, comments, and conclusions. And now at the very end of this morning session and the beginning of afternoon session, I would like to thank to organizer, the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, and to all our speakers, tourist experts and professionals for the range of topics, subjects, and data they shared with us through the morning session. Thank you for attending. I hope we brought some interesting and useful ideas to civil servants in their sector to make them really further invest and through EU fund better understand and work on development of sustainable and responsible tourism with the stress on cycling tourism among their countries and regions. And thank you for attending. All the best. Take care and stay safe and healthy. Goodbye. And I would give my word to Blanca, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Lydia, for excellent moderating this morning session. And now we are going to the second part, which is culture routes, but it is not only culture routes, it is culture routes and cycling tourism products. As we had in the morning, the opening and welcoming words by the representative of the Ministry of Tourism and Sport, since culture routes are mainly the domain of the Ministry of Culture, I will introduce a representative of the same ministry that is now called Ministry of Culture and Media. So we have with us Ms. Tatjana Horvatic, Head of Movable, Ethnographic and Intangible Culture Heritage Office of that ministry. So Tatjana, please.
Thank you very much, Blanca. Dear colleagues, I'm very glad to welcome you on the behalf of the Ministry of Culture and Media. The Republic of Croatia joined the Enlarged Partial Agreement of Culture Routes, EPA, in 2016, and today it is one of the 34 member countries. The joint role and competence in the program are shared between the Ministry of Culture and Media and the Ministry of Tourism and Sport. The Directorate for the Protection of Cultural Heritage of the Ministry of Culture and Media plays the lead role in the culture routes of the Council of Europe program. It performs all the program-related activities with its scopes of work. Firstly, the Directorate appoints the coordinator for Croatia who actively participates in the work of the EPA Governing Board, especially in the board meeting that takes place once a year in April at the European Institute of Culture Routes in Luxembourg. Exceptionally, this year's meeting was postponed, of course, for October and will be organized as a video conference meeting. The meeting agendas include making decisions on the awarding of certificates to the proposed new routes, as well as certification of the routes that had been granted certificates, but it has to be verified every 3 years. The representative of Croatia participates on equal terms with other EPA members by voting on the meetings and by participating in the making of decisions related to the certification and other decisions related to the EPA activities. The representative of Croatia participates in the consultative forums that are held each year in another member country and make the important part of the program. Through its representative, the ministry participates in Congress, lectures, conferences, and workshops on the topic of cultural routes as is the case of this one. Furthermore, the Ministry continuously provides consultations, informs and connects members and potential members, issue recommendations for membership, and obtains expert opinions of the relevant institution when required. The Ministry of Culture and Media organizes meetings of representatives of the culture route passing through Croatia for the purpose of networking and planning further promotional and other activities. By working on the program, the Ministry has also established the exceptional collaboration with the European Institute of Culture Roots in Luxembourg. In 2019, the Ministry of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia, the Directorate for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, published a brochure titled Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe, with the support of the European Institute of Cultural Roots and in collaboration with the Croatian representatives of cultural roots. The bilingual brochure includes information about the routes that passing through Croatia, contacts information on the route owners and representatives. This is the first promotional material in Croatia. The brochure text is supported by the characteristics photos. Prior to publishing the brochure, the Ministry organized a meeting of the route representatives and manager. It was an important meeting because it was their first gathering at one place. They used to express their concerns, exchange their experience and ideas for future work. The brochure has been uploaded to the Council of Europe website and perceived as a good practice example of the Croatian membership in the Enlarged Partial Agreement of Cultural Roots. After attracting considerable interest, a summary text with the supporting photos was also included in the international tourism magazine Place to Go. One of the most important promotional activities aiming at increasing the visibility of roots in Croatia should have been the presentation of the cultural roots in Croatia at the International Tourism Fair Place to Go in Zagreb in March 2020. However, the fair was postponed due to COVID-19 outbreak, and we hope that it will be possible to organize this event in the near future and to be able to route representatives to make contacts, present their work and their tourism products, which would all contribute to the creation of new routes. Ever since the Council of Europe declared Santiago de Compostela as the first cultural route in 1987, another 38 cultural routes have been certified. We can proudly emphasize that 11 out of 38 routes passing through the Republic of Croatia, which is why we are recognized as a destination of rich cultural heritage. These routes are as follows: the Aitavitis route, the European route of historic thermal towns, atrium architecture of totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, Saint Martin of Tours route, the Phoenicians route, the European cemeteries route, destination Napoleon, Olive Tree route, Impressionism route, the Roman emperors and Danube wine route, and finally Jewish heritage route. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. And now we continue with introduction of something that is special for all the 4 macro-regional strategies and cultural routes, which is actually Roots for You program that was financed by the DG Regio to help develop 2 specific cultural routes in each of the 4 macro-regional strategies. The thematic expert in EUSAIR Pillar 4, Mrs. Vlasta Klaric, will present you actually what we did not only in EUSAIR but also in the Danube strategy. So the title of her presentation is Roots for You, Connecting the EU Regions. Vlasta, please.
Try to connect my screen. Okay, so I'm very glad to welcome you here on our workshop, and I'm glad that we are covering all the 4 macro regions, although in this presentation I shall concentrate on the Adriatic Union and the Danube region, speaking about the cultural routes and the program Routes for You, with whom we actually excellently did the work and cooperation and set up some of the priorities, covered some of the priorities, relying on the framework of the general tourism situation today, and actually provided the way how to move forward through the cultural routes and how to connect the regions through cultural routes, which we consider are extremely important. We are glad here that actually this was also done in the cooperation with the support of our partnering ministry, the Ministry of Culture, and that our pillar coordinator pointed it out through this final workshop, which I hope will be of use to all of you. So let us start from the very beginning and just see what were the topics, the main priorities of our both macro regions, and which were actually connected through cultural routes, or cultural routes resulted from the two priorities are considering sustainable tourism and the pillar of connecting the region in the Danube strategy. So what did we do? Which were our priorities? When we speak about the priorities of the Adriatic Union region, then it is very clear. One of our 6 priorities is actually developing sustainable and thematic tourist routes in order to provide diversified tourism offer and also to foster Adriatic Union cultural heritage, all in function of deseasonalization and all with the support of, let's say, training and education. When we speak about the Danube region, then we can see that we have actually some similar priorities which are, let's say, compatible, and that the Danube region also cares much about cultural tourism, cultural roots, and cooperation in culture and creativity, and of course the sustainability. This all actually started with several events which were promoting the Routes for You program, their goals and their initiative, starting from the workshop which we had on the olive tree in Mali-Loshin, and then developing further on through whole of the Adriatic Union region, where we spoke in detail about the possibilities and where actually the selection of the routes was done for the Adriatic Union region. So one, as I have said, one of our priorities points out the development of sustainable thematic routes, and in with the function of diversifying the product and increasing the number of cultural routes, may they be archaeological, historical, or whatever. So if we compare what were the priorities of our 2 regions with the priorities of the European cultural routes development, we can see that again these priorities are very much compatible, and then they correlate excellently together. So we are working for research and development cooperation, and the routes and the cultural routes of Europe also promote the cooperation in research and development. We stress the cultural heritage as the source for diversified tourism offer, and cultural routes are those who are actually promoting, valorizing, and enhancing the memory and European heritage. We work for the we are very much aware of the need for the new training and skills programs in tourism, and also cultural routes promote the educational exchanges among the youngsters. So we are also very much in cooperation, speaking of culture and creativity, while the same cooperation methods are handled with also in the European Culture Roots programs. And of course, both of us, or 3 of us, let's say, the Adriatic Union region, Danube region, and the European Cultural Routes are very much aware that the routes can be only developed within the sustainable and responsible tourism offer. So what are actually cultural routes connecting? They are the link between the inhabitants and tourists, the link between tourism and values. The route is a destination connecting the partners, and it is also a matter and a tool for local and European promotion. So this is why the routes which are selected also have this purpose. So on the Adriatic and Ionian side, we have selected as the new route to be developed the Roman heritage route, the enhancement of the already existing olive tree route, and from the Danube strategy point of view, Iron Age route was selected as a new route, and Cyril and Methodius route as well as a new route. So why did we do all that? Of course, we did it all that taking into account the framework of the development of tourism today. A year ago, we would happily speak about the new numbers, the quantity of tourists, the volume of people traveling around the world. But today, our situation is a bit different. Today, we can only speak about actually the new sustainable and responsible approach. So why we actually needed this sort of new initiatives? Only looking from the point of view of the Adriatic Ionian region, we can see that we have a huge imbalance in arrivals, in carrying capacities of Adriatic Ionian destinations. So on one hand side, you can see Italy, which was overloaded of the masses of tourism. And on the other hand side, we have other countries from the region which barely actually reached some volume of tourists coming to destinations. Also, one of the reasons why we were thinking about it is the competitiveness index. Owing to that, the competitiveness index, again, there was an imbalance between the scores which some of the countries were having in comparison to the others. And this is something that needed a bit of harmonization, or let's say some of the countries needed a sort of development in the tourism sector. And then again, some of the countries were overloaded, as I have said, by the millions of visitors to the museums, while the other ones were almost unknown, the museums and the locations. So we had the lesser known locations, the lesser known visited regions, and on one hand side, and the overloaded and over tourism destinations on the other. And what do we have today? Well, today we have, let's say, a crisis. Of course, this crisis, as we have seen, is proved by the cycling tourism, can also turn out to be right and turn out to be very good for development of certain forms of tourism, especially as cycling tourism is, which is individual and which relies on the cyclists and their choice of the green and lesser known destinations. Can we actually manage? Can we manage with the help of the European Green Deal or the European Digital Age programs? Well, let's hope we can. Let's see what the trends and opportunities are for our future. We know that the trends have already spoken about the life which is restructured, the data which is revolutionized, and reality which has to be enhanced. And then we know that we have the visitors who have quite a new sensibility, who are looking forward now towards local, towards outdoor, towards co-creation of the product, who look for safe and touchless, secure products, and who, of course, are very much aware of sustainable and responsible need for the development of tourism. So these changing values point out towards the local, the micro, the active tourism, the authentic destinations, safe, healthy, and touchless destinations. So when we redefine the interactions and processes which are ahead of us, then we know that we actually have to look towards the focus. The focus is the route theme, which can be then supported by the heritage and the structural support of the heritage on the cultural route. And then it can be again supported by the services for infrastructure support where the cycling tourism comes in. But of course, we have to start from the topic. We have to start from the theme of the route, and we have to recognize the profile of the route in order to make it visible and to make it desirable. As soon as we are very much aware of the profile and the authenticity and the uniqueness of the theme, then we can go on further on. And this is what Routes for You program has done. It has actually pointed out the need for structured approach towards the cultural roots. It has pointed out the need for people who are active on the roots and who can actually collaborate in a most qualified way. It has also somehow pointed out the need for connecting the EU regions. It has pointed out the need for smart specializations on the route, for diversification of products and spaces, and then, of course, what we have already said, for harmonization of the macro regions. And of course, let us not forget the visitor and point out the humanization and actually social sustainability of destinations on the route. So what are we looking for through the cultural routes? We are looking for the new comfort zones. Those new comfort zones might not be the same as they were once upon a time. So they are actually something that the visitor looks for as a new feel for destinations. And in such way, somehow, the 4 selected routes proved to be right routes for the further development. So let us speak about the Iron Age route. The Iron Age route, which developed from an excellent scientific program, and last year started actually its development towards the Cultural Routes program towards certification, having at the moment 11 partners from 4 countries, and pointing out something that is quite important, and that is culture as the DNA of a destination, emphasizing the real-life experiences, the authentic and human point of the destinations on the route. So what they have done a number of programs, the number of cooperation issues with the tourism sector, and the number of creative products, such as, for example, the product of the prehistoric culinary workshop taking for about 5 hours on the spot for the visitors who come and see it. So what do we have here? We have unplugged experiences, creative products which involve interactively the visitor and provide him with a new transformative example of experience. On the other hand side, we have already spoken about the olive tree routes. The olive tree routes are actually routes which needed a little bit of enhancement, let us say. So let's say also that the olive tree routes provided new programs which included 26 new members from Greece, 31 new members from Croatia, and 24 new members from Slovenia, pointing out actually some destinations which are off the beaten track, giving them the queue-less experience, no mass tourism, and giving actually new visibility to places which we did not know before about. So especially oriented towards some special kinds of and categories of visitors. This is the value which they provided, spotting the value of the olive tree as it is. And then the third cultural route, which is one of the selected routes, is the Cyril and Methodius cultural route, which somehow oriented itself towards several points of initiatives, this pointing out spirituality, pilgrimage, archaeological sites, cultural events. It provided the new insight into the destinations through interactive interpretation, through living history events, and actually somehow diversing our view from the mega icons and from the mega events towards the micro worlds, micro groups, micro packages. So far, as to our knowledge, they have 15 destinations within 4 countries which provide tourism products, cultural tourism products on the Cyril and Methodius route. And the last route which we were voting for is the Roman heritage route. Roman heritage route actually evolved somehow from the Roman emperors route coming from the Danube region, but provided the new insight into some more destinations. So covering some 9 EUSAIR countries today, it has 50 plus destinations, which are the potential destinations on the route, still to be developed further on, and which is actually, it is actually concentrated on the identity levels, connecting the EU region and considering the life in ancient Roman times. So the ancient Roman times had one important topic, and that is communication, the same as we have today. And communication through the story of art and culture, the story of society, the story of life, the story of the cities, the story of wars, the story of silver and money, and the story of the roads. How similar to today. So let us use this past experience and see what comes out of it. And I hope that we shall have an opportunity to see this route developed as well. Because already now, on the spots of this route, we can see how culture, creativity, and activity are working for the co-creation of cultural tourism products. So what did we actually succeed? What those routes can do? They can actually provide an integrated approach with a focus on EU regions, with thematic and art creativity, with thematic heritage, with thematic services and hospitality, also including activities such as, let's say, the cycling on the route and product diversification. The point which is important is actually the management of the routes. So in this sense, we are redefining the tourism product. We are actually succeeding in the space diversification of the tourism volumes and the product diversification, and letting our consumer not to be just a consumer, but also to be a producer, which becomes more and more important. So the theme, of course, is on the top, on the route, something that is most important. And it is the point of the smart specialization for the region. And then it can include various products and connect it to various consumers, to various visitors. Actually, this can help the visitor to develop memorabilia. It can help him to have a meaningful travel, full of quality, uniqueness, and high value, not high volume. So, but we of course always have to start with the humanization and with the visitors and with our travelers. Why do we have to do that? Because we are now on the way back to human through transformation of a visitor visiting our sites. We are back to community with the responsible visitor. We are back to understanding with ethical living and sustainability towards the destinations. So the route becomes in this way a new comfort zone providing social comfort, getting friendly and social with family and friends on the route. It provides also the new intellectual comfort zone, provoking knowledge and transformative experiences. It also becomes a spiritual comfort zone, giving us inspiration, stimulation, and comfort, and it also becomes a new emotional comfort zone. This is with what I would end, and I do hope that we shall have see in the next certification processes all those 4 routes which I have just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vlasta. I think we have one of the best thematic experts in EUSAIR, probably even in all 4 macro-regional strategies. Don't you agree? But now I will hand over the role of moderator to Vlasta, because she will be the one moderating the session on culture routes. Vlasta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to welcome here all of our speakers today. We have, of course, the keynote speaker, Dr. Stefano Dominioni from the Cultural Routes, the Executive Secretary of the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Cultural Routes, as the first speaker. To welcome him. He is the one responsible for overseeing and certification by the Council of Europe of cultural routes in the field of European culture and heritage across its 47 members, and the regular evaluation of the current 38 certified cultural routes. Dr. Dominioni ensures the EPA Governing Board and Statutory Committee operations, management of the European Institute of Cultural Routes, and coordination with the cultural routes of the Council of Europe. Mr. Dominioni, we are glad to have you here with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klaric, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to also thank Blanka, my good friend Blanka Milosevic, for the invitation. trusted colleague from Croatia, and I hope that our paths will cross in the future. We definitely need your expertise, Blanca, in the future. So we will be drawing on your skills, so you will not be far away from us, especially because you mentioned the cultural roots as an important topic, and I'm very glad that you've chosen this topic for the conference, for your closing conference, because it is clearly a topic that is becoming more and more important for all Europeans, for a variety of reasons. I think already in the last 10 years there has been a very growing trend of this dynamic, connecting, creating networks of heritage and cultural sustainable tourism across Europe. And I think this has been accelerated very recently due to the tragic situation of the pandemic. The European traveler and tourist is changing behaviors, and the experience is more and more linked to what we represent as cultural roots. So I think it's very timely what you have proposed in the conference, and the cycling aspect is also extremely important because of the slow tourism and open air tourism that this entails. So my presentation will be an institutional presentation, but also a more concrete one. So I'll let the colleagues, I think, run the slides, or should I do that?
Could you please share the screen, because it's easier than to, not saying just next slide.
Yeah. Okay. So I will try to share the screen. It might take me a little while. Just 1 second. Okay.
I can share it for you if it's a problem.
Yeah, it might be easier because I have a little trouble retrieving the slides, and you don't have to wait until I say next slide. You can roll them as it goes. It doesn't really matter. People will catch up. They will understand what I'm talking about. I can start very briefly with an institutional introduction, because it's important to mention the organization that started all this, and it is an organization that all of us belong to, because the Council of Europe is the oldest pan-European international organization.
The slides are okay.
Okay, so can I move the slide, or somebody else will move the slide?
I will do it. I will go from the title slide to the next one. Okay.
Okay, you can start rolling the slides. Yeah, so you can start rolling the slides as I speak. Don't worry about it. So the Council of Europe is the largest pan-European international organization. Human rights, democracy, rule of law, these are the key concepts. But culture and cultural diversity has always been at the core of the organization. And as the next slide will show you, it is really a pan-European. All of us are represented by our member states. Croatia, all the countries in the Danube are members. The Ionic Adriatic, all the countries are represented. And the idea that the Council of Europe will carry this product, the cultural roots kind of networks. It is an old idea. It is over 30 years old, and at the time it was very innovative, and it was let's say a cultural initiative at the time. So 30 years ago it starts as a cultural idea, but over time it becomes more and more a heritage, a tourism, sustainable concept that becomes the driving force. So today we are confronted with a very large program. Vlasta hinted to that in her presentation, and I would like to thank her, because she's really been an excellent ambassador of the program with her overview of both of the routes that are certified and are going to be certified. But the idea there was a creating networks of destinations, cultural, but especially based on local traditions, in order to really foster a cultural diversity in a pan-European perspective, in a shared pan-European perspective, so that we can all recognize our contribution culturally from our own traditions to the building of a European history and a European identity. In 2010, the Council of Europe established a political body. The next slide will show you. It's the enlarged agreement on cultural routes. Croatia and all the countries in the region are members of the agreement on cultural routes, and this changed everything. Changed everything because now we have a governing board that oversees the certification and the evaluation of the cultural routes, but not only, because it provides political impetus, it provides a guidance, strategy, it provides leverage, and also opens the door for developing the networks in their own country, and provides also financial resources, which is always important to mention. In addition to that, I'm speaking to you from Luxembourg, and in Luxembourg we are hosted by the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. They provide us with not only the premises for our operations as a Council of Europe officials, but also they established 20 years ago an institute, the European Institute of Cultural Routes, and the institute provides very much needed advice, monitoring, and help us through the evaluation cycle. So we're a small secretariat, so the additional staff and resources we receive from Luxembourg are important to provide us with, let's say, a stable workflow for managing the process of expertise, evaluation, training, advisory role for the cultural routes. And the next slide will show you the variety of cultural routes. It's small pictures, but it's now 38 cultural routes certified. This covers the entire European continent, and there are really a variety of themes, from art to architecture to landscape to religious heritage, to ancient civilizations, to very famous figures of European history, all connected in a European perspective. What is important is that these thematic clusters are based on networks that are legal entities, and this is something that I always specify when I speak to an audience, because it's not a future project, it's not a list of activities. Each route is a network with governance, with a board of directors, with a president, management, with funding, with activities in the name of the route that are carried out by a variety of partners. And the partners, importantly, are not individuals. It's not me and you. It is local authorities, it's cities, municipalities, it's regions, it's cultural institutions, it's tourism organizations. So it's legal entities that are federated into a much larger legal body. And the legal aspect is fundamental because not only it's a legal personality, so it can enter into contract and into agreement with third parties, but it's also can receive funding, and it also can operate as, let's say, a counterpart, and also has its own voice vis-a-vis public authorities. The next slide will show you the typology of cultural routes. Maybe this has been said before, but it's nice to show that some routes are linear. These are itineraries and paths, clearly very much anchored in sustainable development, by foot, cycling, horseback riding, by train. All these can be walked. Some are territorial, like the route of the olive tree that was mentioned, strong anchor to large territories. And some are reticular. They are a network of cities and destinations connected by a shared theme of historical perspective. And the bottom line is that all these, let's say, routes put in place a program of activity. Every year, they intervene in 5 different fields of action with the overall, let's say, overarching objective to be very much bottom-up activities. So they are very much local, but they still retain this European connectivity. And this is particularly important, and the next slide will show you, for the tourism aspect, because cultural routes de facto strengthen very much our regions, our local communities, because they are local, because they are off the beaten track, because they are not in the major touristic destinations. All the network members of our routes are, most of them, I would say, in rural areas. What they do, they enhance our local heritage in a let's say, cooperative way. So there's no competition between destinations. There's cooperation at European level. There's a lot of small and medium enterprises that are born. There's a lot of widespread economic impact. €1 spent along the routes creates also let's say a multiplication factor for expenditures in the territory. And there is also the tourism destinations that are connected and are visible beyond the local level. And there's a clear economic impact of the cultural routes, and that is clearly linked to the numbers. We have seen a growing interest from travelers to travel along cultural routes, not just the ones certified by the Council of Europe, but as a whole. The COVID pandemic has just augmented, increased exponentially this trend. Geoparks, natural setting, hiking trails, open air destinations, cycling paths, all this has exploded as a form of tourism. And the trend is that this is going to not only continue in the future, but increase exponentially. And all the articles in newspapers and all the new trends because of COVID really show this trend as long-term, not only medium-term, but as long-term. And now we come to the Ionic Adriatic and the Danube, because I want to show you some information about what we have done in the framework of our Routes for You joint program with the Commission. Vlasta already gave you some information about some new developments, new cultural routes being developed, and I would like to really pay tribute to all the actors in the Routes for You project, because this has been quite successful for EUSAIR and also for EUSDR, because we have developed a lot of activities, a lot of the kind of tools to promote cultural routes in the two macro regions. So between 2017 and 2020, Council of Europe and the European Commission, DG Regio, cooperated in a joint program, Routes for You, for regional development in the 4 identified macro regions within the EU strategy, also in line with the Faro Convention. One of them is the Danube region, which Ms. Klaric already just told us about. The objective of the program were regional development, cultural cooperation, and social cohesion. As you can see, 4 macro regions have been defined within the EU, which are promoted by specific strategies. And Croatia is part of 2 of them, EUSAIR and EUSDR, as you know. But all 4 regions are of importance for the cultural roots of the Council of Europe, because they create a sense of a common identity. And the importance of the macro regions is evident by the great number of routes crossing both regions. I think we have this slide that shows you that 28, as a matter of fact, are crossing 28 are crossing EUSAIR, and 25 are passing through EUSDR. No less than 23 of the 28 certified cultural routes cross both of the macro regions. So there are only a few cultural routes crossing only one of the macro regions. So most of them cross the 2. And the high number of shared routes compared to the small number of routes not shared shows the cross-linking of the themes and the narratives between both these macro regions. So you can see now some examples of routes crossing both regions. On the screen, you can see a variety of themes: religious heritage, architecture and landscape, history or regional and gastronomy, wine and olive tradition. Each route is managed by a carrier network, and this is important, this legal entity I was telling you about, connecting members of several different countries and institutional backgrounds, culture, tourism, heritage, sometimes also other type of organizations. Some cultural routes are well represented in countries of the macro-regions, while others cross only a few. But most of the cultural routes in EUSAIR, for example, cross countries like Italy or other countries. The members of the cultural routes are also not distributed always in the same geographical balance, but they are nevertheless spread throughout the region. So on the screen you can see the European route of Jewish heritage, the route of the olive tree, Iter Vitis, Atrium, Destination Napoleon. Atrium is the cultural route of totalitarian architecture linked to totalitarian regimes in the 20th century. Destination Napoleon, the European route of industrial heritage, European route of historic thermal towns. So I have now a few slides to show you in particular some examples. The first one is Iter Vitis, and for Iter Vitis, you can see three examples of routes. So first is Iter Vitis, a cultural route of the Council of Europe, focusing on the culture of wine and the traditions around winemaking and viticultural landscapes. It crosses several countries from the Ionic Adriatic all the way to the Caucasus, and the carrier network is the International Federation Iter Vitis. And the management of the cultural route consists of a steering committee and a technical and scientific committee. So both also kind of entities are public entities, local authorities, cities, municipalities, but also private ones from also the wine making sector. So public institutions, but also private companies in the wine making region. And the cultural route aims to involve stakeholders from various backgrounds to help diversify the wine tourism offering also visitor educational training programs in the sector, information about also initiatives and cultural events. And the network has recently developed a tourism catalog on the less known wine destinations in the Adriatic and in Southeast Europe that can be downloaded on our website. The next slide is about Atrium. Atrium is the architecture of the totalitarian regimes of the 20th centuries in Europe, urban memory, and is the difficult memory, the particularly difficult memory of the 20th century for many of our member states, including my own national heritage. And it seeks to promote research and remembrance of the traumatic events that took place during the 20th century. So it crosses the Ionic Adriatic and the Danube region, and it's composed mainly by public bodies and local authorities such as municipalities and county. And the activity that Atrium is very keen in implementing is especially educational activities and training activities, but also accompanying tourists around the architecture of the totalitarian regimes. They're also very strong in digital technology and in providing a lot of digital content. And they have created a digital passport for accessing a lot of information. The route of the olive tree, Vlasta already gave you some ideas and hints about the scope and the variety of the route that has been developing in quite an important way in the recent years. Is the route of the olive tree, donc a discovery and dialogue based on the themes of the olive tree, a universal symbol of peace and tolerance. And it's really very much focused on the Mediterranean, but in particular for the region of the region where olive is grown. And the route was certified in 2005 and it's gone through a recertification, and it's based in Greece as far as headquarters, whereas EUSBSR and the route Atrium are based in Italy, but they have members in all the countries that we are representing today. Here again, public and private bodies are members of the cultural route, and recently new members have joined. And I don't know if this has been said in the prior presentation because I arrived mid through, but Croatia, for example, Slovenia, but also new members have joined, but also the route of the tree is very much present in, as I said, in Greece, but also in Albania, in Lebanon, in France, in Morocco, Portugal, North Macedonia, Slovenia, Spain, Tunisia, and Turkey. So it's very widely represented, and there's a lot of activities going on, not only activities on trains and educational work, but also tourism and discovery, such as the project on the Agora of the Roots of the Olive Tree, Mediterranean festivals, and other thematic workshops and activities to promote cultural diversity. So as you can see, many projects are being implemented by the cultural roots of the Council of Europe in the two macro regions that we are honoring today, EUSAIR and EUSDR. And I would like to close with one slide on the topic, as a matter of fact, of the conference, referring back to the main topic of cycling and the tourism and the cultural roots. And cycling is a very important activity for, I would say, all the cultural roots. I think we find cycling activities in most of them, clearly on itineraries that are linear, of course, and these are paths that can be walked or cycled. Now, new cultural routes are developing an additional activity that is very much linked to slow tourism. There are also not only cycling and biking and walking but also train using the railway system is becoming more and more part of the methodology, and horseback riding as well. Some trails are developing that as well. Not to forget, there's one route where because of the route of Robert Louis Stevenson, crossing France, crossing Switzerland, crossing the other kingdom. Since he when he was writing his famous books, he was traveling with a donkey, and there are activities also where children travel and put their luggages on donkeys, and they move through the mountains, because it goes up the Massif Central in France, where you can't cycle up there. Anyway, what I wanted to say about cycling, because it's the focus of our topic today, is there are a variety of cycling activities that we have identified along the cultural routes. Clearly, a perfect way to comply with the certification criteria of sustainable cultural tourism, because it's green mobility, is zero carbon emission, and it's becoming of a great importance for the future, for opening up also traveling along the cultural routes for a wider public. And cycling is not only, as you know, a way to get from one location to the other, but it's also an activity with heritage component linked to the sites along a cultural route. And these are some examples: cycling along the route, of course, EUSBSR, the route of the olive tree, the Iron Curtain Trail that is going to be presented later on, and the European route of industrial heritage. Even cultural routes that are somehow not immediately recognizable as linked to cycling have developed cycling cultural tourism trails around, for example, their industrial heritage. So in Germany, Luxembourg, in France, you can go through industrial heritage sites, Poland, through cycling paths. So I think that is the future of cultural routes, the sustainability and the green aspect, eco-friendly aspect, the local, the zero economy, the authenticity of the experience. And I think cycling is exactly part of the right answer. So we're very pleased to be participating in this aspect of developing a new form of tourism. And of course, the Iron Curtain Trail is going to be presented next is a perfect example of this. So thank you very much for the patience you have given me to listen to my presentation. I hope it was useful. If you have any questions, I'll stay on for some time. You can also reach me by email here at the Institute in Luxembourg. Thank you very much again, Blanca. All the best to you.
Thank you, Stefano, but I hand over to Vlasta, who is the moderator for this session.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dominioni. It was inspiring as always. I just had to remember that in the Ministry of Tourism in Croatia, we started developing the culture routes in somewhere between 2006, 2007. So it's 13 years. In 13 years, we've got 11 new routes. And of course, I do hope we shall have some more. And it definitely is, as you have said, strengthening our regions. And I'm glad that you have pointed out that the interest is increasing exponentially, especially because we are much aware that routes are moving from experiential to transformative tourism. So this is important not only for the regions and destinations, but also for the people who are visiting them. So thank you very much once again. And now we are moving to our speakers for the next session. We have 5 topics, starting with Mr. Michael Kramer. Mr. Michael Kramer has been a member of the European Parliament and has served as the chairman of the Committee on Transport and Tourism from 2014 to 2017. He also continues to pursue several journalistic activities through publications in journals and has written a number of books, especially he is an expert in the Iron Curtain Trail. So this is what his topic will be today. Mr. Kramer, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you see now my slide?
Yeah, Blanca will help you with the slides. And what I missed to say is actually that Iron Curtain route is an excellent example where we have the route which is not only the cultural route, but in the same time the cycling route. So this is an excellent example combining the two.
You see the first slide?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Then I can start. The Iron Curtain Trail is a ride in history, politics, culture, and nature, and it's the only Eurovelo route which is now a cultural route. Last year it was certified by the Cultural Council, by the Council of Europe. So you see the Eurovelo network, that is clear. We have now 17 Eurovelo routes, 90,000 kilometers, and with 10,000 kilometers, the Iron Curtain Trail is the longest one. From the Barents Sea to the Black Sea, along the western border of the former Warsaw Pact states, 10,000 kilometers through 20 countries, and 15 are now EU member states. The route is as close as possible to the former border, as comfortable as possible, avoiding highly frequented roads, frequently crossing the former border to have a feeling 30 years ago it was not possible. Today it is not necessary to show the passport, and integrating numerous historic monuments. The Iron Curtain Trail should be supported as an example of soft mobility and as a symbol of the unification of Europe. And the European Parliament made a resolution on the 8th of September 2005, and with a big majority of all the countries and all the groups, they voted in favor of this. And then the Commission made workshops in Warsaw, Sopron, and Sofia, and all the 20 countries involved have participated. The northern part along the Russian-Norwegian border, the Russian-Finnish border, and the Baltic coast in Russia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Kaliningrad exclave, Poland, and the former GDR. And there it is identical with the Eurovelo 10, the Baltic coastline. The northern part, Norway, starting point at Grense Jakobselv, the river had the same name, and you see the Norwegian-Russian border. That was the border between, or is the border between Norwegian and Russia. Norway, Kirkenes, and of course, near Kirkenes on the road. And sometimes you have to stop because there are lots of reindeers, and if you see it, of course, animals have priority. And we remember, of course, the history. That is a monument of the Winter War near Suomussalmi in Finland. That is very important for Finland because that was started on the 30th of November in 1939. And therefore, but after 105 days, it was stopped because the Finnish are better than the Red Army. And you see the border near Alavuaki, and there is a memorial. This tank is not a danger, but it is a memory of the danger. Russia, Vyborg Castle and the monument, and then, of course, the Winter Palace, the Hermitage in St. Petersburg. And in Russia, you will find a lot of monuments about the Second World War, but about the Winter War or the war against Poland in 1939, there's nothing. For the Russian history, there is the Second World War from 1941 to 1945. Estonia, the Narva River marks the border between Russia and the EU, and Estonia, Tallinn, a wonderful city, UNESCO World Heritage. And never forget the history, the citizen chain, the longest citizen chain in our history from Tallinn via Riga to Vilnius, 600 kilometers, 2.5 million participated. And on the 23rd of August 1989, the 50th anniversary of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. And in Latvia, the Freedom Monument in Riga and the Museum of Occupation in Riga. And there you can see the secret part of the Hitler-Stalin Treaty. And the Holocaust didn't play a role for 50 years, but now in Latvia, there is the 7 memory and reminders of nearly 3,000 Jews which are killed near Liepāja by Germans and, of course, by Latvian people. And I never could believe it is possible to cycle on the beach near Jurmala. That is possible, 20 kilometers you make it. It is not improved, but you can make it, and is a big venue. Of course, Kaliningrad with the Camp Memorial and the cathedral, which is now restored. And Poland, the city center of Gdansk and the Solidarność Memorial in Gdansk. That is very important because I always say, without Solidarność, the wall in Berlin and the Iron Curtain in Europe would not have fallen down in 1989 because Solidarność had 10 million members and the Communist State Party of Poland has had only 2.5. And those people have changed the world. The politicians in East and West had reacted. They had to react to this. Through Central Europe, the former German border and the borders between Czech Republic, Germany, Austria, and Slovakia and Austria. The Baltic Sea near Prival at Lübeck, Travemünde, you see the old situation with the watchtowers, with the fence and the borders. And today nature has recovered, and you can't imagine that there was one of the hardest borders in Europe. The Elbe near Bleckede, that was the river between Germany East and Germany West. You see the patrol boat and the watchtower. Today, the river is a connecting one because there is a ferry boat. It is not a problem to cross the river. And the same was on the Werra River. That was the border. And there was a watchtower on the basement of a bridge which was destroyed by German troops at the end of the Second World War. Today, there is a wonderful bridge for cycling. Also, the Werra is now a connecting and not a dividing river. And Point Alpha, that was the most western point of the Warsaw Pact states. And the NATO thought, if there is an attack, they start there, went to Frankfurt and then to the North Sea. And therefore, there is a big camp of the NATO and a big camp of the Soviet Union, and the two watchtowers in a distance of 200 meters with the Iron Curtain in between. You can see it, and it should all be erased, but there was an initiative of a citizens' initiative, and they saved it, and today it is a national monument remembering the Cold War. And that was the border. It didn't accept the nature. There was a big stripe with no trees, that there is a free view for the border troops. Today, 20 years later, you see the trees are not as high as on the border and a little bit greener in the middle. In 10 years, you will not see a difference. And the southern part along the border between Hungary and Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Serbia, Bulgaria, Serbia, North Macedonia, Greece, and Turkey. And the Czech Republic, there's a memorial near Svatý Kříž with all the victims which are killed during the Cold War, and the Iron Curtain near Cheb around 1980. And this sculpture close to the border near Dolní Hraničná, okay, the border can be overcome. And in Austrian, the Iron Curtain Memorial near Gugelwald, you see the old Iron Curtain, and there is now a monument with pictures, with stories, and with plaques, and in Slovakia, the remnants of the barbed wire. And Hungary, the Open Door Memorial near Sopron, and of course, in the 27th of June of 1989, the Alois Mok and Julia Hall have opened the Iron Curtain. On the 9th of November, the Berlin Wall fell down. Slovenia, the Watchtower near Hodoš, and the Cultural Center in Lendava. And in Croatia, the monument of the Second World War in Batina. And if you are cycling through the former Yugoslavia, you see a lot what the Germans have done in the Second World War. And in Croatia, the Drava. We talked about the Drava that is near Danja Dubrava. It's a wonderful border river. And of course, if John Lennon had lived there, then this song would not be Strawberry Fields Forever, it would be Tobacco Fields Forever. And you see some elks in Wisnica, and a watchtower near Kapinci. It is restored by a teacher with the students of their school. And that is the dike on the Drava, and that is the Iron Curtain Trail. And of course, I did it, and the Drava River was certified by the German ADFC in 2015 as a wonderful bike trail, but from Italy to Maribor. The part from Maribor to the Danube through Croatia, that is not certified because it is not signposted and it is not built in a very bicycle-friendly manner. And that is a possibility for Croatia, because there's a study of Switzerland that a bike tourist spend 35 euros a day, a car tourist only 10 without accommodation. Yeah, that is very, very important. And I can tell you, when in Serbia they signposted the Danube Trail, when they counted, there was only 500 bike tourists a day. And after they have signposted this, within 4 years, out of 500 bike tourists, they have had 13,000. So the money you will get very, very short, and the European Union gives you a co-financing up to 85%. And so it is an economic, very big interest. Please do it, that next year or over next year we can say, okay, the whole Drava River is now a monument.
Mr. Kramer, 2 minutes more. Thank you.
1 minute. Yeah. There's a bunker, you see it, and the Pyramid Mountain, and of course the Danube, and the old bridge by the Romans. and then the war monument near Halovo. And of course, that is the border between North Macedonia and Bulgaria, the two watchtowers, and for Rupe, the Metaxas line in Greece, that is a very big monument, and the bridge over the Evros, a 500 years old bridge, and you cycle about this bridge, and the mosque in Edirne, and the watchtower, the old Iron Curtain, and the new Iron Curtain, and the two watchtowers at the Black Sea, Bulgaria and Turkey. And it must be signposted, the driver route must be bicycle friendly and signposted as Eurovelo 13, that would be great. And it was on the Biennale in Venice in 2018, and it is now a cultural route since 2019. You see here the plaque, and of course, Mikhail Gorbachev, as the president of the Green Cross International, is supporting this project, and Lech Walesa, Marianne Birtler, and Václav Havel are supporting this as patrons as well. And I wrote books about it in German and in English. And therefore, I thank you very much for the attention and for the invitation to be now a cultural and Eurovelo route. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. We would love to stay at the strawberry fields forever, as you have said. And it is good to see how actually the spaces which were separated by borders are now connected by heritage and have this transformative function. So leading now from our former speaker to our next speaker, our colleague from Greece, Mr. Fotis Vlachos from the Ministry of Culture in Greece, who will speak about the route of the olive tree and other routes passing through our region. Mr. Vlachos is a permanent public officer in the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports, in the Directorate of International Relations and EU Department of International Relations. He is a focal point for the works of the EUSAIR Thematic Steering Group, Pillar 4, as well as one of the ministry's focal points for the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals in Greece, UN Agenda 2030, and his tasks include cultural diplomacy issues, including cooperation with governmental bodies, private sector, and civil society for the implementation of the Ministry of Culture agenda and for bilateral relations. Mr. Vlachos, I hope you are there, and the floor is yours. Fotis? Can we hear it?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much, and Blanca and Laszlo and all the organizers for the invitation to participate in this remarkable event. And I would say that for following this event since the morning, I found out that it is extremely important and extremely interesting, the fact that we have already inclusiveness of civil society organizations, civil society participants, and a lot of people and actors in the European level in EUSAIR and EUSDR that participate in all these activities that have already started from all this work that happened the last 3 years. And reminding the last year workshop in the coast of Slovenia and Croatia, and actually with the same reason this week. I remember that we had said that the point is to how to include the people in all these politics that we have worked the last years. And I think this is a very remarkable event that symbolizes exactly this, the participatory approach in the EUSAIR. Thank you so much for this organization. So let's see now the presentation and to see the institutional way of this presentation. I don't know if you have already in front of you in your, you can see the presentation. Is it clear in front of you?
We can see the presentation, but please put slideshow. There is a button up there on the left hand side. You have to just put the slideshow so that we can see the whole.
I pressed the button, but
very well, it's on. Thank you. Yes, we can see it now. You can continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a moment, just for me. I want to make. Okay, now that's great. So the presentation is about the roots of the olive tree, and especially the connecting cycling routes in Greece. So we have already cooperated with the foundation, the roots of the olive tree, the cultural route, that has already provided us with some basic information, because as Vlasta introduced myself to you, I'm Fotis Vlachos. I'm serving actually in the ministry, Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. So we are responsible for in the Department of International Relations, in the Directorate of International Relations and European Union. We are the focal point for the cultural roots in Greece, and the roots of the olive tree is the main cultural route, the only one certified by the Council of Europe, the Greek initiative. So, cooperating we try to identify the way how to connect the cycling routes and all these extraordinary, remarkable representations that we had in the morning, how this in practice would happen, and to connect the roots of the olive tree, especially the gastronomy part of this, with the cycling route, which is exactly a very good example of a cultural route that covers many aspects and thematics within the EUSAIR and all the European countries. Some words for the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and the cultural tourism, how we are connected. The cultural roots program we are involved in the cultural roots program of the Council of Europe. So we are in the Directorate of the International Relations in European Union, is the Department of International Relations that constitutes the focal point in Greece. And Greece participates in the governing board of the Enlarged Partnership Agreement since the EPA's establishment, since 2011, and keeps abreast of the transnational latest progress and changes of the Council's cultural policies, and promotes Greek proposals. This is an example, for example, the roots of the olive tree. The Directorate of International Relations is participating in EUSAIR works, and we are in the Pillar 4 Sustainable Tourism members in this thematic steering group, dealing with cultural issues, and we are coordinated by the Hellenic Ministry of Tourism and Directorate of Strategic Planning, that we are very, very keen with their cooperation, and we are very pleased to be with all of you, and especially with the coordinators. The cultural roots potential. Let's see a little bit the cultural roots potential for cultural tourism initiatives in local communities. We had remarkable presentation, and from Mr. Dominioni and from Mrs. Claridge in the thematic and in the cultural roots. And I think this is what we want to mark from our side, is that the cultural tourism initiatives have a great effectiveness in the local communities. And how it happens, the tourist product, the tourist destinations, as per example of the olive or the touristic regions, we have destinations like Crete, Corfu, that everybody knows for the sea and the sun, but on the other hand, we have extraordinary products. And we have the culture at the same time. We have the cultural heritage, we have the creative cultural industries, we have the cultural democracy in all these destinations. So what we want to develop and create, we want to create common cultural products and tourist destinations, and the creation of culture through the creation of cultural routes. And the cultural routes are coming to identify this extraordinary importance of the local communities in this level. Why we are interested in the cultural roots growing in Adriatic Ionian? This is a question that more or less, and what is the special thing for local communities, is the question that more or less in the presentation of Ms. Claridge, we identified many important things, and also to Mr. Dominion gave a very strong emphasis on this. So from us, it is the establishment of strong triangles networks to promote cultural products. That means outstanding example of collaboration between the civil society and the governmental body in Adriatic Ionian. We have the olive tree route, we have the cycling, we have the thermal town route, we have the Association of European Cemeteries, and we are cooperating between the civil society and the government for the implementation of different kinds of activities, and in many times in thematics and politics. In the second, we have the collaboration with scientific community, national and regional level. We have the opportunity to cooperate with academia and experts. We have increased the University of the Padua University and the University of Crete, as well as the Harrocopian University. We are dealing with this. And not to forget the EUSAIR platform, that we have the platform that we are trying through the platform to identify specific collaborations with the scientific community and strengthening with this, and strengthen also the links with in European level. And here we have a very great example of the European institutions, many European institutions and universities. And also the third part of the triangle is the relations between our directorates within with the Adriatic Ionian national and local governmental bodies. Also through this cooperation, enabling environment for cooperation with the civil society. This third part, I think, is extremely important because now we are experiencing the last years a very close cooperation between all these countries in a specific subject, with specific thematic, with specific activities, which is remarkable. And I think this is a very good example going to the right way. I mean, for the cooperation and the development, the sustainable development in local societies and in the region. What is the Greek contribution to Adriatic Ionian region in the cultural roots grown? The terminology the cultural roots grown is something that we wanted to emphasize and to present today, because we think that the next steps is how to make these different cultural roots to cooperate between them and to make linkages between them in other specific thematics. Now let's see what is the situation today. Today we have the support through the Greek presidency of the Ministerial Council of the Council of Europe. As you know, Greece has the presidency in the Ministerial Council of the Council of Europe by May to November 2020. So through this presidency, we had the opportunity, and we are in the level of implementing some activities, specific activities, focusing in the promotion of the Greek cultural roots. There are 13 cultural routes passing through Greece. There is an aspect now today that we are speaking, that we are working a lot in the development of cooperation and of networking of all these cultural routes. And the main products and results should be the creation of a brochure and some of the visual material. And we are working on this in order to strengthen all these linkages and the cooperation between them. This is the aim is to be shown and disseminated in local communities, that we have more participation of local communities of people for all the 13 cultural routes passing through Greece. For some information for Greek residency activities and linkages, you can visit this site that we have here, the link. Also, we have the specific, another subject that we're working on, is the thematic, as I told you, the cooperation between cultural routes on common thematic. And here today we have the cycling and the olive. We have two very strong products. I mean, cycling would say that it is more or less hand by hand with olive. We think that we are speaking about the Green Deal, the gastronomy, we are speaking about athletics and so on. So the roots of the olive tree is coming to identify and assess the linkages between the roots of the olive tree and the cultural roots, that cycling is the main thematic. So how we are doing that? We tried through this presentation to identify in Greece what are the main bodies that could cooperate. So we found out that we have the Eurovelo passing Greece, the Greek part. I think Mr. Grammer had a very concrete presentation on this, and presented the south part of all this Eurovelo iron curtain tray route. The south part was referred to this, that we will present as well. Also, we have some examples that it was not obvious up to date, that the Phoenician route with the Greek part have already taken some initiatives in Thrace in cycling, so we'll see there. And all these three cultural routes are coming to be linked and created within the linkages under the thematic of cycling. And this is a real example of a bottom-up approach initiative with tactical engagement of local community bodies, as we introduced previously. The example for roots of the olive tree is a common tourist product for macro region. I think Mr. Dominioni said a very concrete words, a very nice presentation on this. So the benefits and impact are obvious, contributes to the development of local market economy, small medium enterprises, tourism sector development, contributes to the creation of network of thematic tourism, and of course to the networking and expansion of trans-border communities. Now, the roots of the olive tree, as a cultural root of the Council of Europe, is trying to identify the Adriatic and Ionian macro region cycling routes proposal to develop this. So what are the main points that are happening today? There are several points of interest linked to the olive tree all along the Ionian Adriatic coast identified. In the framework of the Roots for You project, just to recall that the olive tree roots was supported by the Roots for You project for extension and in the European expansion in the Adriatic Ionia region, and I think also Mr. Dominioni referred to this, and allow a connection between them, offering a better tourist visibility for the olive growers and the local producers. The Cultural Foundation Roots of the Olive Tree is a leader of the international network that was created through the Roots for You project, that it is the Olive Tree Roots, which is based in Greece and proposes the discovery of this part of the olive tree world by setting up national to international cycling routes. So this already is a proposal of this network.
Okay.
Those routes strongly wishing to. I have 2 minutes here. Yes, thanks. The olive tree route strongly wishes the development of this type routes, is currently carrying out a work of inventorying the possible actors. Can you hear me?
No.
And know the terrain whose collaboration
You have to wrap up.
Would be valuable for the establishment of a route of the olive tree across the Ionian Adriatic Ocean Bight. Here are some results of the research from the Italian borders towards Slovenia, Croatia, and Greece. There is an identification, this is in cooperation with olive tree routes, of cycling along the Adriatic coast. This is the proposal that we saw also in the morning through the Eurovelo, that the route in Slovenia is known as Parenzana, runs along the former narrow gauge railway. It has total distance of 34 almost kilometers and includes the Italian borders up to Croatian borders, Koper, Izola, Piran. So this is the one road identified that could be connected directly with the olive tree routes through the partnerships and the network. Also, we had presentation in the morning for the Croatia, so we saw the Croatia cycling along the Adriatic coast from Istria to Dubrovnik. All this is the EV8 section north and EV8 section south. So it is about it's a huge destination that has been already identified as potential in potential cooperation with olive tree network routes network.
For this, thank you. Now we will have to switch to the next speaker.
Just 2 words more. Just 2 words. We have also in Greece the same identification in Greece and identification in Eurovelo in the Greek distances that we have already mentioned. And in the end, we have the Phoenicians route partner in Greece, which is the Chamber of Commerce in Thrace, and this is an initiative that has already a pilot route organized on 27th of September, already cycling route with 45 points of interest, and the forthcoming event with a second cycle route in November. So the next proposed steps are to identify and to assess the challenges for the inclusion of EUSAIR flagship projects, that it is, as we know, the AR culture and culture AR, to see how they will be incorporated there, and also to identify and assess the possibilities of EU Council of Europe funds, if it is Roots for You, or it could be included in the regional funds of each country. So it is the next programming period. And also we can assess some cultural roots, formal and informal initiatives that is strengthening the links between the different cultural roots, development of cultural tourism destination, and further assessment for intercultural roots cooperation. Thank you so much for your attention. Here are the details. Whatever you want, I mean, available at your disposal for any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the proposed actions. Now we are heading forward towards Mr. Antonio Barone from Italy and the Phoenicians route. Mr. Barone, well, is a dear friend of mine, I would say, an expert in rural and cultural tourism since 2003, director of the Phoenicians route, international cultural route of Mediterranean intercultural dialogue, and also an expert for training in cultural routes. Mr. Barone, are you there? Yes, we can see you.
Yes.
So you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can show my presentation.
Yes, may I also ask our future speakers to take into account the time. So we have 8 to 10 minutes the most. So please be aware of it. Thank you.
So Phoenician route work in 11 countries, but we are developing more collaboration in Adriatic Ionian region, and now we have another probably partner in Albania, for example. Since many years, we work in the field of the bike tourism and in cycling tourism. And for this, we have many strategies in our activities. So our work since 2003 started from many activities in Sicily in collaboration with tour operating. And we realized that the first strategy about bike tourism in the action plan to 2020-2030. The actions that we preview are bike strategy for each region and country, connection with the smart ways, excellence path of excellence, and interpretation center of the route.
Could you please put the slideshow on? We do not see the slides in full size.
Yes, but I need to.
It's the button up there on your left-hand side.
Yes, I don't know. It's.
No, do not leave us.
I try to use this one and this one. Okay.
Yeah, here we can see it. Just put the slideshow on.
I don't know why I have this part that cover.
It should be somewhere on the left up there.
I cannot to put because to click because it's the coverage, but I can use this one. I can use this one. Presentation. Okay.
Yes, this is the right one.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
So the first strategy was in Sicily by a project financed by the Sicilian region with the connection with the planning, the strategy of the bike routes, with the strategy bike friendly, with the training and capacity building, integration with the cultural sites and museum, and with the collaboration with other operators with the destination strategies about the bike tourism. But our goal is to develop a connection with the Eurovelo. The people that spoke before explained better this idea. We saw that we have 2 Eurovelo, the 7 Sun route, the 8 Mediterranean route that we can use, linking the places that are in the Phoenician route. About the EUSAIR strategy, we are working to link all the places that are in the Phoenician route in the Adriatic Ionian area, in particular to linking bike and campers with the nautical tourism. Our idea is that we don't need only bike tourism, but we need to do easy to arrive in the places with all the activities that we can use in the open air. In particular, we are creating smart ways by cycling smart ways in the EUSAIR strategy, and we are working also to create a twin with the best cycling route in the world. The first project is with the Trans-Canada Trail is the biggest trail in the world, 27,000 kilometers of trails for bikes, and in collaboration with International Social Tourism Organization. So this is our strategy in this moment. We are ready to collaborate with all the cultural routes that are in the Adriatic Ionian Way area, because we think that there are many places that are shared with many cultural routes. So our strategy is to create links. For example, we are working together with Itervitis in some countries, with Jewish heritage in other countries, and so on. So we can create these links of the routes to develop infrastructure, like light infrastructure that can help the development for the communities of a new kind of tourism based on bike tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is a good initiative to link the compatible routes through infrastructure as well. So now we are going ahead towards Mr. Ionut Matei from Romania with the topic development of cultural cycling routes with existing resources, examples in the recent years in Romania. Mr. Matei is a certified guide and travel consultant since 2007 with a focus on historical, cultural and natural objectives. And also he has a certificate in tourism management and has created a brand, Bike in Time, for offering unforgettable experiences through Romanian wilderness and for cyclists and hikers. Mr. Matei, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to your conference. Thank you to the Romanian authorities, first of all. And I'm also glad that I met some people that I met in the past, Mr. Kramer, that I worked with during the Balkan Velo Trail, which is the southern part of the Iron Curtain Trail. Also, Mr. Ed Lancaster, that I provided some input for Romania in the past. And I'm really, really happy that the Romanian authorities managed to invite people which are involved in cycling tourism, and discuss with us and listen to us. So thank you again. Why I was invited here was for showing how we are doing our routes, because in Romania, probably you know that we are a little bit behind, especially for signposting. We don't have the agreement of the national authority. So the cycling routes and the cultural routes, they are there, but they are not very well signposting. That's a big problem for travelers in Romania. Maybe for me personally, it's an opportunity because I'm a guide, so people need me to find places. But even if you are cycling in Romania with a map, that will take you a lot of time for finding the sites, and probably you'll miss some of the landscapes and some other things on the route. However, we have to do it. We decided that we have to do it somehow without national authority agreement. And how we are doing this, because it's difficult to put our own signposting on the routes. And ideally is, I don't know if it's, are you seeing? So I will not go through the whole presentation. I will just show you how we are doing. We have two approaches from our experience. Either we have the cultural route, that might be, I gave some examples, medieval fortified churches route or the wine route. The Danube route is very general because it's the wine route or the Roman emperor route. We have also the mineral route. So we can put the cycling routes on these cultural routes. We have to link them and find some suitable cycling trails. The other way is we have a cycling route. How can we transform it into a cultural route? We have to put some more elements over there, which is a little bit more complicated. to have a successfully cultural route that was already discussed in the past, that we need some key elements for this. That means the history, the theme, the beautiful landscape, suitable cycling trip. You need a lot of people and the experience for the travelers, and you need some nice accommodation to be authentic, to be also comfortable and traditional. These are already that have been told in other presentations. I want just to point out the issues that we had when we created our programs and our solutions. So mainly the most of issues are the lack of cycling paths. So as a solution, we are using secondary roads, forestry roads, even single trail tracks. But lately, as I said, in order to avoid a national agreement, we made local agreements with the owners of the sites. For instance, when we are passing some vines, we have written agreements of the owners to go with our groups through their vineyards, and basically we are using their private roads. Or where it's not possible, for instance, along the Danube, where we have a heavy traffic, we have to organize some local transfer for avoiding high traffic roads. Another thing is we don't have too many options for accommodations or restaurants along the routes, and for this we are organizing our own picnics on the way, or we are organizing assistance car for a luggage transfer. And of course, as I said before, we have this lack of post signing and indicators, and for this we are using modern devices like GPS or assistance, and we have our own guides. We also have a case study. We have the wine route in Romania. One of the wine routes is not far from where we are living in Bucharest. You have the map of my country on Europe, and then I marked on the country map the small region. It's basically 70 kilometers region crossed by the 45 degrees north latitude, which is considered the best area for wine, for the wine of red wine. And this area basically has their own history. There are a lot of sites. The landscape is nice. What we found there, among the key elements that I already mentioned, we have the landscape, we have the heritage, there are arts and crafts, there are cultural sites. The people are there, of course, you can meet some interesting people. But of course, we had to deal with safety on the roads. I post a photo. You can see some cyclists, and they are cycling just in front of some trucks. Luckily, in that moment, it was a weekend, so it was okay. But during the weekdays, it's not very safe. So we have to find solutions. And what we found, as I said, we moved the travelers from the main roads to private roads. And also we choose some nice empty roads after more research, and now people are more happy and safe, and also it's a very close deal with the owners of the winery. And about the accommodation and restaurants, we are, as I said, we are organizing some nice picnic on the way, also with wine and food. And
have in mind you have 1 minute more.
Yeah. I'm just finishing. So there are solutions. This is the key. We are working now. For instance, now I show you the map of one winery where we are organizing a thematic route for kids. They have a thematic lake, and they can observe along 3 kilometers trail the biodiversity of that area. That was it, and my presentation has some more information about what we are doing, but about the project, I think that was what I wanted to point. And thank you again for invitation, and good luck in the project.
Thank you very much for shortening it. Anyway, your presentation will be handed over to all of the participants. And if I may stress what you have pointed out is that in order to develop a cycling route into a cultural route or vice versa, the infrastructure is needed, also the structural support is needed, and as well the scientific support. So for all that, we need time and money. So funds are always necessary for initializing a project such as that one is. Thank you very much. And now our last speaker is missing, but I will hand over the microphone to Blanca, who has more information on that.
Good afternoon. As you could have seen from the program, we were supposed to be here in the presentation by from Austria. The thing has stories, but unfortunately, Narval has fallen ill, and we are very much thankful to Mr. Sebastian Bonis, who is the coordinator of Sub-Pol 5 Culture Danube Transnational Program, project leader in Arts Nouveau, an associated strategic partner in Trans-Danube Travel Stories, a story or story that connects a number of culture routes. So, Mr. Bonis, the floor is yours. Could you please come closer to the mic because we don't hear anything? No, the sound is very, very bad. Do you have the headphones and mic? No. Or you can switch off some of the mobiles and the computers close to you. No, no, nothing. We don't understand what you're saying. No. You hear the sound, but you don't understand the words. You have an echo and some other devices that are on. I'm sorry. Shall I just share the slides and say a few words because we don't understand? I'm sorry so much. Thank you for staying with us. Well, it seems that we want to share the slides. If at any moment in time Mr. Bonis will be able to sort out the problem. This is actually, I can't show the presentation. It's very difficult to speak about somebody else's program, but what it is about, it is actually a program, a project that is trying to connect different certified culture routes into one joint story, Trans-Danube Travel Story. And this is the way how to support sustainable tourism, having culture routes, having sustainable mobility, and having green transnational travel product. So combining culture and natural heritage sites by joining stories on St. Martin of Tours route, joining European route of Jewish heritage, joining Italitis route, Roman emperors and Danube wine route, and as well Resort Art Nouveau network. All these stories are linked together through destination in a single trail that includes Roman heritage, that includes wine, that includes religious themes and architectural themes. So I cannot tell you very much about how this project was produced because unfortunately 2 of the possible presenters fell ill and we couldn't understand Mr. Bonis. But And definitely they are creating some tools how to experience the story, how to have the Danube narrative, because Danube is a long river full of interesting sites, full of culture, full of beautiful natural scenes. So this is the story which we said about Roman heritage, about even gastronomy, nature, wine. So it also includes the Venice Simpson Orient Express. It includes so many touching points that are interesting to modern travelers to learn about the past. And how to implement the narratives is to set up product clubs, establish informal coalition of local service providers that could align their services with the stories at destination level, and of course all along the trail. And they will try to organize, or perhaps they have, which is something I don't know, organize winter schools for guides, which will tell stories within the wider context of the trail. And they're trying to have the product developed sustainably, how to get there and around along the trail to be sustainable, how to implement mobility management, because first of all, like in any sustainable tourism product, you have to inform customers about alternative travel to car use to be sustainable, to have operating unit, the destination for mobility centers and mobility plan, collection of information on sustainable mobility, timetables, bike rentals, barrier-free travel, and so on. So this is the Travel Danube Challenge, and these are the partnership in the project. So this was actually created by these two ladies. I thank them for this. I hope I haven't missed anything important, because obviously the authors would have presented it much better, but we just didn't want to miss the opportunity to show how culture routes and mobility and cycling could, especially in one unique geographical area, connect and have a unique European story.
Thank you very much, Blanca. I think that you did get the meaning of the presentations, since you were in contact with the ladies, and thank you for that. I suppose that now you are also taking over the microphone, because the next speaker is Mr. Dirk Glaser. Well, Dick Glaser is a Director of Sustainable Development of Tourism Department at the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Under his supervision, the program addresses the challenges and opportunities of sustainable tourism development, including climate change, sustainable consumption and production, health emergencies, biodiversity, and travel facilitation. It also promotes safe travel behavior and has closely monitored various health emergencies such as SARS or COVID.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So
Wonderful.
We can also see your presentation. Just put the slides on, the slideshow on. Yeah.
So I hope you can see that as well.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the short introduction and for the time having me with you here today. I basically right now will keep it short, 10 minutes of my time dedicating to the overall arching objective. You have sustainable tourism, giving you some insights related to the global issues and what we have found right now in the context of COVID-19 for sustainability and for the sustainable development of tourism. The SDGs, as you know, have created a momentum as nothing before in history. Wide perspective on sustainability, covering tourism in 3 of the elements of the targets. And what is most important, and there's where I want to put the finger today, is calling for evidence. Evidence so that we are supporting actually what we have achieved in the tourism sector and overall for the sustainability agenda. In this year's SDG report of the UN, I just want to show you here that the falling behind of the data coverage we have for the different goals where 8, 12, and 14 are the areas where tourism is mentioned, but many of the other areas also are relevant. So on one hand, we still have an enormous lack of data coverage, the evidence which we need, and in the timeliness, this information is becoming available. Here you see the weighted relevance for each of the targets, for each of the goals and the information when it is provided. And it is sometimes a year or 2 years falling behind. Especially the current situation of COVID-19 has shown how important it is to have timely information available so that decision makers can intervene on time, support the tourism sector, and take the sustainability issues to the right level of the decision making. I just want to stress 2 important studies from UNWTO, both released in 2019. You might have heard of the research we did of national tourism policies. We analyzed 101 countries' national tourism policies and looked over there for the reference to sustainability and the instruments being used. It was no surprise back then that sustainability is covered, but it was a surprise that 100% of all the policies analyzed refer to sustainability. However, only 50%, 55% made detailed references indicating the more seriousness, a serious approach. It was interesting to see that advanced economies had only in 25% these detailed references, while emerging economies made detailed references to sustainability in 61% of the cases. 67% of the policies then in detail spoke about resource efficiency, something very important for us in the tourism sector, as we are so far not taking these elements sufficiently into account. And you will see later why I'm stressing this point of resources and the need to monitor them properly. Promising was that 64% of the countries connected sustainability to competitiveness, and that is very relevant, especially if we see then those countries which are ranking higher in the World Economic Forum's competitiveness index, that they are taking sustainability in their policies even more serious. And here's the alarming, again, reconfirming what I just showed you from the 2020 SDG report of the UN insight. 95% of the policies mentioned monitoring tools, overall monitoring tools as being relevant, but only 56% of the policies as such spoke about specific monitoring tools for the environmental implications tourism has. And then we checked the National Tourism Organization, National Tourism Administration's websites, and we found only in 38% of the cases that these reports, this monitoring was made public. And only in 11% we found reports which were reporting on the environmental performance. I repeat, only in 11% evidence was provided on the implications of tourism on the environment. This is very alarming, and it's something, despite of the fact that we are speaking about 100% of the national tourism policies speaking about the importance of sustainability, but only 11% are actually following suit and showing then through evidence what are the real implications. What are the others doing and reporting? What are the others taking on board in their decision making when only so few are reporting actually publicly on the performance? Another alarming study we produced last year was providing insight in one of the most important environmental implications of tourism. 75% of the transportation and 75% of the tourism emissions are transportation related. And we analyzed the baseline in 2016, where we found that 5% of all man-made emissions are coming from tourism. And that is to increase by 5.3% by 2030, which represents a 25% growth if we keep the current ambitions of the tourism sector. If we look at international tourism, this is even more alarming, as there the current ambition would lead to a 45% of carbon emissions growth between 2016 and 2030. So in the end, what was the conclusion of our last year's presentation? based on evidence is that the ambitions of the tourism sector as such must go into the direction of a high ambition, not only calling for action in the transportation sector, but also for high ambition in the tourism sector. And one of the points we initiated already, but which were where we were surprised surprised by the developments of COVID-19 had to do, for example, with climate-aware tourism promotion, a technique which is possible, which is under the control of tourism policymakers, where we have a significant impact, could have a significant impact on the way tourists are consuming products, and where we actually would see a significant implication. Now I want to show you, you might have seen the reports WTO was releasing on the travel restrictions and COVID, which my department was publishing now for the 7th time. I want to take you to one of the insights of the last report, where actually we looked into why certain countries are keeping their borders longer closed than others. And as of 1st September, 115 destinations eased on one hand the travel restrictions, but 93 of the destinations of the countries still kept their borders closed. It was interesting for us when we looked at the correlation between health and hygiene. And this is one of the pillars of the competitiveness index of the World Economic Forum, which we cleaned by malaria information and by HIV information. And you see here that those destinations which kept their borders unusually long, closed for 30 weeks or longer, had actually a weaker health and hygiene infrastructure available in their countries. Actually, no major surprise. Interesting is to see that when we are looking at the case development in those countries, the case development, the cases are very similar to what we have seen actually in countries which have opened their borders, which have eased travel restrictions. This you can see here. These are the countries, the destination which have opened up, and you see a much stronger representation of cluster 4, cluster 3, actually countries which have a stronger health infrastructure available in not only for the tourism sector, but also for their populations in general. In the next report, we will look even more into this very important element, a sub-element of sustainability, and look into the environmental performance of countries and the related governance. But it indicates already that if tourism development is also contributing to the overall improvement of infrastructure in countries from which not only the tourism sector is benefiting, but the population at all, then we see more flexible manners of countries dealing with the current corona crisis, and indicating that this is an investment into the overall sustainability of the infrastructure of a country. I want to close here by just shortly presenting the guiding vision we have published in WTO for the sector, for building back better the tourism sector. There's no shortage of these recommendations, but this recommendation was built in consultation with the members of the One Planet Network and found wide echo. Important now, no surprise, is public health, and here especially creating regular evidence, but also not to just introduce right now these hygiene elements, but keep on the spirit and connect that with the principles of sustainability. And not to forget about the importance of trust. As you know, the tourism product is an information economic terms, one of the most complicated product on sale. It's actually a trust and belief product. If the statements are not believed or trusted by the consumers, the tourism product is actually a product which is very difficult to be sold. And the current situation stresses even more the need to create this trust and actually to communicate what actually is done in destinations, and see that as a very important entry point for the sustainable actions. The social inclusion is another important element now for many, many destinations in worse situations than those of Western Europe. We have seen here, especially right now, suffering of vulnerable groups, we have to ensure that the recovery measures are reaching those, that the sectors, small and medium-sized enterprises, which have a very small lobby base, have the attention and their needs are heard, and not only those of the large companies, which have over there much stronger lobbies. We have to invest into the right monitoring of biodiversity. The mechanisms must be in place to acknowledge the role tourism plays for the sustainable conservation. And we have to see the potential to drive innovation and better manage the scarce resources we are building the tourism development on. Climate action, I mentioned it before. Here it is very important to take into all the different elements of the tourism value chain, the right monitoring to accelerate across the tourism products, the decarbonization, and to engage the tourism sector in carbon removal, for both using natural and technological solutions. I will close right now by the last 2 points. Circular economy, something where we have seen that the transformation of the entire value chain is possible, but we need the right entry doors. Two promising are the food approaches for circularity, and the other one, the Global Tourism Plastics Initiative, you might have heard, which UNWTO launched at the beginning of the year, are both catalyzers for circularity, entry doors for the private sector, and very practical steps to see that there's value created by embarking on these principles of circularity. The other, with which I want to close, the strong call for measuring beyond the economic impacts of the tourism sector and to consolidate the partnerships. Nothing in sustainability will be lasting and will work if what we are so often heard, partnerships are not only existing, but also creating current and continuous value, that they are functioning partnerships. This is very important. And because of that, meetings which are organized to bring the different stakeholders across countries and across different pillars to reflect about sustainability are fundamental. Nothing of what I mentioned before coming from the international agenda of the 2030 agenda or the enormous challenges I described at the beginning would work if not each and every individual having the possibility to change that in its own operations would believe that this altogether would make sense. With that, I basically want to invite all the participants listening still at this late hour of the day after so many presentations to that presentation, invite them to submit your initiative if it was contributing during these very complicated times to sustainability, and if it made the case of the vision I just mentioned before to us. We want to show that these are not just ideas, that these are theoretical frameworks, but we want to give now the spotlight to those who are actually delivering on the ground during these very difficult times, proving that it is possible to advance even though we have these enormous challenges, structural changes around us. Please take the QR code over here, as I showed before with the main studies as well, QR codes from the presentation. You can download directly the reports here. It will lead you to the site where you can submit your proposals, where you can get in contact with us at UNWTO, and where we have then the possibility to select successful campaigns and actions. I thank you very much for the attention and the opportunity to talk to you. I'm available for questions, and leave now the floor again to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this detailed insight, and actually which is completely in line with this workshop we are having today. Thank you for stressing the importance of trust and transparent approach, and also the need for steering the recovery funds towards better tourism. This is something that we really need, and we do support the measures which are beyond economic impact and which are here to actually consolidate the content value of our resources. So now we are heading towards our next speaker, Mrs. Nadine Lacal from DG Regio. who will speak about the cycling tourism to promote the European Green Deal. Nadine Lacalle is working in DG Regio as project and communication manager. She monitors and facilitates the development of Pillar 4 and Pillar 3, and she is a specialist in cohesion policy, including European territorial cooperation by managing transnational programs. Ms. Nadine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dobar. Let me just share my screen with you, just quickly. It's not, okay. Okay, you can see it now, right?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot still see the slides.
Okay, let me see. Now it should be working.
Yes, here they are, just the slideshow. Excellent, thank you.
Perfect, so let's start then. So exactly, so I will now follow up a bit on what has been said by the colleague. Wait, I have to close. So indeed, so now it's the time for to present a bit how cycling tourism and also tourism as such can contribute to the European Green Deal. So I will go a bit through the Green Deal aspects, highlight what kind of funding and investment will be available, because we heard a lot of times that funding is of course important to achieve the European Green Deal target.
Please come closer to the mic because we keep from time to time losing your voice.
Okay. I hope I will speak a bit louder and this should work then. Is it better like that?
A bit.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So, and at the end, I will also go a bit into the recovery measures that have been taken in order to support the very much hit sector of tourism. So as we just heard from Mr. Glasser, that tourism contributes a lot actually to emissions coming from tourism activities and transport specifically. So the added value of cycling tourism is of course that we have climate-friendly transport modes. In terms of the macro-regional strategies, it's a tourism aspect that could really include the whole macro-region and promote, of course, local products, natural heritage along the cultural routes, and bring people to remote areas that would maybe not necessarily go into these areas for holidays. So the European Green Deal has been introduced in December 2019. And it's a new growth strategy of the EU and an opportunity to improve health and the well-being of people. So, and for that, of course, the transformation of the economic model of industries is very important to cut emissions, to restore biodiversity and create new economic opportunities. We have, in fact, we have 8 priorities to make Europe carbon-free, a carbon-neutral continent by 2050. And at the speech, at the State of the Union speech, President Ursula von der Leyen just announced to increase the 2030 target for emission reduction from 30% to at least 55%. And industries, doesn't matter from small, medium enterprises to the big companies, will have to play along in order to achieve those objectives. So the comprehensive plan encompasses reviewing and revising relevant legislative measures until 2021. For example, the European Tourism Convention will take place on the 12th of October in order to reflect with stakeholders about the European tourism of tomorrow and jointly start building a roadmap towards 2050 to have an innovative and resilient European tourism ecosystem, because we just heard we need to change the way tourism works in order to make it greener and more friendly for the environment. But that also encompasses the review of the TNT regulation, for example. We had already in May a new biodiversity strategy and the farm to fork strategy. So looking at the ecosystem, this very much shows that it's really the whole tourism system that will be affected in order to contribute to the European Green Deal if we want to achieve the goals. To increase sustainable transport, improve green connectivity, but also we need to diverse tourism offers. And of course, also shared management and tourism flows will be important. So the question is how to finance this, of course. So the European Green Deal investment plan is the tool to contribute to this change. For that, 1 trillion euros in sustainable investments will be mobilized over the next decades. And one very important question is, of course, the just transition mechanism. So it's important for the regions and for everyone involved to have a just transition and to make sure that no one is left behind. Because we have, of course, regions or countries that are much more reliant on coal and carbon-intensive productions, and these have, of course, to be aligned, to be on board, and to not be scared of this transition. And that, in order for that, we need the funds to support them. And also, cohesion policy is very important in the respect of the European Green Deal and plays significant roles for the regions and the rural areas in order to make this transition just. So in that respect, we have 7.5 billion euros as part of the European Green Deal that will be complementing and coming from cohesion policy funds from ERDF, Cohesion Fund, or European Social Fund. So it is an important instrument to make the transition just like I just said, and to deliver the European Green Deal. And on May 28th, for example, the budget was presented for the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So the Commission proposed 7.5 billion, but at the European Council of 21st July 2020, it was already announced that this budget should be increased. Looking at the next programming period and how tourism will come into play, you know about the 5 specific policy objectives: smarter Europe, a greener low carbon Europe, for example. So there, of course, it's very important to include tourism in order to have green infrastructure, green connectivity. And also PO4 to highlight about a more social Europe. There will be a new specific objective related to culture and tourism. So this is foreseen in the European Policy Recovery Package, and this should be very much give flexibility in programming tourism activities. But of course, since we're also talking about the macro-regional strategies, the embedding process will be very, very important for the macro-regional strategies in order to implement projects like cycling tourism into the next programming period. And of course, also to mention the territorial cohesion and Interact programs. As you know, right now, these are under the preparation, they are being drafted. And they're also very important, should be mentioned, because of course, we have already a lot of good examples of funding projects under the 2040-2020 programming period. Just to mention a few, we had an example of the Danube Transnational Program, of the Hungary CBC Croatia program, to also include, of course, the needs at the cross-border area. And these can range, of course, from improving the cycling infrastructure to marketing strategies or tourism offers. So this is very much important also for the next programming period when talking about sustainable tourism. And then I would also shortly like to highlight what kind of recovery support has been offered by the Commission for the very impacted tourism sector. So one of them is the Coronavirus Response Investment Initiative and the Corona Response Investment Initiative Plus. So therefore, we had mobilized structural funds to allow for very prompt response to the crisis and to allow that non-utilized support from the ESIF funds can be used to the fullest. In terms of tourism, it can promote natural heritage. It's an opportunity to create services and jobs in remote areas, promote local tourism, which is very much in line, I think, with the cycling tourism concept, and will be used in shared management, so it's up to the member states to define the needs. Another one to mention would be the React EU. It's another instrument with 55 billion euros for the existing cohesion policy programs. So exceptionally, for these React EU, it is not broken down per region or sector in order to allow to support the sectors with the much need. So in that respect, tourism and culture will be very important and should be very much supported, whether it will be short-term employment schemes, liquidity support to SMEs, or also to make them ready for the transition of green and digital. And then I would like to close this presentation just with a quote of President Ursula von der Leyen at the Sotio speech 2020, because I think it fits very well to the cycling, tourism, and the Green Deal, which says, "The mission of the European Green Deal involves much more than cutting emissions. We need to change how we treat nature, how we produce and consume, live and work, eat and heat, travel and transport." Thank you very much.
Dear Nadine, thank you very much. You have actually made us very happy now, speaking about the policy objective for tourism and culture, and for the use of the redirection of non-used funds with maximum flexibility for tourism. Also, we do hope that you are also counting on cultural routes as well. I don't know, perhaps Blanca has to add something to that. Yeah. So, and then finally, with this good news, let us somehow conclude our workshop and go on to our expert, Ms. Renata Tomljenovic, an esteemed colleague of mine, who is a senior research fellow in the Institute for Tourism Croatia. Her research interests are in fostering social transformation, peace tourism, cultural tourism, social cultural impacts of tourism, and tourism planning. She is advising national and regional policymakers on issues of strategic importance, and she leads research and consultancy projects, many research and consultancy projects that would be in a very short what Renata does. So Renata, please, we are waiting for your conclusions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got an pleasant and both unpleasant task. Pleasant because I have to wrap up a number of very good and inspiring presentation. Unpleasant because it's late in the afternoon and it's Friday. So I'll try to really be quick and stick to that promise. Summing up all this presentation that are inspiring, the conclusion that we will draw at the end, I would like to make only a couple of points. First, what is transparent and in creating cultural routes and cycling routes as well, and in merging both, there is a tremendous amount of people and agencies and institutions behind this. And this whole initiative is more driven by enthusiasm of people than I would say by the coherent funding or coherent programs at the policy level that are supporting it. I also think that it is great to see that now we see these routes opening into regional dimensions, such as Route for You that we've seen that Vlasta has presented. And it is only natural that routes are coupling such as cultural and cycling routes, because they both need additional attractions, and transport is sometimes an attraction. Cycling routes need culture, and cultural routes need mode of transport. Of course, all that we are thinking we know, and what thinking we would like to do now has come to a halt with COVID-19. And as a number of presenters have pointed out, it's a really challenging time. In this time, we somehow are thinking how we can live and work and behave, so to be better to each other, to be better to nature, and to foster better society. And certainly tourism is, as always have been in the past, a tool to that end. Something that has come out of this presentation, and based on my own tracking of the initiative of European cultural routes, I still can't resist the impression that the cultural routes at the national and regional level more of an initiatives of local and regional actors and less of a wider policy push. They are great for networking. They are great for a number of professional events. They are great for unearthing cultural dimension of our common heritage. But what a number of examples has shown is that they can often be fragmented as there is not integrated, fully functional routes, in the sense that they have also a unique finding behind them, at least at national level. So we sometimes get a patchwork of attractions instead of fully integrated system of attractions. And I think this, those presentations that we have witnessed this afternoon, that we have listened, actually nicely illustrate the point. It might, what I say might be controversial for a number of you, but if we have more time, I would elaborate more into it. What I would probably conclude that we can grow number of certified routes, but the issue is what we are going to achieve with them at the end of the day. Certainly, talking only from the cultural perspective, one of the reasons why we are doing it is to educate people about our common cultural heritage. If activities around the routes are focused on the knowledge exchange, on networking, professional networking, on the science of stakeholders that are pushing it, then certainly we achieve the aim. And we can just multiply, we have 38, we might have it 10 years, 48 or 90. I would not advocate that all that we do should be measured, as I think it's currently a fashion. If we don't have a measure, then we are not going to do it. But I would like to actually point out, and I will conclude with this, that we develop a cultural roots, we unearth our cultural heritage, and somehow to value it as citizens, we need to have opportunity to educate citizens about it. If they do not use the routes, if they are not aware of the routes, and certainly I would say in Croatia, citizens by and large are not aware of all those routes that are going or crisscrossing Croatia, and I'm sure that similar is in other countries as well, then really this educational dimension or this mission of creating joint cultural, European-wide cultural heritage, we are missing on it. So we don't need visitors on the route just so to foster tourism, but we need visitors on the route so that we fulfill our core mission, and that is to use the route to this joint feeling of unity. Therefore, I think that a program that would concretely, financially support the initiatives, such as European cultural route or cycling route, would greatly help towards the same. Thank you very much. That's all for me now. I hope I have been short.
Thank you, Renata. We always learn a lot from all our experts, and we are glad to have them with us. I would just go briefly to what Dirk said, measure beyond economic impact, because whatever you said, measure, 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 but it is not only economy, because sustainability is also a social pillar, not only economic pillar. I would now like to invite my colleagues, coordinators of Priority Area 3, Tourism, Culture and People-to-People contact from the Danube strategy, if they want to say a few final words, and I will bid you goodbye with an invitation for a Danube forum. But Irina, Nicola, if you want to say a few words, please join in. Nicola, go on. Nicola, your mic is off.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Blanca. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Blanca, for the cooperation in the invitation. At the end, I would like to say a big thanks to all the participants and our hosts from EUSAIR and Croatia. And now we see that the combination between cycle and cultural tourism is excellent product, and we will do our best to develop that product, and we are ready for cooperation more and more. Thanks again.
Thank you, Nicola. I see Irina has arrived. Irina.
Yes, hello everybody. Once again, many thanks for your activity and effort that you do it to, and special from our colleague Blanca, to collect all these marvelous ideas and projects and people, and at all the level, the implication, it's amazing. Thanks once again to Croatian presidency of EUSDR. You do a great job. Was a wonderful day, full of ideas and projects, and excellent. Thank you once again for all. Thank you. This is the only words. Thank you. Excellent job.
Thank you, Irina.
With pleasure.
Just to remind everybody, especially those from the Danube region, that the 9th Danube Forum will be held on 22nd of October. Mislav kindly asked me to remind you about that. The theme is regional development through ecological, economic and social aspects, which is again in line with whatever we have been doing all day long. And I apologize for being so late on Friday, but we received so many interesting presentations, and we wanted everybody to show what they were doing. Thank you so much. The presentations and the conclusions will be shared on EUSAIR stakeholder platform, and we will see the way how to share it with people who are not part of this platform. EUSAIR participants will have the possibility also of hearing the recorded event. Thanks again
Blanca.
to all and all the participants.
Sorry.
And please, very briefly, turn on your cameras. I know we are fewer now, but at least to wave goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and have a wonderful, safe and healthy weekend. And let's hope for 20. You know, I received one message on my WhatsApp. 2018, 2019, 2021. I don't count 2020 because it had a bug. Okay, goodbye. Till the
Bye. Thank you, Blanca.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Blanca.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.